Now for you here, so let's get your side graphic up and we will bring you everything that we are following here today. So this is some video coming in from Ukraine throughout the entire course of the invasion. We have brought you every major development, and today officially marks day 56 of the war in Ukraine. Bombs are falling on the industrial heartland of Ukraine as the Russian invasion is now entering day 56. Ukrainian forces are actually digging in as major cities in the Luhansk and Donbas regions are under attack. Now, leaders in Ukraine's military say Russia has begun using bunker-busting bombs on a steel plant in Mariupol as more forces focus on factories and supply lines while launching airstrikes in civilian areas. Russia also rejected a UN-proposed ceasefire as Holy Week is beginning for the Eastern Orthodox Church. So we're going to bring you some more updates from on the ground there in Ukraine here in just a moment. It's also been a huge hot topic of discussion and debate here in the United States. The Biden administration announcing yesterday that it plans to appeal the ruling by a Florida judge striking down a federal mask mandate on public transportation. Now, the administration says the appeal, which would reinstate mandatory mask wearing on airplanes, trains, buses, and other forms of public transportation, will come as long as the CDC decides that extending the measure is needed. Now, the mandate had been set to expire on May 3rd before it was ended by the judge on Monday, and the announcement comes just hours after President Biden said Americans should decide for themselves whether or not they should continue to wear masks. So we're going to have some insight coming in from reporters across the nation, as well as some legal experts here for you in just a little bit as well. Also, something that we have brought you live, raw, and unfiltered since it began inside of this courtroom in Fairfax County, Virginia. Yesterday, actor Johnny Depp taking the stand in his defamation lawsuit against his ex-wife Amber Heard. During his testimony, Depp denied ever striking her or any woman at all and said she bullied him. Depp is suing over an op-ed piece that Heard wrote alleging she was the victim of domestic abuse. Her lawyers are countersuing. So we do expect him to take the stand once again today. That is going to get underway at 10 a.m. Eastern time, and we'll be sure to bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered, because that's who we are and what we do. But again, my name is Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. As we continue to follow day 56 of the Russian invasion into Ukraine, we're going to bring you the very latest from Fox News correspondent Marian Rafferty, who has all of the latest developments from there on the ground. Let's listen in.
The Donbas region of eastern Ukraine is becoming a critical focus of the Russian invasion. Besides containing Ukrainian coal mines and factories, the territory is also closer to the Russian border, allowing Moscow to move military supplies across shorter distances.
What the Russians are trying to do is carve something out of Ukraine that's positive. I mean, they've lost the north, they've lost the ability to take down the capital city.
And because the Donbas features pockets of Russian-backed separatists, some of the 75,000 Russian troops now stationed there have their boots in familiar fighting ground. But U.S. military officials say this doesn't guarantee them any advantages.
They are very dependent on some of the forces that they have used before. And we all know what the characteristics of those forces were. Low morale, not very tactically proficient.
Meanwhile, Russia is amplifying its deadly aerial attacks across residential areas in Ukraine's second largest city of Kharkiv. This comes as the southern port city of Mariupol is holding on by a thread, with Ukrainian soldiers and hundreds of civilians continuing to shelter in the city's steel plant.
The Russian army is blocking any efforts to organize humanitarian corridors and save our people. The occupants are looking to deport or even mobilize the local residents who have fallen into their hands.
Much of Ukraine's military supplies from the U.S. are entering the country over the Polish border, meaning the fighting in the Donbas is stretching Ukrainian supply lines. President Zelensky says if his troops had access to the same weapons as the Russians, the war would already be over. Marianne Rafferty, Fox News.
All right, everybody, and we are live and worldwide early this morning. We have just gotten this live press conference to our desk. This is a spokesman for the State Border Guard Service of Ukraine on the situation regarding refugees and the warfare that has gone on close to bordering nations. So I do want to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered. This does have an English translation.
Citizens leaving through checkpoints, showing forged documents to border control personnel. We have found 450 people involved in that. I would suggest that the Ukrainian citizens better don't try to trespass, because there is either administrative or criminal liability for that. Thank you for attention. Thank you, Andriy. Could you please tell us whether there are any waiting lines on the border? Basically, recently, there are practically no waiting lines to leave Ukraine. There are some hours of the day and some directions where there may be a number of people arriving at the same time, and there may be about 100 cars waiting. But the time spent waiting on the border is not that significant. It's up to several hours sometimes. But recently we also see certain increase of traffic of people to enter Ukraine, in particular Ukrainian citizens. And again, in some areas there may be waiting lines at border crossing points of neighboring countries, usually in Poland. So the State Border Service provides information every 2 hours about the situation at the checkpoints, and there are the same information resources maintained by Polish border guards. So I suggest that citizens should monitor actively this information about the load on the checkpoints and to choose the optimum route where there are no waiting lines. Is our understanding correct that recently people started returning to Ukraine on a broad scale? Well, not exactly so. In the last week we see certain increase of traffic. It reached the level of 80,000 in both directions, but there would always be more people leaving Ukraine. There was just one day, namely Saturday, when we saw that more people entered than left Ukraine, but that difference reached the level of 80,000 in both directions, but there would always be more people leaving Ukraine. There was just one day, namely Saturday, when we saw that more people entered than left Ukraine, but that difference was not that significant. At the same time, of course, there has been an increase in the number of Ukrainian citizens who were returning to Ukraine, coming back to Ukraine last week. As I said, in the first weeks after the invasion, those who entered Ukraine were mostly males. Recently, there are also other categories, in particular women, children, and older people. Thank you, Mr. Demchenko. Thank you for joining us. Friends, you're welcome to monitor our announcements. Now we are developing the schedule of our briefings for tomorrow. We will be informing you through our Telegram channel.
All right, everybody, and as soon as we got that feed, it does look like we lost it. But again, that was an update coming from the Border Patrol agent out there in Ukraine, giving us an update on the refugee situation. If you heard him, he said that refugees are still continuing to mostly go into Poland. We do know that Poland has seen the largest number of Ukrainian refugees since the invasion began. This is the day 56 of the invasion, which is just incredibly hard to believe. And we still do have tons of video coming in from down on the ground, which is actually what I do want to show you right now. And this is some sensitive content, so viewer discretion is advised. This is footage posted by the Azov Battalion, which is a far-right group which was absorbed into the Ukrainian National Guard. You could see it's showing street fighting and vehicle fires in Mariupol in Ukraine. This was filmed in Mariupol, just under half a mile from the coast and around 2.5 miles northwest of the port out there. This is that port city that has really come under such fire since the invasion began. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky saying Mariupol was about 90% destroyed. Well, the Azov Battalion said this video is showing their fighters launching a counterattack against Russian forces, also showing soldiers moving on the ground and several vehicle fires taking place. In one instance, you could actually see here a soldier in light-colored fatigues throwing explosives over a wall in an area where other other soldiers who are wearing dark colored fatigues are sitting and lying on the ground next to a van. A Russian Defense Ministry spokesperson said back on April 13th that over 1,000 Ukrainian troops, including 162 officers, had surrendered in Mariupol. And then on April 14th, Ukraine's general staff said fighting continued in the city as Russia carried out assault operations. And we actually do have more video coming in from Mariupol this morning. I'm actually going to let the sound play out for a little and take out this graphic because this is an excerpt from a Ukrainian Marine commander.
Звернення до світу. Це може бути нашим останнім зверненням. В нас, можливо, залишились лічні дні або години. Угрупування противника в десятки разів перебільшує нас. Вони мають панування у повітрі, в артилерії, в угрупуваннях, які діють на суходолі, технікою та танками. Ми ведемо оборону на одному об'єкті на заводі, де знаходяться військові Маріупольського гарнізону та цивільні особи, які потрапили в пастку війни. Ми звертаємось до світових лідерів допомогти нам. Ми звертаємось з проханням застосувати до нас процедуру екстракшн та вивести нас на територію третьої держави. Маріупольський гарнізон військових, з нами більше ніж 500 поранених бійців та сотні цивільних осіб, серед яких є жінки та діти. Ми просимо...
So I wanted to let this play out for you because definitely some really powerful statements coming from the commander of a Marine unit making a last-ditch plea for Ukrainian women and children sheltering in something known as an Azovstal steel plant to be evacuated to a third country as the Russian deadline to surrender Mariupol loomed. Now, Major Serhiy Volina, commander of the 36th Separate Marine Brigade, posted this video message to Facebook literally this morning, pleading for the military personnel and civilians to be extracted. Now, he said, "This is our appeal to the world. We are probably facing our last days, if not hours," according to that translation. Also saying that Ukrainian forces were outnumbered 10-1 by Russians and were only defending the steel plant. Now, unverified video of women and children said to be in bunkers beneath this plant in Mariupol has circulated in recent days. We don't have that footage for you at this moment, but we will work to get that for you. And he did say that there were more than 500 injured people and hundreds of civilians sheltering in the building. Now, Moscow has given the Ukrainian forces several deadlines to surrender the plant and leave without their weapons. The latest was set to expire at 2 p.m. Moscow time today. So you heard him say in translation, "We appeal to all world leaders to help us and extract the Marines and civilians to a third-party state." In this post, he even tagged our own president, Joe Biden, also UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, and Turkish Prime Minister in the Facebook post as well. So as you could see, military out there in Mariupol in this completely nearly destroyed city pleading for help to get innocent civilians out of that area. More video coming in from Mariupol as well this morning that we want to show you here on Live Now from Fox. This is also being posted by the Azov Battalion, which, like I mentioned, is that far-right group absorbed into the Ukrainian National Guard. The footage shows a person emerging from a building to fire an anti-tank gun at an armored vehicle across the street. Another soldier also carrying what appears to be an anti-tank gun is seen, and you could hear a second shot heard. I'll raise this volume for you for just a moment here.
Yeah.
You can then see a puff of black smoke seen covering the armored vehicle, suggesting it was hit. The Azov Battalion claimed it destroyed the vehicle, but this was not verified. Now, Ukraine Weapons Tracker identified the weapon used as a Matador RGW-90HH, and the armored vehicle was also named, and it comes as the Russian Defense Ministry issued a statement calling on Ukrainian forces to surrender. Now, more sensitive footage coming to you here on Live Now from Fox. Ukrainian officials saying on Monday that Russian strikes in Kharkiv killed at least 3 people and injured 15. The head of the Kharkiv Regional State Administration said the strikes hit the city's two districts in the cities, as well as the city center. The shells falling near houses, playgrounds, and near places where humanitarian aid was being provided. Again, 3 people died, 15 were injured. That includes a 14-year-old child. So again, this footage was something that we were getting to our desk this morning and wanted to show you, just really bringing you the raw depiction of what this war has done to innocent civilians out there on the ground in Ukraine. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to get on top of a story that we have been following very closely here back in the United States. Portions of the travelers here in the U.S. experiencing their first full day without the national mask mandate. But now the DOJ is planning to appeal that, and really it's up to the CDC. Who is it really up to? Well, we'll get the very latest here on Live Now from Fox when you return. Florida, continuing to bring you all of the latest developments on the top stories that we are following here today. And one of those includes this debate, this top story, this hot topic of conversation for sure. Portions of travelers in here in the United States experiencing their first full day without the national mask mandate. That was thrown out on Monday by a federal judge here in Florida. While some passengers on airplanes and trains and other forms of transportation were given the green light to get rid of their face coverings, but now we're hearing different intentions from the Biden administration and the Department of Justice. So we're going to get the very latest from Fox News correspondent Mark Meredith this morning.
People continue to wear masks on planes.
That's up to them.
President Biden is not saying if his administration will fight a federal judge's ruling which abruptly ended the federal transportation mask mandate. Instead, officials say the Justice Department will make a decision on whether to appeal in coming days.
We obviously feel confident in our authorities here, given we put the mask mandate in place.
But the White House is facing pressure to move on after major airlines, including Delta, JetBlue, and United, all supported efforts to lift the mandate. Passengers in airports nationwide say after 2 years of masking, the rules needed to change.
I just don't like wearing a mask, and I'm happy about it.
I'm thrilled. It's about time. It should have been over a long time ago.
But with coronavirus still spreading, some wonder what the change means for their safety and others.
I would still wear the mask. Even though I'm triple vaccinated, I feel like it's just a courtesy to others.
I still teach with this on. I'm still going to ride the train with it on. It just is a level of comfort.
While the TSA is not enforcing the federal mandate for now, some local officials plan to keep masking in place. New York's Port Authority, which oversees both JFK and LaGuardia Airport, says masking is still required and that it, quote, will continue to follow the guidance of the New York and New Jersey public health authorities with respect to mask mandates at its public transportation facilities. Another major airport, Chicago's O'Hare, will also require people wear masks inside, even as Atlanta, Orlando, and Seattle say face coverings are optional. Ride-sharing services Uber and Lyft are telling both their customers and drivers they no longer need to wear masks, but the rules could be different depending on where they ride. And we are also hearing from the president's emergency COVID response coordinator, who says he too is disappointed by the court's decision and that he plans to keep wearing a mask until early May, when the mask mandate was originally set to expire. At Reagan National Airport in Arlington, Virginia, Mark Meredith, Fox News.
And speaking of traveling, it is middle of April, primetime spring break for a lot of people across the nation who are traveling right here to Florida. Start your morning off with some good little beach vibes here. This is a live now look we have from our Daytona beach cam, courtesy of our Fox 35 Orlando team. If you are flying into if you are going to Daytona Beach, I should say, basically the nearest airport is either Sanford or Orlando International Airport, where that is where our own Fox 35 Orlando team caught up with more travelers on how they felt about that first day, given the option to go maskless.
Generally feels quite good to be able to travel a bit more freely, I think.
It's a different look inside Orlando International Airport. People traveling maskless for the first time in 2 years. Alistair McKenzie and his family are headed back to London. He says they feel safe on a plane without a mask because all of them are vaccinated.
When it's hot and when you have to get through border control, it can be quite stuffy, and wearing a mask can be quite frustrating, I think. So to have it listed feels quite good, yeah.
The CDC's mask mandate for travel was set to expire on May 3rd, but was struck down by a Florida federal judge yesterday. Most airlines were quick to lift their masking requirements. In late March, U.S. Airlines wrote to President Biden requesting the mandate be lifted because it was, quote, past time.
Often forget I have a mask on my face, and I'll wear them for hours until I have to eat something, and I'm like, oh yeah, I have a mask on. So
for some like Mark Weimer, the mask mandate was never a problem. He and his family will continue to wear a mask while they travel out of respect for others.
If we ever get a cold or anything, and especially in this time, I just feel that it's, for me, it's what I just naturally, the most respectful thing I can do for everyone else and for my own family.
Meanwhile, it's not just airlines and air travelers that are being impacted by this lift. It's also ride sharers. So if you take Uber, take Lyft, these are actually two companies that are now changing their mask policy for their riders. So let's get the very latest on that from our Fox Business team this morning.
Stocks rebounding on Wall Street Tuesday. The market's rallying after a falling on Monday. Optimism about a mostly strong start to the corporate earnings season was the big reason why. But keep an eye on shares of Netflix Wednesday. Investors could turn on the stock because customers are tuning out. After the closing bell, the company said it lost subscribers in the first quarter for the first time in more than a decade. Uber and Lyft are updating their COVID safety protocols, both companies announcing drivers and passengers will no longer be required to wear masks. The move comes a day after a federal judge ruled the CDC overstepped its authority to continue requiring masks on planes and other public transportation. If you noticed a lot of new construction in your neighborhood, here's why. Housing starts rose to a 16-year high in March, and the number could go up in the near future, too. That's because building permits also rose for the month. That's business. I'm Madison Allworth.
Meanwhile, as we continue to follow the latest on who should wear masks and where when it comes to transportation, we're also following the latest science when it comes to COVID-19 vaccines. We're officially more than 2 years into this pandemic, and scientists are continuing to experiment on whether or not we should continue to get booster shots, whether more should be available. So that is actually something that Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork is taking a closer look for us this morning on.
Moderna announcing Tuesday it's aiming to launch a modified version of its COVID-19 booster shot sometime this fall. The new doses would be an updated version of Moderna's original vaccine that also offers specific protection against the highly contagious Omicron variant. Johnson & Johnson also announcing Tuesday the company is suspending its COVID-19 vaccine sales forecast. The pharmaceutical giant first estimated sales of its vaccine could garner as much as $3.5 billion this year, but officials say decreasing global demand for the shots is causing supplies to go unused. Meanwhile, over on the West Coast, California is now delaying its COVID-19 vaccine mandate for all school-aged children until at least next summer.
So based on these two facts, we don't have full FDA approval, and we recognize the implementation challenges that schools and school leaders would face, that we are not moving to have a vaccine requirement for schools in this coming academic year.
The CDC reports at least 82% of Americans ages 5 and older have now received at least one dose of a COVID vaccine. This comes as studies in the U.S. and UK are now examining the effects of receiving multiple booster shots. Results, of course, expected sometime this summer. Should make for a very interesting study indeed. I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Kevin Cork for that report. Here is a live now look over the tarmac at Atlanta International Airport. Again, one of the major stories that we are following here on Live Now from Fox is that the Department of Justice will appeal the federal judge's mask ruling for public transportation if granted permission by the CDC. Really, if the CDC rules that this is necessary, they will move forward with that ruling. So we're going to continue to monitor that for you here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break, but it's also one of the top stories that we're following here this morning. Actor Johnny Depp taking the stand in his own defense in his defamation lawsuit against his ex-wife Amber Heard. We're going to get the latest on what he had to say after this quick break. Good morning, everybody. You're streaming live now from Fox on this Wednesday, April 20th, officially past 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time here in Orlando, Florida. That's where I'm joining you from this morning, continuing to bring you all of the developments on every top story that we are following here today. To the side of your screen, you can see the three major ones we are keeping a close eye on are all of the developments out of Ukraine as the war over there officially enters day 56. We're also keeping an eye on how travelers are reacting and also how the Biden administration is reacting as as well as the Department of Justice, as they plan to appeal a federal judge's mask ruling, saying that people no longer have to wear masks on public transportation if they don't want to. Also, another major story that we are following here on Live Now from Fox is Johnny Depp, Pirates of the Caribbean actor, taking the stand in his own defense in his defamation lawsuit. He did take the stand yesterday, and he is expected to take the stand once again today. We are planning on streaming that for you here live, raw, and unfiltered, just like we have been at around 10 a.m. Eastern time. But that is actually the story that I want to focus on now, as promised here on Live Now from Fox. So if you did miss his testimony yesterday when he took the stand, he denied ever striking his ex-wife Amber Heard or any woman at all. He said that his ex-wife bullied him, and he also is suing over an op-ed piece that she wrote alleging that she was the victim of domestic abuse. That article was actually written years ago and didn't include Johnny Depp's name, but it was pretty obvious. He is suing her, and then her lawyers are countersuing. So I do want to bring you the very latest on what he had to say when he took the stand. Jonathan Hunt has the very latest from Virginia.
Actor Johnny Depp testified in a Virginia courtroom Tuesday, the 58-year-old giving new details about his marriage as he took the stand in his defamation lawsuit against his ex-wife, Amber Heard.
There was quite a lot of verbal abuse. There was quite a lot of name-calling and bullying.
The Pirates of the Caribbean actor is suing Heard after she referred to herself as a survivor of domestic abuse in a Washington Post op-ed in 2018. Heard never mentioned Depp by name in the piece, and her lawyers have filed a countersuit seeking $100 million in damages. Heard's legal team says Depp was the abuser, not the abused, as he claims, and her lawyers say nothing in Heard's article libels Depp.
It never had to go in this direction. I'm obsessed with the truth.
Legal experts say Depp faces an uphill battle to prove his wife was indeed talking about him in the article.
This isn't going to be easy for Depp. Can't win this case because he's a cool guy and the jury likes his movies.
Depp is seeking $50 million and says the suggestion he was an abuser has severely damaged his career. Both Heard and Depp have submitted a long list of potential witnesses, including actor James Franco and billionaire Elon Musk. In Los Angeles, Jonathan Hunt, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Jonathan Hunt for that report. Remember, like I said, we will be streaming that trial once again for you, as Johnny Depp is expected to take the stand again today. That is going to get underway at around 10 a.m. Eastern time out of Fairfax County, Virginia. That is who we are and what we do when we get major trials happening in the world. And cameras are allowed in the courtroom. We like to bring them to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on our show. Meanwhile, I do want to take you out to another courtroom where we have been following a case since the end of last year. We are going to the state of Michigan right now. That is where a judge denied a request for a lower bond for the parents of the teen accused in the Oxford school shooting in Michigan that happened months ago. James and Jennifer Crumley, both charged with involuntary manslaughter, and they're going to face trial, which we did find out yesterday is going to start on October 24th. The Crumley's attorney plans to file several motions. I do want to lower that volume for you here just a bit. James and Jennifer Crumley, again, both charged with involuntary manslaughter, facing trial that will begin on October 25th. The Crumley's attorney plans to file several motions before that date, including an appeal for a change of venue. We also did get a development out of this case yesterday. Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel extending her office's offer to investigate the Oxford High School shooting for a second time. She made the proposal in a letter to the school board just yesterday. So we're going to get a full update from our Fox 2 Detroit team, as they have been following the situation from the very beginning.
Initially offered to conduct an independent investigation back in December, but the Oxford School District declined. Parents say an investigation would allow them to get answers about everything that led up to the shooting and help them rebuild trust with the school district. Attorney General Dana Nessel is again extending her officer to investigate the Oxford High School shooting. She made the proposal in this letter to the Oxford School Board Tuesday, saying, "To put it plainly, the families you serve want transparency, and as board members you have an obligation to provide it." The letter comes after Nessel held a community conversation with Oxford families Monday. She says the overwhelming concern they shared was a deep desire to learn more about what happened.
I'd like to know what failed in their safety plan that led up to November 30th. That's where I would like the investigation as to what in the safety plan that is in place for the school, what failed along there.
Jeff Jones has a student at Oxford High School and another who will start attending in 2 years. He wants the board to take Nessel up on her offer.
And they've dodged every way they can to try to avoid this investigation, the one coming from AG Nessel or the investigation that we've asked for. And they've promised it to us in the very beginning. They're the ones who brought it up and promised to have an investigation to find out where the flaws in the plan were. And then I believe they realized where the flaws in the plan were, and they've just swept it under the rug, and now they deny it and they blow it off. And they had said they couldn't do it because of the court cases that are ensuing.
All right, Oakland County Court is now in session.
Nessel says the investigation would not interfere with the ongoing criminal proceedings of the suspected shooter and his parents, and her office would cover the cost of the investigation. Jones says if the board continues to buck transparency, they will find trouble at the ballot box.
At this point, if they refuse, then together as parents, we're going to have to figure out other ways to get the policies changed. I think at this point, we would have to consider any options, even if any options, if it means the safety for our kids. And if just voting all them out, getting new people in, people with common sense, then so be it.
I reached out to the school board for comment, no response. This offer from Attorney General Dana Nessel comes with a deadline. She wants the school board to respond by May 20th. I'm Randy Wembley, Fox 2 News.
All right, thank you to our Fox 2 Detroit team for that investigative report. Some of you are going to see another quick 2-minute commercial break. Here's a live now look at our XRAD radar on this Wednesday morning. It is April 20th. And if you woke up to some snow in the Northeast, well, you are one of thousands that were victim of a very rare April nor'easter that made its way through the region. We're going to get the very latest on how much snow was seen on the ground, and we're also going to get an update on the cleanup from the Marshall fire that happened months ago in Colorado. So some weather-related news coming to you after this quick break. You're streaming live now from Fox, everybody, 7:42 a.m. here on the East Coast. It is Wednesday, April 20th, and we are bringing you a live now look at our XRAD radar, showing you some systems moving across the United States. But there was a particular system that left many waking up to snow up in the Northeast. It was a rare nor'easter that made its way through the region, and we do know that thousands this morning are still without power. So our Fox weather team did have reporters out there on the ground in the midst of these conditions. So let's get the latest from Fox Weather's Katie Byrne.
It looked more like winter than spring. A strong nor'easter leaving hundreds of thousands without power. Here in Broome County, New York, officials say it could take days to restore the electricity. The dangerous conditions knocked over trees and forced the county to issue a temporary travel ban. Crews are now out surveying the damage.
Everything just budded, so an extra weight on the trees, and with the weight of the snow, just snapped branches and tops.
Upstate New York and northeastern Pennsylvania saw the most snow, with up to a foot falling in some areas. While along the coast, periods of heavy rain caused streets to flood.
We would have to move our cars all the time, so they'll be doing that now. They'll be moving them out to the main streets.
And washed away dunes at New Jersey shore points.
Less places for people to go, so less places to sit.
The winter-like conditions stretching across the country. About 40 million people from the Central Plains to the Mid-Atlantic were under frost and freeze alerts Tuesday morning. In Detroit and Minnesota, people are shoveling out after several inches of snow fell Monday. Many wishing for an end to the colder temperatures.
Ready to get out and do stuff outside, but it's been a rough winter.
Forecasters say the Northeast will get a chance to thaw out when warm temperatures arrive later this week. In Binghamton, New York, Katie Byrne, Fox Weather.
And here is more video coming in from up in the Northeast as that rare nor'easter made its way through the region. It's actually so beautiful. This is quite the video of a winter wonderland, but like you just heard those residents in Binghamton say, not what they anticipated and not what they're feeling for the middle of April. It is considered spring. Well, again, this video was taken in Oswego, showing the snowfall up in that area. Wind gusts actually reached up to 40 miles per hour, according to the National Weather Service. So hopefully, like Katie said, they will be able to thaw out relatively soon, as warmer temperatures are expected here within the next couple of days. Meanwhile, another weather-related story that we wanted to bring you here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to head out to Colorado. That is where cleanup is beginning nearly 4 months after the Marshall Fire burned down dozens of homes. Fox's Courtney Fromm has more on how long the process of rebuilding could take some of these residents.
I don't think there's one person in Sagamore that says, I want to spend my own money on a horrendous disaster that I did not start.
Brenda Layton's memory is crystal clear. The moments leading up to fleeing her home from the Marshall Fire.
It just from bluebird day to dark, and I was terrified.
Evacuating with hardly anything, she returned to her home, left with nothing.
All 171 lots in Sagamore were gone.
But now, months later, her neighborhood is the first target of a coordinated cleanup.
We're watching as they're taking the remaining burnt possessions away.
Funded 90% by FEMA. Mark Lasis, Mayor Pro Tem of Superior, says the cost will depend on how many homeowners opt into this process or go through their own insurance.
It's something like a $50 million contract, but it's going to depend actually on the work that's performed.
He says it takes about 4 days for one single lot to be cleared.
Removing the foundations for all the homes that were burnt and scraping the soil down about 6 inches. And then that'll get followed up with soil testing.
Once that soil is deemed safe and the whole cleanup project is done, which is expected around August of this year.
We would love to see people start rebuilding this year and getting their foundations in the ground before the winter.
He encourages homeowners like Layton to start fresh in a neighborhood she's called home for 18 years.
So a new beginning, because that home is gone. Sagamore is gone. I don't think there's one person in Sagamore that says, I want to spend my own money on a horrendous disaster that I...
And speaking of snow that we just mentioned earlier, here is a live now look in Lanesville, New York. It is more towards the upstate region where that nor'easter made its way through. So this looks like it could be a portrait in the middle of winter, maybe in December, but it is most definitely April. Again, a rare nor'easter making its way through the northeastern region. And we do know that thousands are still without power as of this morning, even though it's been more than 12 hours since it's really made its way through there. Meanwhile, we do want to shift gears here to some business and consumer related news. Lots of talk surrounding a platform that we all really like to watch our favorite movies on, our favorite shows. There has been their own drama there at Netflix as its shares took a big hit this week. The streaming service's stock price went down a whopping 26% after reporting that it lost about 200,000 subscribers in its first quarter, falling well below its forecast of adding 2.5 million subscribers. The company says inflation, the war in Ukraine, and competition all contributed to its first loss of subscribers in more than a decade. Netflix also says it lost 700,000 members after it suspended service in Russia when it invaded Ukraine. Now, it may begin offering a lower price service, but with ads, and it also is looking to generate more revenue from customers who share their accounts with family or friends outside of the home. So this is actually something that our very own Live Now from Fox host caught up with an expert on just yesterday when we first brought you the news. So I do want to play that segment for you here on Live Now from Fox as we follow this story.
Major news out of Netflix today. They reported that they lost subscribers. Also, they're previewing what might be to come in the future about an ad-based content model because of this. Joining me now to discuss all of this, Wall Street Journal reporter Joe Flint. Joe, so good to see you. First, though, let's talk about this. The projections were quite low for these subscriber losses. How are they responding? How is Netflix responding?
Well, first, just to reiterate what you said, they lost 200,000 subscribers this quarter. It's the first time in more than a decade that they've posted a quarterly loss on subscribers. And they issued several statements in their earnings letter, their letter to shareholders, where they talked about how they were planning to address this. One was cracking down on password sharing and basically trying to create more subscriber revenue by eliminating password sharing. And something that wasn't in their letter, but they talked about on their subsequent call with an analyst, a video call they do every quarter, was adding a lower priced advertising supported version of Netflix, which is a real turn for them. Chairman, co-CEO Reed Hastings has always been adamant about keeping the Netflix experience a commercial-free haven of sorts. But in recent weeks, there's been signals from Netflix that they were starting to rethink that. And today, Hastings pretty much said they are looking very strongly at adding a lower price commercial tier. Their line is to give their viewers more choice on what sort of package they'd like to receive, but it's also hard not to look at this as an acknowledgement that the growth is slowing and that by adding a lower price tier, they're hoping they will increase their subscriber base and add a new revenue stream.
Yeah, that is quite a stunning development. Also, just an acknowledgement on the part of Netflix that they do have to adapt. Of course, there were some angry users when they recently just upped the monthly fee, the monthly price. I believe it's $15.99 now. But also password sharing, and so many people talk about it. They think Netflix is cracking down on this. I know I have my Netflix account, but my whole family uses it. What can we expect on that front in the next couple of months, do you think?
Well, they've been rolling out experiments, and they have been doing that in Costa Rica, Peru, and Chile. And in a nutshell, what they're doing is they're offering customers there a discounted rate to have more members of their family or friends on a plan. And while they didn't spell out specifics in the United States, I would think that that would be the model they would look to here. If there's a family and they can obviously detect that there are additional streams being used outside of that home, then they can come back and say, hey, we noticed that you've subscribe, have 3 people in your house using it, which is fine, but there's another 3 that live outside your house, and we'd like to offer you this discount add-on price. Otherwise, we got to cut off the password sharing. Interestingly, Netflix said there hasn't been an increase in password sharing. It's always been fairly rampant, but because the growth is slowing for them, they now feel the need to crack down on it and try to create new revenue here.
Yeah, that was my next question, because these 200,000, users that they lost their subscription. I was kind of curious if that was just an organic kind of loss of subscriptions, or was that a result of them cracking down on the password sharing? What do you think about that?
I think it's more organic. In the U.S., there was a significant loss. A big chunk of those 200,000 came out of the U.S. and Canada, where they increased prices, as you mentioned earlier. So that was part of it as well. And the economy. And they also acknowledged that certainly the effects of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, not only did they shut down their service in Russia, which had about 700,000 subscribers, they suggested that a pinch they're feeling in Central Europe and Eastern Europe can also be tied to that. So a lot of different factors going into this, but going forward, it will be interesting to see how the consumer base reacts to perhaps having to pay a little more to pass on that password to a friend or family member.
Yeah, not only what the consumer base is saying, what are investors saying? How was the stock price at the end of the day?
Well, the stock took a tumble in aftermarket trading. It dropped about 25%. Not only did Netflix miss their expectations for first quarter, they also said that in the second quarter, they're anticipating losing another 2 million subscribers or so. So that's obviously of concern to Wall Street. And it's a concern not only about Netflix, but since Netflix is the biggest and most successful streamer out there, it has everyone rethink the streaming business overall and how cost intensive it is and how much Netflix has to spend in programming. And, the hits that come out are often few and far between for everyone. It's a very tough business and you have to spend a lot of money. And I think Wall Street is starting to really recognize that and, reassess how they view whether there's a big pot of gold at the end of the streaming rainbow or not.
Yeah, and of course, since we are on really the tail end of the pandemic, that is also a factor at play as well, maybe in your view, about a loss of subscribers?
Well, Netflix said the pandemic in a way masked some of the cracks in their foundation because they had a huge growth spurt during the first, few months, first few quarters of the pandemic, really strong, adding, over 1 million subscribers. And then it slowed down and they viewed part of that as just sort of life is resuming to normal. We had this pull forward, as they called it, and now the numbers are getting back to normal. But the continuing declines, from last quarter when they didn't meet projections to actually losing subs this quarter and forecasting another loss has them acknowledging that no, this is not just a reaction to COVID, and that in fact those numbers, that the growth there kind of masks these other issues we're having.
All right, Joe Flint with the Wall Street Journal. We appreciate your time and your reporting on this. We'll talk to you again.
All right, thank you to Andrew Kraft for that report. We do want to continue on with some more business consumer related stories here on Live Now from Fox as we slowly approach the top of the 8 o'clock Eastern hour. We're actually going to head out live right now to the White House here this morning. It is Wednesday, April 20th, and we are going to head out to Washington to talk about how both parties are split on fixing an inflation problem. Now, President Biden wants to ramp up American production, while Republicans say there has been runaway spending and voters are going to choose them in November. So Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard is in Washington, D.C. with the very latest.
President Biden in New Hampshire Tuesday to again tout last year's bipartisan infrastructure bill. He's requiring any construction materials bought with money from the $1.2 trillion bill be American-made.
We now rank number 13 in the quality of our infrastructure. China's ahead of us. So many other countries have moved. Folks, this matters.
It's an effort to ramp up production in the U.S. and help ease supply chain pressure that has sent prices sky high and has economic experts concerned. Goldman Sachs now says there is a 35% chance of a recession in the next 2 years.
What the Fed should do is stop printing so much money and stabilize the dollar and let this thing work itself out.
Inflation is now at a 40-year high and is straining Americans' wallets.
There's no sign that inflation is slowing down. In fact, if anything, it's going stronger and stronger.
Senator Elizabeth Warren penned an op-ed in the New York Times warning fellow Democrats they need to make good on campaign promises to make the economy work better, or else they can expect a red wave in November. Republicans say they can turn the economy around if they take back Congress.
We wouldn't have dumped $2 trillion on the economy, and we wouldn't be suffering from record levels of inflation.
The Made in America material requirement will have some waivers if there's not enough supply available or if the price is too high. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Lauren Blanchard for that report. Some of you are going to see one last 2-minute commercial break before we reach the top of the 8 o'clock Eastern Time hour. It is then that we will run you through, once again, all the top stories that we're following here on this Wednesday morning. Stay with us. Good morning, everybody. You are streaming live now from Fox on this Wednesday, April 20th. It is officially 8 a.m. here on the East Coast. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from Orlando, Florida, as we continue to bring you all of the major top stories, breaking news, and live events that we've got going on for you here today. So if you're just tuning into our stream, here's a look at some of the biggest top stories that we'll be keeping a close eye on for you here on Live Now from Fox. It is day 56 of the Russian invasion into Ukraine, and Ukrainian forces are continuing to dig in as major cities in the Luhansk and Donbas regions are under attack from Russian forces. Leaders in Ukraine's military saying that Russia has begun using bunker-busting bombs on a steel plant in Mariupol as more forces are focusing on factories and supply lines while also launching airstrikes in civilian areas. Now, Mariupol specifically, this port city has seen a lot of shellings, a lot of loss of life. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is saying that the port city is basically 90% destroyed at this time. We also know this morning that Russia has rejected a United Nations proposed ceasefire, and this is all happening as it is Holy Week for the Eastern Orthodox Church out there. So we'll continue to bring you any updates from on the ground in Ukraine as we get them here on our show. Meanwhile, another major story that we are going to bring you live reports on throughout the morning and throughout the day. The Biden administration announcing yesterday that it plans to appeal a ruling by a Florida judge who struck down a federal mask mandate on public transportation. The administration says the appeal, which would reinstate mandatory mask wearing on airplanes, trains, buses, and other forms of public transportation, will come as long as the CDC decides that extending the measure is needed. Now, the mandate had began, or it was set to expire, I should say, on May 3rd before it was ended by that judge back on Monday just a couple of days ago. The announcement also comes after President Biden said Americans should decide for themselves whether or not they should continue to wear masks. So in just a couple of minutes, we are going to get an update on the very latest surrounding this really confusion at this point from Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater. We also plan on taking you back inside of this courtroom in Fairfax County, Virginia at around 10 a.m. Eastern time here. Raw Unfiltered feeds as actor Johnny Depp is expected to take the stand once again in his defamation lawsuit against his ex-wife Amber Heard. Now, he took the stand for the first time just yesterday. This is video from that moment. I should say moments. It was hours long of testimony. You could see him reenacting and really just putting up some antics there in the courtroom. During his testimony, he denied ever striking his ex-wife Amber Heard or any woman at all. He said that his ex-wife bullied him. Now he is suing over an opinion piece that his ex-wife wrote in the Washington Post a couple of years ago, alleging that she was the victim of domestic abuse. Her lawyers are also countersuing in this situation. So again, we plan on bringing you that feed live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox in just a little bit. But as we go back to that first bullet point, that top story that we're following, the latest surrounding the Russian invasion into Ukraine, I do want to touch base with our Fox 13 Tampa team as they bring us all the developments out there here on the ground this morning.
Russia's launched what could be the defining battle in its war on Ukraine. It launched the battle for Donbass with hundreds of airstrikes and ground assaults stretching hundreds of miles through eastern Ukraine. Fox 13 political editor Craig Patrick has more.
Russian troops have now taken over most of Mariupol. At this point, there's only one pocket of resistance. Those Ukrainian troops are still holed up in the steel factory and they refuse to surrender. And while one steel factory may not sound like much, keep in mind this factory is a sprawling complex that covers 4 square miles. And it has a labyrinth of underground tunnels. And the Ukrainian troops say they'll fight to the end here because they're protecting 1,000 to 2,000 civilians who are holed up with them. And the longer they keep fighting around the factory, the longer they can hold up the invaders from joining the battle for the rest of Donbass. And the longer they can hamper Russian supply lines along the coast. And that's how Ukraine's last stand in this one factory can make a difference. And it's why they say they'll fight to the end.
No matter how many Russian troops are driven there, we will fight.
North of Mariupol, up to 75,000 invaders are now making their move on Luhansk and Donetsk, which make up the Donbass region. The Pentagon says tens of thousands of additional Russian invaders are resupplying and will likely join the battle in progress. The battlefront here is nearly 300 miles, about the drive from Tampa to Miami. So far, Ukraine says it's repelled 7 advances by Russia on this first full day of the battle. But with those advances, Russia appears to be testing Ukraine's front line, sort of poking and prodding to see where they might be able to find soft spots for an onslaught yet to come. They call it shaping the battlefield, which basically means they're engaging in what will be seen as small skirmishes compared to the raging attacks in the works.
They're trying to set the conditions for more aggressive, more overt, and larger ground maneuvers in the Donbass.
We've seen video of civilians, particularly seniors, women, and children fleeing or trying to flee. But at this point, Ukraine says Russia has sealed off escape corridors and trapped hundreds of thousands of civilians in Donbass with no way out. Keep in mind, we don't know exactly how many may be trapped. Hundreds of thousands is a very loose estimate. We're talking about an area, a region that had a pre-war population of 6 million people. Of course, many of them an unknown figure exactly have already escaped. And with that, we know, for example, that Russian forces have already surrounded and overtaken the town of Kreminna. That's a town of around 20,000 people, and that puts it on course to take the capital, Kramatorsk, which would be a much larger population, which why there is growing concern at this point, and it certainly bears watching over the next couple of days in terms of how much progress Russia makes in the opening stages of this battle. For context, the Pentagon says it just added 2 tactical battalion groups. That brings it to around 75% of the entire invasion force that started some 55 days ago, now bearing down in the battle for Donbass, and most of the other 25% at this point are rearming and reloading with plans to join the battle very soon.
Vladimir Putin just honored his troops that carried out those massacres of civilians in Bucha. What can we read into that, and what does it tell us about the battle for Donbass?
Well, a couple of things. First off, it indicates that Vladimir Putin is trying to deny the mass murders and civilian massacres that were committed by that brigade, number one. Number two, Ukraine fears he may be sending a message to the other invaders, as well as the butchers of Bucha, that their behavior in killing, summary executions, the rapes, the torture, etc., is all encouraged by Vladimir Putin, and that is how you get ahead in Putin's Russia, which, if true, certainly would not bode well for those hundreds of thousands of civilians who right now are trapped in the Donbass region.
No, it would not. All right, Craig Patrick, thank you.
All right, thank you to our Fox 13 Tampa team for that report. Again, my name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from Orlando, Florida, continuing to bring you all the developments on the major top stories that we are following here this morning. We did just touch base with our Tampa team regarding the latest on the Russian invasion into Ukraine, officially entering day 56. But we are going to continue on with that second bullet point that you see here, the latest on this legal battle surrounding whether or not travelers on public transportation, whether it be cars, buses, and airplanes, should wear masks or not. So yesterday we learned that the Department of Justice under President Biden is going to try to reinstate that nationwide mask mandate for public transit, but only if granted permission and if said necessary by the CDC. So we're going to touch base with Fox's Doug Luzader for the very latest on this legal battle that we are seeing out there in Washington, D.C.
Well, the mask rules are changing so quickly, it's hard to keep up, and that's true for the White House as well. Air Force One takes off yesterday, the president bound for New Hampshire, one of the few flights in the country where face masks were still required. And yet at the same time, President Biden then emerged without one and suggested it should be an individual decision.
Mr. President, should people continue to wear masks on planes?
That's up to them. It's up to them, he said. But his own Justice Department then said it was prepared to fight to reinstate the nationwide mask mandate for public transportation that had been killed by a federal judge, whose decision was celebrated by some air passengers and flight crews. The mandate, the Justice Department says, is a valid exercise of the authority Congress has given CDC to protect the public health. So now, government lawyers are waiting to hear from the CDC to decide whether to fight to reinstate the mandate.
They're in a very uncomfortable position. Nobody wants to take this political hot potato.
And some travelers now face a patchwork of local rules.
I mean, it's like Swiss cheese. I mean, there's no uniformity, and it seems pretty laissez-faire.
And doctors aren't all on the same page either.
If you're immunosuppressed, it just got more dangerous to fly in the U.S., and that's unfortunate because, like it or not, we really are all connected.
But there is no need to continue with these draconian measures and reinstituting mandates that we don't need right now.
So now we are all waiting for the CDC to decide whether the mask mandate is worth another court battle. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Doug Luzader for that report. Meanwhile, confusion is the term that people are using when it comes to this top story that we are following. We saw a federal judge out of the state of Florida officially get rid of that mask mandate for public transportation, but now we have the DOJ looking to appeal it if granted permission by the CDC. So who ultimately gets this final say when it comes to travelers across the nation? So our very own Andrew Kraft did speak with a legal expert about this, and I want to bring you this segment here on Live Now from Fox because this is a lot of information to decipher.
Joining me now to discuss an appeal attempt for the DOJ on this ruling is legal expert Imran Ansari. Imran, good to see you. It's a very fast-moving story, but my main question is, do you think this stay, this emergency stay, and I don't believe there is one, essentially, will people have to put masks on, do you think, in the next couple of days because of this appeal attempt?
So as far as we know now, there is no stay being sought by the DOJ as they ponder this appeal. Of course, they are saying that the appeal would be pending a determination by the CDC that the mask mandate should still be enforced. So although the DOJ has stated that they're going or thinking about an appeal, they have voiced their displeasure with this ruling from Judge Mazzell down in Florida. They have also stated that, it would be pending a ruling or decision by the CDC that mandate should still be enforced. Of course, that was only extended to May 3rd, the current mandate, before this federal judge decided to that the mandate was unlawful. And we will see now if the appeal goes forward. If the CDC comes to a determination that they feel that the masks are still needed, then we expect the DOJ to take this up on an appeal. Why also would the DOJ possibly take this up on appeal is for precedent, less so the health aspects, but for precedent, meaning that the CDC may be hampered in the future by this ruling for issuing mandates or such measures for public health crisis as the CDC determines.
And Imran, that is what's so confusing about this statement. I'm going to put this up on the screen here from the DOJ, because it says the DOJ and the CDC disagree with the district court's decision and will appeal. But then it goes on with this conditional, saying subject to the CDC's conclusion that the order remains necessary for public health. And that's what you were just talking about. But isn't that a foregone conclusion? Shouldn't we expect, just from the first clause of that sentence in the statement, that yes, the CDC does disagree with this? It's the verbiage of it and the syntax of it is very confusing, in my opinion.
Yeah, because I think they're keeping all options open. Now, the extension was to May 3rd. That's really right around the corner. What if the CDC decided, and this is sort of speculation, but a hypothetical, the CDC decided that the mandate did not need to be extended past May 3rd? Well, then this exercise of law and appeal and all the time and expense that would be going into this would be moot. So I think that the DOJ is being cautious. They're voicing their displeasure as to this ruling from this judge, because as we have seen since the pandemic, with mask mandates, with vaccine mandates, this has been politicized in many ways. So the DOJ under this administration is saying, okay, we don't agree with this ruling, but they're leaving the door open, I believe, that if the CDC does not think that it's necessary to really go forward, then they won't be appealing this. But as I stated, they may be doing so simply to make sure that precedent does not go forward, which would hamper possibly the CDC's ability to issue mandates going forward.
Yeah, because that makes more sense, because yesterday there was really no talk or kind of will on the Biden administration's part to, fight this tooth and nail in court. So from what you're saying, just the precedent aspect that this might set, they have to file this appeal. Now, that makes sense because, this would cause a lot of confusion if an emergency stay was granted, essentially saying, no, people have to put their masks back on until the appeal process is over. In your view, though, because we haven't heard from the CDC yet, when do you think we'll hear from them? Shouldn't they weigh in very soon here?
I would expect so, because now you have, as you stated, possible confusion. And I don't think that we want anyone, the public here in the United States, confused. And the CDC, I believe, have an obligation to make sure that people are clear as to what a public health crisis may or may not be at this time. And because there's a conflict, if you will, between the DOJ under the Biden administration and this ruling from this federal judge down in Florida, Judge Mazzell, I think that there will need to be some clarity. But as we know right now, people are unmasking, people are on planes unmasking, Certain cities are still enforcing mask mandates. I'm here in New York City, and I know that the MTA and the subway, you still are required to have a mask. So it's sort of piecemeal, and that is why we will need clarity, because you don't want piecemeal applications of the law, especially when it's coming from a federal court across the country.
You know, I'm just going to go back to the statement, because the last sentence, Imran, in the statement from the DOJ today says, if CDC concludes that a mandatory order remains necessary for the public's health after that assessment, the DOJ will appeal the district court's decision. Yet in the first sentence, they already say they will appeal. It's just so, still, I know I'm harping on this fact, it's confusing for people who are traveling. It's confusing for people who have to administer this about what this means. And we're talking about clarity. Do you think it could be a little clearer?
You know, absolutely. And I think it's being very lawyerly, you know, if I may say so myself, in the sense that they are keeping options open, because the DOJ does not want to go forward with an appeal based on the CDC requiring or saying or suggesting that masks still be used if the CDC, for whatever reason, decides at this time that the masks are not necessary. And we do know that mandate was going to be running its course, at least the one that we have now, on May 3rd, which again is right around the corner. So I think the CDC is making sure, or I should say the DOJ is making sure that their legal strategy is in line with the CDC. So they have a coherent argument going forward in that appeal court if they do choose to appeal. But again, you know, the DOJ may be doing so just for the sake of politics in many ways, and also making sure that precedent in the manner that the DOJ thinks should be laid out is not hampered by this ruling by Judge Mizell.
You know, this was in the, I believe, the 11th jurisdiction there in Florida. Let's game out some scenarios, because if it is upheld on appeal, do you think it would go any further? Do you think this is going to go to the Supreme Court, much like they weighed in? The Supreme Court had to weigh in, of course, on the extension of the eviction moratorium that was also put in place by the CDC. I'm kind of seeing similarities with this. Do you think it's going to reach that high?
I think so. If they choose to appeal it and fight it, I do believe it would percolate up to the Supreme Court, because there's a lot of questions that are really placed before the court with these mandates that implicate all sorts of questions of law, and particularly constitutional questions of law, and also questions regarding the scope and authority of different branches of the government, and also the executive branch and its agencies. That makes it ripe to percolate up to SCOTUS. So if there is going to be an appellate battle here, I think it will reach the Supreme Court. You know, again, it's also a risk for the DOJ to appeal this ruling, because we have to think about where this ruling comes from. It comes from the district court down in Florida, a federal court, but it's a district level court. Now, if they appeal it up to the circuit, and the circuit upholds Judge Mizell's decision and validates it as law, well, guess what? Now you have circuit court authority with striking down that mandate, and again, setting precedent and weakening potentially the CDC's ability to issue mandates going forward. So you got to pick your battles wisely, and you got to be ready for your consequences if you do choose those battles.
Yeah, and of course, you know, we've been talking about May 3rd. This is all going to go well past May 3rd. So kind of what will you be looking out for in the next couple of days?
Well, rather than seeing what the DOJ may be doing in their playbook, I'm looking for the CDC, because you get that nod in that statement from the DOJ that they're sort of waiting and in deference to what the CDC will be issuing or stating about the mask mandates, and whether they find it necessary given the current state of the health crisis, the pandemic in the country. So I'm looking at the CDC first, and then seeing what the DOJ is going to do following that CDC determination.
Yeah, and I know just politically speaking, because this is so interesting, and I'll just pick your brain on that, because we are in a midterm election year. Polling for President Biden is in really, really terrible shape. And so essentially they're hinging this whole thing, kind of throwing the CDC under the bus for their kind of final word on all of this. That's kind of my opinion on the matter. Is that an accurate assessment, do you think?
Yeah, and you also have to think about what President Biden stated when this news first came out. I mean, he made a statement in sum and substance that the choice to wear a mask is an individual's choice. Of course, then, Psaki came out later and, gave the official packaged version, and that they disagree with the mask mandate. But, Biden himself really made a comment that is indicative that he may believe that mask wearing is an individual's choice. But again, this is so politicized. You sort of get the blurred line between what is a valid health concern or edict or a decision by the CDC and what is a decision that is politicized in this sort of current state election cycle and whatnot. But of course, what we want is Americans to be safe and also their rights to be upheld. So it's that conflict you have there, and it's really going to be up to the courts and also the people and the citizens to figure out where ultimately that balance is.
Yeah, definitely a battle that we have seen played out time and time again over the course of the pandemic. Imran Ansari, we appreciate your time, and we'll talk to you again.
Thanks for.
All right, thank you to Andrew Kraft for that very informative report there. We do know that this is a lot of information to process when it comes to that legal battle with mask mandates on transportation. So we did want to bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. We will continue to follow this story. Again, the DOJ only planning to appeal that really order by that federal judge to remove the mask mandate unless granted the green light by the CDC. So we'll continue to bring you all the latest developments on this story as we get that information to you here on Live Now from Fox. Before I send you to a quick 2-minute commercial break, I do want to touch base with you on some weather-related news that we are following here as we bring you out to northern Arizona. Now, this is a very unfortunate story as we are learning that hundreds of people have been evacuated within the last day as a wildfire in Flagstaff, Arizona has threatened and burned more than 6,000 acres already. We do know that a sheriff out there believes dozens of structures were destroyed so far. That's according to reports from our Fox 10 Phoenix team. Officials actually evacuated areas north of Campbell, Arizona, and closed US 89 for 10 miles in each direction. The Arizona Department of Public said there is no estimated time of opening. Now, the fire is believed to have started Sunday, 14 miles northeast of Flagstaff, Arizona, and is 0% contained. The Cocosino National Forest Fire Service says it's investigating the cause, and it's spreading really quickly here. As you can see in this video, we actually do have more video coming to you here on Live Now from Fox. We do know the winds are gusting between 25 to 35 miles per hour, blowing timbers and hot ash across the grass and the plains out there. Relative humidity levels were also a dry 10 to 15% yesterday afternoon, and air crews were grounded due to the high winds. So evacuation centers are open and local humane associations out there are available for shelter. Pets, chickens, horses, pigs, and goats, they do have specific shelters for animals as this is a very large farm area here in northern Arizona. So again, we'll continue to keep you up to speed on this story here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we're going to head back out to some information regarding how the United States is responding to the war in Ukraine as it enters day 56. Here's a Live Now look at the White House in our nation's capital. We're going to hear from Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby when we come back.
Defense, Margarita Robles, to discuss security assistance for Ukraine. He thanked the minister for Spanish contributions to NATO's eastern flank and Spanish security assistance that's been provided to Ukraine. He also noted that Allied support is making a difference in terms of the battlefield progress for the Ukrainians and who continue to fight courageously to defend their country. And of course, the leaders agreed to stay in touch, and we'll have a fuller readout later. I also want to note, scheduling-wise, the Secretary will be welcoming his Polish counterpart here at the building tomorrow for a bilateral meeting, of course, focused on Ukraine, and then again on Thursday with his Czech counterpart here in the building for another bilat discussion, again, focused very much so not only on our relationships with these individual countries, but of course what's going on in Ukraine, and obviously we'll provide you readout information of those. Okay, with that, we'll go to questions. Bob.
Thank you, John. I just wonder if you could give any update on the status of the plans for training in Europe for Ukrainians on the howitzers and radars and some of the other items from this latest package. And also, I know you're just getting started on that latest package, but is there room, in Secretary Austin's mind, is there room to expand even further the kinds of assistance that can be given to Ukraine that would be suitable for this new offensive that the Russians are conducting in the Donbass?
So a couple of thoughts there. I don't have any updates for you on the training, on the howitzer training. There is a plan in place, and we're beginning to execute that plan to get that training done. Again, it will be for a fairly limited amount of Ukrainian trainers that will then go in and train their colleagues. It'll be outside the country, but right now we're just not in a position where we can sort of detail a lot of this. But the plan's in place, and we expect to be able to get that training accomplished very, very soon, in a matter of days. And again, I think we'll be able to have more to talk about a little bit later in the week on that. And as for what's in the drawdown package, I think you saw we detailed all the items that are going into that, and we're focused right now on sourcing those items. On the howitzers specifically, I think that you'll see them move very, very soon. I don't have any shipments to speak to today, but I think you'll see them move very, very soon, as well as the ammunition that goes with them. And as I think I said yesterday, we've definitely sourced the 18. We know where they're coming from. It's really just a matter now of getting them packaged up and getting them on the way. They'll be coming from the United States, and again, I think it's really very, very soon, matter of days here. Same for the ammunition. We believe we'll be able to pull virtually all of that out of pre-positioned stocks that are already in Europe. So it won't take very long to get the artillery rounds where they need to go. And as for the other systems, I don't have any specific training scenarios to speak to with respect to the two portable radar systems that we are providing Ukraine. Again, we don't believe that in those cases that there's going to be anywhere near an onerous training process for that. These are counter-artillery radar and a portable air defense radar system, the Sentinel, which you tow behind a vehicle. It's not equipment that the Ukrainians intrinsically know how to use, but we don't believe it's going to take very long to get them the proper familiarization. I just don't have any plans on that to talk about.
My other question was about whether you're considering a wider array of weaponry or other kinds of support beyond this.
For this package that we're working on now, we're working on the systems we already announced that are part of that. And to answer your question, they are exactly the kinds of systems the Ukrainians have been asking for, and they are tailored and designed, the things that we're giving them, tailored and designed for the fight that we know they're in now in the Donbass and will be in coming days and weeks. So, I mean, artillery, the radar systems, the coastal defense unmanned systems that we're talking about, as well as, again, continued deliveries of small arms and ammunition, which I know doesn't get the attention of everybody, but it is still a vital contribution in terms of the security assistance packages we've been providing. Since the invasion, we have helped deliver, not just from our stocks, but from stocks of other nations, more than 50 million rounds of small arms ammunition of various calibers. 50 million. And that's the kind of stuff that the Ukrainians are literally using every single day since this invasion began. So all of that will also be factored into this package going forward.
One last thing. So what I was trying to get at was the Ukrainians are also asking for other things beyond that. I mean, they're talking about tanks, aircraft, and I know you've talked about this before, but are you reconsidering any of those sort of things?
It's not about reconsidering, Bob. I mean, they have received tanks from other nations. I mean, the kinds of tanks that they know how to use are not the tanks that we have in our inventory, but other nations have provided some tanks. Some nations have provided spare parts so that they can get their inoperable tanks operable again. And I would say the same on aircraft. I mean, they have received support on to get some of their fixed wing aircraft, more operable again. And look, the proof's in the pudding there. I mean, they right now have available to them more fixed-wing fighter aircraft than they did 2 weeks ago. And that's not by accident. That's because other nations who have experience with those kinds of aircraft have been able to help them get more aircraft up and running. So the short answer to, I guess, the question that I 3 times failed to answer, but the short answer is yes, we're working with the Ukrainians every day on helping them with those other systems. And if it's a system that we can procure for them or get to them, we're doing that. And certainly if it's one that we can pull down from our own stocks, that's largely what drawdown authority is all about. But in the case where it's not that, we are working with allies and partners who do have access to whether it's spare parts or whole systems to be able to get that into Ukraine for their use.
Thank you.
Yeah, Carla.
Thank you. First of all, if the U.S. were to designate Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism, how would that affect the Pentagon's communications with the Russian military? Like, would there still be a line of communication available? Can you go into that? I know that the U.S. has not yet designated it, but
yes, I'm wondering why the question, because there's not an active discussion about doing that.
There isn't? I thought that the U.S. was taking a look at it.
I know of nothing out of the DOD that says we're talking about doing that.
The State Department had said.
Well, I can't speak for the State Department, but I don't know of any effort here at DOD to do that, or what that effect that might have. I'm not going to speculate.
Okay, and then if you would, can you give us an update on the Pentagon's assistance on collecting evidence for war crime accusations? How's that going?
We are part of a larger interagency effort that is helping to provide documentation and evidence to support what we have long believed are credible claims of war crimes by Russian forces. But it's not just the DOD, the whole administration, at least the agencies that have the wherewithal to provide evidence, whether that's imagery or other data that can help support war crimes investigations. We're contributing to that. Yeah.
Hi, John. On the howitzers, is there a sense that the Ukrainians will quickly need additional artillery rounds? I know the U.S. is going to send 40,000, but if they have a sustained fight, you could go through those 40,000 pretty quickly. How open is the door to quickly getting more artillery rounds to Ukraine?
We've said many times it's about supporting Ukraine as much as we can, as fast as we can. And while I don't have any future shipments to speak to today, I think you can assume that should there be additional need in the future for more 155 artillery rounds, the United States will be right at the front of the line doing what we can to help get them there.
And then on the visits recently, Spain today, Poland.
Spain was a phone call.
Or phone call, and then Poland tomorrow, and Czechoslovakia. How much of the conversation now is about the future and maybe having an increased U.S. troop presence in Europe because of the threat, or is it very much still presently focused on Ukraine?
Yeah, I think these discussions that the Secretary's having, and we've read them all out to you, you can see how much and how deeply he's engaged with bilateral conversations with a whole range of allies and partners, is focused on Ukraine and what's going on right now and what we can all do as allies and partners to help support Ukraine's critical defense needs. That's the focus right now. They're not having deep discussions about long-term European footprint and what that would look like. We are having initial discussions here in the building about long-term posture. It would be foolish for us not to, given that we know the security environment in Europe has changed. But in terms of detailed negotiations with other countries about where that footprint might be rotational versus permanent, or what the size might be, we're just not there yet.
Are they bringing up any requests? Are they broaching the topic at all with the Secretary?
I won't get into more detail in these conversations and what we're putting out in the readouts, but I don't want to leave you with the notion that deep negotiations and discussions about footprint is a predominant part of these discussions. Does it come up coincidentally sometimes when he's talking? Depends on the nation and their willingness to host U.S. forces. Sure, it does, but it's not. They're not diving deep into that and looking at the map and deciding where we're going to put troops and how long they're going to stay. That's just not part of the conversation right now.
Some of the original units that were deployed in like February, March to respond to Ukraine have been extended. Is the conversation now about extending those further, or maybe rotating in a new group of troops? And would that be more from active duty, or are you thinking about calling up reservists, National Guardsmen to fill that?
I don't know of plans to call up reservists or National Guard for these sorts of commitments. I don't have any additional decisions to talk to today in terms of extensions or redeployments. It is something that the Secretary routinely revisits with General Walters. There's been obviously, a decision to not terminate deployments in the case of the 82nd, in the case of the Harry S. Truman. But if and when we have overt decision-making to speak to, we'll certainly do that. But there's been no change in that rotational footprint right now. Yeah, Barb.
A senior defense official earlier this morning talked about the notion that the department did not see anything imminent. I think that was the official's words, in terms of concerns about Russia's nuclear weapons. Could you clarify a little bit more what this official was talking about? In other words, do you still have any concerns about Putin's threats about nuclear weapons, or is it off the table? And in your mind, in the department's mind, is the Secretary continuing to get briefed on the status of Russia's nuclear weapons? How much of a focus is this for him as he continues to get briefings overall on the situation?
The Secretary's routinely kept abreast of threats in the nuclear realm, and that includes a regular interchange with the U.S. Strategic Command Commander, Admiral Richard. It is something that we monitor virtually every day, particularly in light of the escalatory rhetoric that Mr. Putin voiced at the early days of this war. I would just tell you, without getting into too much classified information, that, again, we monitor this every day. We have seen no reason to change our strategic deterrent posture, and we're comfortable, remain comfortable, that we have the ability, if required, to defend the homeland, our allies and our partners, with the current strategic deterrent posture that we have in place. But it is not something that we ever take for granted. Even before Mr. Putin decided to invade Ukraine, it's the kind of thing that we're constantly monitoring. I mean, that is it's a.
The Secretary's monitoring of the Russia situation has perhaps, I don't know, stepped up, increased since the invasion and Putin's rhetoric?
I think clearly we took note of what Mr. Putin said in the early days of this invasion. I think it's also important to add that there hasn't been a lot more of that rhetoric following that initial salvo in the early days. But yes, look, in light of what's going on in Ukraine, and certainly in light of the early rhetoric, we are actively monitoring every single day. And even today, the Secretary remains comfortable that we have an appropriate strategic deterrent posture in place, and there's no need to make any changes to it.
Quick follow-up on a different subject, going back to Bob's very first question, I think. You said that you have a training plan for the artillery and that you were beginning to execute it. So can we conclude from that that training has begun?
No, you cannot. Why not? Because it hasn't.
Training has not begun?
No.
Okay, thank you.
But I think we'll be making progress here in very short order. Tom.
Thanks, John. Good afternoon. 2 questions, please. On the unmanned coastal defense weapons that are being sent over, without getting into any security details, are there mechanisms to prevent them from, if they're captured by the Russians being able to reverse engineer them? That's my first question.
I don't even know how I could answer that question. I mean, we're going to give these capabilities to the Ukrainians so that they can use them to help defend their coasts. That's our focus. That's our attention right now. I'm not going to talk about a hypothetical capture by the Russians and what that would do or what that would mean.
Okay. Well, it might be something that happens as hypothetical in wartime. You plan. But
I know, Tom, but we could hypothesize all day about things that haven't happened and might happen, and I just don't want to. I don't think that's a good use of our time.
Okay. How about this one? My second question: in the inventory that we're sending over, how many systems like the howitzers or artillery are close enough for the Ukrainians to train on, and how many things do we have, like you just mentioned, like the tanks? Our tanks are not even near what they can do. Would you say most of the stuff we send over, the Ukrainians can use without training, or how limited? Yes. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean, and that's been the case over now more than $3 billion worth of material and assistance. The vast majority has required no additional training by the Ukrainians. I mean, let's just take a look here, right? We did a little bit of training on the Switchblade because that's not a UAV they know how to use. It's also not a very difficult one to use. We're going to get some training for a small number of Ukrainians on the howitzers and the 155 artillery because they don't use that caliber and they don't have in their stocks American howitzers. But as I said the other day, artillery pieces are not all that radically different from one another, and we don't think it's going to take very long for them to go through the training on that. We're looking at the degree to which we need to familiarize them with these radar systems, these portable radar systems that we're going to flow over. We don't have all that nailed down yet, but we're looking at that. We also don't think that's going to require a whole heck of a lot of time. And we have already done some training with the Ukrainians that were here in the States before, who got the Switchblade training, also got training on these coastal defense systems. So they are ready to receive those. We're doing the best we can to focus on, A, the kinds of capabilities we know they need and that they say they want and are using. B, secondary to that, to try to get them systems that they don't need a lot of startup time for, that they can put in the field almost immediately. And short of that, where we can't meet one or two, to be able to provide some level of familiarization and or training as required. But as I've said many times, we know that the time is not our friend. And the clock is a bit of an enemy here too. So I think we can be forgiven for wanting to make sure that we get stuff to them that they can use quickly and effectively in the field. And if there is a training component, that it can be as short as possible, so that they are not distracted by the fight they're in terms of training and education. Yeah. In the back.
Oh, thank you, John. In Ukraine, everyone's attention, everyone's thoughts are about the situation in Mariupol on Azovstal plant right now and about Ukrainian military and possibly civilians blocked there. So could you share your understanding of the situation there? And secondly, what's your assessment about the strategy Russia might use there?
You're talking about Mariupol?
Yes, sir.
Look, as you know, I'm careful not to detail battlefield tactics here because we're not on the ground. And so our visibility is, quite frankly, somewhat limited. Our assessment is that Mariupol still remains contested, that the Russians have not taken it, that the Ukrainians are still fighting for it, that there has been a lot of devastation in Mariupol caused by the airstrikes and the artillery strikes that the Russians continue to rain down on the city. The Ukrainians obviously want to keep Mariupol, and for good reason. It's their city, and they're fighting bravely for it. I'm not going to speculate about how much longer it will hold out, and frankly, we're not willing to accept what some critics say is the inevitability of it falling. They didn't take Kyiv either. They didn't take Chernihiv. And the Ukrainians continue to fight over Mariupol. Now, look, why the Russians want it, again, I'm not inside the strategists' heads there in Moscow. But if you just look at geography, you can see the importance of Mariupol to what the Russians themselves have said is a goal, which is a land bridge to Crimea, from the Donbass down to Crimea, as well as the ability to close off, to pinch off Ukrainian forces in the Donbass. They've already said they're going to focus their efforts on the Donbass specifically. This is an area of the country that they have been fighting over for 8 years, and the Russians have said themselves they're going to prioritize that. If that is your geographic goal, then there is a logic that follows that Mariupol could be important to that because it lies at the southern end of that part of Ukraine. Okay? David?
Just before we came in here, the wires were moving the stories that the president had just told reporters he was going to be sending more artillery. So I want to give you a chance to tell us more about that, but I also want to ask you, why is this being done in slices? If you knew when you did the 18 howitzers that wasn't going to be enough, why wait another week if, as you say, time is working against you?
Because time is working against us, David. I mean, so first of all, a couple of things. One, everything we're sending is a result of iterative conversations that we're having with the Ukrainians, literally in real time, about what they need and what we can provide. And we do the best we can with each package to tailor it to the need at the time. And now the need has changed because now the war has changed because now the Russians have prioritized the Donbass area, and that's a whole different level of fighting, a whole different type of fighting. And last Wednesday was when the president announced $800 million to include 18 howitzers. And we never said at the time, David, and I'm not saying today, and you heard the president himself today, that that's the end-all, be-all, sum total of everything we're going to do. We have said, and we've acknowledged, that fighting in the Donbass is going to require an effort for both sides on long-range fires, which means for both sides artillery. We've noticed that the Russians have moved in artillery support into the Donbass, and it follows that the Ukrainians would want artillery support. I don't have any future packages or shipments to speak to today. You know that I'm not going to get ahead of that. But as I answered to Tara, it is certainly within the realm of the possible that the Ukrainians will want additional artillery systems and additional artillery rounds, and we will have those conversations with them. And we will, if that's the need, we'll do everything we can to meet it.
So last week, the Ukrainians told the United States, we only need 18 howitzers.
No.
Only need 40,000 rounds.
No. They said they needed artillery support. And just like in every other package, we take a look at what capabilities they're asking for, what do we have immediately in the inventory that we can get there quickly, and what we came up with in this package was 18 howitzers and 40,000 rounds, but it doesn't mean it's the sum total. And to your question about why we're slicing this, I find that interesting because if we were to, let's just say that we followed the alternative logic, and at the very beginning of the invasion, we just said, here's everything in the shoebox. Let's just send it over there. Well, what if everything in the shoebox doesn't fit the fight that they're in? So you tailor each package based on the fight that they're in and what's going on at the time. You also have to tailor your packages, David, on what they can absorb on their end. I mean, they understand they have absorption issues too that they have to deal with. So you don't want to flow everything you got, the whole kitchen sink in there, and then have them have nowhere to put them, nowhere to store them temporarily, nowhere to move them to, and nowhere to put them in the fight. So you have to do this smartly, and that means doing it in chunks and phases based on what their needs are in the moment. It would be irresponsible for us not to do it that way. Sylvie.
Hello, John. I have two questions. A European official said this morning that they could be up to 20,000 foreign fighters and Wagner's employees fighting for Russia in Ukraine. Is it a number you find plausible?
I've not seen that number. We know that the Russians have tried to recruit foreign fighters, particularly out of Syria, and And the Wagner Group, we know, also has been interested in pulling people from elsewhere, like from North Africa. The Russians themselves said they were going to recruit 16,000 Syrians. We don't know whether they actually achieved that goal or how close they got to it and how many foreign fighters there might be in Ukraine. We just don't have a good count.
And you said earlier that the Ukrainians have now more fighter aircraft than they had 2 weeks ago. Can you give us
more
an
operable fighter aircraft than they had 2 weeks ago?
So can you give us an idea of did they receive more and an idea of how many dozens?
I would just say, without getting into what other nations are providing, that they have received additional platforms and parts to be able to increase their fleet size, their aircraft fleet size. I think I'd leave it at that. Platforms and parts.
What is a platform?
Platform is an airplane in this case. They have received additional aircraft and aircraft parts to help them, get more aircraft in the air. Yeah.
Thanks, John. I want to follow up on U.S. security aid to Ukraine. I think you said the total is like $3 billion now. And the expectation would be that Congress is going to replenish those funds. Can you say where that is, like how much has been reimbursed so far, how much you're still looking to get back, and do you have any specific timeline when you would need
I don't,
that?
unfortunately, not today. I'll try to take the question for you and get back to you on that answer.
I just want to follow up on a couple of earlier questions.
You're streaming live now from Fox. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all so much for joining us on this Wednesday, April 20th. I'm your host, Rain Augustine. I'll be with you here for the next few hours. Currently, we are taking a listen in, looking back as Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby speaks on the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We know that day 56 is underway, day 56 of that invasion. We will revisit this topic throughout the duration of our show. However, right now, let's switch gears and get the latest on another story that we have closely been following here at Live Now from Fox. So we're learning more about the battle between Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and Walt Disney World. So the governor, as you see here, is asking the Florida legislature to consider eliminating what's called the Reedy Creek Improvement District. Now, this was the independent district that was set in place during the 60s, which pretty much allows Disney to rule as a self-government. Let's head out to Orlando, Florida. Joining us right now live is Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie. She's going to bring us a little bit more details because, Amanda, as you know, Disney has had special privileges for a very long time.
About 55 years to be exact. That was when the Reedy Creek Improvement District was created. But right now, Disney and Governor DeSantis are butting heads. It was just last month that DeSantis slammed Disney, calling them a woke corporation for them speaking out against him signing the Parental Rights in Education bill, which has become known as the Don't Say Gay bill. Now, political analysts say that this could be DeSantis trying to punish Disney. Now, the Reedy Creek Improvement District was created in the 1960s by the legislature as a way to help Disney develop Disney World. Reedy Creek deals with the millions of visitors who come to Disney, so if this special district is dismantled, the big question is what could happen.
So, Amanda, a lot of questions here. Number one, what are the experts saying? Because, this has been in the headlines for some time, and a lot of people are speaking about the timing of this move. Some people think that it could be political.
Well, I did speak with a UCF political science professor about this, and he thinks that this could put all of the theme parks on an even playing field. So whether or not that the park would go into the hands of Orange and Osceola counties remains to be seen, and just how they would do that as well. Now, he says that he also believes that this could be a political move by Governor DeSantis to try to punish Disney for going out against his Parental Rights and Education bill. So right now, experts are saying that when it comes to a vote, it could be a 50-50 vote on to whether or not this is passed and could dismantle the Reedy Creek Improvement District.
All right, we will definitely check back in with you as soon as we hear about that vote. Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's move right along and follow another major news headline that we have closely been covering here at Live Now from Fox, and that is the topic of mask mandates. So we're learning that Disney has announced they will make mandates optional for guests. That's causing a lot of excitement as people, as you can imagine, are ready to ditch the mask. All right, we are very closely approaching that 9 a.m. mark here at Live Now from Fox. Let's take a quick break. We'll have more right on the other side. All right, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Let's stay in Florida for this next story as well, because the Biden administration announced just yesterday that it plans to appeal the ruling by that Florida judge which struck down a federal mask mandate on public transportation. I'm sure that you all have seen the videos going viral on social media, airplane passengers and pilots alike all celebrating the dismissal of those mask mandates. But now that the administration says the appeal, which would reinstate mandatory mask wearing on airplanes, trains, buses, and other forms of public transportation, will come as long as the CDC decides that extending the measure. More from Fox 13 Tampa.
The Biden administration will have to decide whether it's going to abide by the ruling or whether it's going to defy the ruling. At the moment, the ruling is the law of the land.
If they're going to invade the liberty of Americans, they better have the law and the authority to do it on their side.
All right, guys, that video was courtesy of our Fox News partners over at Fox 13 Tampa. Let's stay on this topic because our very own Andrew Kraft is bringing us a little bit more details on what you could expect as many institutions across the country are eliminating those mask mandates. However, as we just reported, the Biden administration is challenging that rule by a Florida federal judge. So again, here's the latest from Andrew Kraft.
Attempt for the DOJ on this ruling is legal expert Imran Ansari. Imran, good to see you. You know, it's a very fast-moving story, but my main question is, do you think this stay, this emergency stay, and I don't believe there is one, essentially, will people have to put masks on, do you think, in the next couple of days because of this appeal attempt?
So as far as we know now, there is no stay being sought by the DOJ as they ponder this appeal. Of course, they are saying that the appeal would be pending a determination by the CDC that the mask mandate should still be enforced. So although the DOJ has stated that they're going or thinking about an appeal, they have voiced their displeasure with this ruling from Judge Mizell down in Florida. They have also stated that, it would be pending a ruling or decision by the CDC that mandate should still be enforced. Of course, that was only extended to May 3rd, the current mandate, before this federal judge decided to that the mandate was unlawful. And we will see now if the appeal goes forward. If the CDC comes to a determination that they feel that the masks are still needed, then we expect the DOJ to take this up on appeal. Why also would the DOJ possibly take this up on appeal is for precedent, less so the health aspects, but for precedent, meaning that the CDC may be hampered in the future by this ruling for issuing mandates or such measures for public health crisis as the CDC determines.
And Imran, that is what's so confusing about this statement. I'm going to put this up on the screen here from the DOJ, because it says the DOJ and the CDC disagree with the district court's decision and will appeal. But then it goes on with this conditional, saying subject to the CDC's conclusion that the order remains necessary for public health. And that's what you were just talking about. But isn't that a foregone conclusion? Shouldn't we expect just from the first clause of that sentence in the statement that, yes, the CDC does disagree with this? It's the verbiage of it and the syntax of it is very confusing, in my opinion.
Yeah, because I think they're keeping all options open. Now, the extension was to May 3rd. That's really right around the corner. What if the CDC decided, and this is sort of speculation, but a hypothetical, the CDC decided that the mandate did not need to be extended past May 3rd? Well, then this exercise of law and appeal and all the time and expense that would be going into this would be moot. So I think that the DOJ is being cautious. They're voicing their displeasure as to this ruling from this judge, because as we have seen since the pandemic, with mask mandates, with vaccine mandates, this has been politicized in many ways. So the DOJ under this administration is saying, okay, we don't agree with this ruling, but they're leaving the door open, I believe, that if the CDC does not think that it's necessary to really go forward, then they won't be appealing this. But as I stated, they may be doing so simply to make sure that precedent does not go forward, which would hamper possibly the CDC's ability to issue mandates going forward.
Yeah, because that makes more sense, because yesterday there was really no talk or kind of will on the Biden administration's part to, fight this tooth and nail in court. So from what you're saying, just the precedent aspect that this might set, they have to file this appeal. Now, that makes sense because, this would cause a lot of confusion if an emergency stay was granted, essentially saying, no, people have to put their masks back on until the appeal process is over. In your view, though, because we haven't heard from the CDC yet, when do you think we'll hear from them? Shouldn't they weigh in very soon here?
I would expect so, because now you have, as you stated, possible confusion. And I don't think that we want anyone, the public here in the United States, confused. And the CDC, I believe, have an obligation to make sure that people are clear as to what a public health crisis may or may not be at this time. And because there's a conflict, if you will, between the DOJ under the Biden administration and this ruling from this federal judge down in Florida, Judge Mizell, I think that there will need to be some clarity. But as we know right now, people are unmasking, people are on planes unmasking. Certain cities are still enforcing mask mandates. I'm here in New York City, and I know that the MTA and the subway, you still are required to have a mask. So it's sort of piecemeal, and that is why we will need clarity, because you don't want piecemeal applications of the law, especially when it's coming from a federal court across the country.
I'm just going to go back to the statement, because the last sentence, Imran, in the statement from the DOJ today says, if CDC concludes that a mandatory order remains necessary for the public's health after that assessment, the DOJ will appeal the district court's decision. Yet in the first sentence, they already say they will appeal. It's just so, still, I know I'm harping on this fact, it's confusing for people who are traveling. It's confusing for people who have to administer this about what this means. And we're talking about clarity. Do you think it could be a little clearer?
Absolutely. And I think it's being very lawyerly, if I may say so myself, in the sense that they are keeping options open, because the DOJ does not want to go forward with an appeal based on the CDC requiring or saying or suggesting that masks still be used if the CDC, for whatever reason, decides at this time that the masks are not necessary. And we do know that mandate was going to be running its course, at least the one that we have now, on May 3rd, which again is right around the corner. So I think the CDC is making sure, or I should say the DOJ is making sure, that their legal strategy is in line with the CDC. So they have a coherent argument going forward in that appeal court if they do choose to appeal. But again, the DOJ may be doing so just for the sake of politics in many ways, and also making sure that precedent in the manner that the DOJ thinks should be laid out is not hampered by this ruling by Judge Mizell.
This was in the, I believe, the 11th jurisdiction there in Florida. Let's game out some scenarios, because if it is upheld on appeal, do you think it would go any further? Do you think this is going to go to the Supreme Court, much like they weighed in? The Supreme Court had to weigh in, of course, on the extension of the eviction moratorium that was also put in place by the CDC. I'm kind of seeing similarities with this. Do you think it's going to reach that high?
I think so. If they choose to appeal it and fight it, I do believe it would percolate up to the Supreme Court because there's a lot of questions that are really placed before the court with these mandates that implicate all sorts of questions of law, and particularly constitutional questions of law, and also questions regarding the scope and authority of different branches of the government and also the executive branch and its agencies. That makes it ripe to percolate up to SCOTUS. So if there is going to be an appellate battle here, I think it will reach the Supreme Court. Again, it's also a risk for the DOJ to appeal this ruling, because we have to think about where this ruling comes from. It comes from the district court down in Florida, a federal court, but it's a district level court. Now, if they appeal it up to the circuit and the circuit upholds Judge Mizell's decision and validates it as law, well, guess what? Now you have circuit court authority with striking down that mandate, and again, setting precedent and weakening potentially the CDC's ability to issue mandates going forward. So you got to pick your battles wisely, and you got to be ready for your consequences if you do choose those battles.
Yeah, and of course, we've been talking about May 3rd. This is all going to go well past May 3rd. So kind of what will you be looking out for in the next couple of days?
Well, rather than seeing what the DOJ may be doing in their playbook, I'm looking for the CDC, because you get that nod in that statement from the DOJ that they're sort of waiting and in deference to what the CDC will be issuing or stating about the mask mandates and whether they find it necessary given the current state of the health crisis, the pandemic in the country. So I'm looking at the CDC first, and then seeing what the DOJ is going to do following that CDC determination.
Yeah, and I know, just politically speaking, because this is so interesting, and I'll just pick your brain on that, because we are in a midterm election year. Polling for President Biden is in really, really terrible shape. And so essentially they're hinging this whole thing, kind of throwing the CDC under the bus for their kind of final word on all of this. That's kind of my opinion on the matter. Is that an accurate assessment, do you think?
Yeah, and you also have to think about what President Biden stated when this news first came out. I mean, he made a statement in sum and substance that the choice to wear a mask is an individual's choice. Of course, then, Psaki came out later and, gave the official packaged version, and that they disagree with the mask mandate. But, Biden himself really made a comment that is indicative that he may believe that mask wearing is an individual's choice. But again, this is so politicized. You sort of get the blurred line between what is a valid health concern or edict or a decision by the CDC and what is a decision that is politicized in this sort of current state election cycle and whatnot. But of course, what we want is Americans to be safe and also their rights to be upheld. So it's that conflict you have there, and it's really going to be up to the courts and also the people and the citizens to figure out where ultimately that balance is.
Yeah, definitely a battle that we have seen played out time and time again over the course of the pandemic. Imran Ansari, we appreciate your time, and we'll talk to you again.
Thanks for having me.
All right, a huge thank you to Andrew Kraft for bringing us that live report. Let's take a 2-minute commercial break, but we will be right back. Let's step out into Virginia. We're taking a LiveNOW look into Fairfax, Virginia, actually right outside of that courthouse. On the other side of this break, we will have a live conversation with our news partners in the area as the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial continues. All right, everyone, welcome back into Live Now from Fox. The time is now 9:20 a.m. We are about 40 minutes out into that live courtroom that we are going to take you into in Fairfax, Virginia. There, the trial will continue in the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard case. Let's go out live outside of the courtroom. Joining us now is Fox 5 DC's Katie Barlow. Good morning, Katie. Thank you so much for joining us. So yesterday, for the first time, we witnessed Depp take the stand. What can we expect today?
Good morning. Yes, we heard from Johnny Depp for about 3 hours yesterday as he took the stand around 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon. And he took questions from his own attorneys. His own attorneys get to lead him through what's called a direct examination, asking him about things like his childhood, growing up with an abusive mother, his experience with drugs and alcohol. We also learned a little bit about how he first met his now ex-wife and the other party in this case, Amber Heard, on the set of the 2011 movie The Rum Diary.
Amber, okay, so we heard from Johnny Depp. A lot of people are wondering, Katie, I'm sorry, a lot of people are wondering when we will hear from Amber. Is that expected to take place today or in the coming days?
It won't happen today, so what's going to happen this morning, starting in about 40 minutes or so when court kicks off at 10 a.m., he will take the stand once again, and his lawyers are still in the middle of questioning him, so they'll continue to ask him questions and walk him through some of the allegations that have come out in the documents, in the pleadings, and in opening arguments of last week. And then Amber Heard's lawyers will get a chance to ask him questions as well for their cross-examination, and that can get pretty intense in court. They'll be able to ask him about anything that has come up during direct. I suspect we'll hear a few questions about his drug and alcohol use. We heard yesterday briefly about him doing cocaine with Amber Heard's sister. I suspect that will also come up during cross-examination. And then we will begin to hear from her witnesses in the case. And in the coming weeks, we'll also hear from her directly, as we expect that Amber Heard will also take the stand in her own defense. But also she has countersued Depp for $100 million for defamation for he and his team calling her abuse allegations lies. So still plenty more to go in the trial. Several more witnesses ahead even after we hear from Depp this morning, and we'll get a chance to hear from her as well.
Yes, and both Depp and Heard listed some very high-profile possible witnesses, so it will be interesting to see if those take the stand. Names like Elon Musk, for example. Katie Barlow with Fox 5 DC, thank you so much for joining.
Thanks.
All right, we're going to bring you all more in depth when it comes to this trial that we're covering.
Right,
Live Now from Fox's Daytona Everett is going to bring us more details.
Case. She is a party to this action, so it would be bizarre if she didn't testify. But there's two aspects here. She would be testifying in defense of the defamation claims brought against her by Johnny Depp, but she would be also testifying in support of the countersuit that she filed against Johnny Depp. So there's two aspects of that testimony that we expect to hear from both these litigants. Johnny Depp testifying in support of his claims against Amber Heard, but also in defense of the claims Amber Heard has made against him, and vice versa. Amber Heard testifying in defense of the claims brought against her by Johnny Depp, but also in support of her own claims. So I expect that Amber Heard is going to testify. I don't think she will testify on the plaintiff's case. Of course, Johnny Depp's attorneys could call her as a witness, but I expect that her own defense team will call her on the defendant's case. And then, of course, Johnny Depp's attorneys will have an opportunity to cross-examine her. So really, these former spouses, this former husband and wife, are putting everything out there in this courtroom for both the jurors to hear and see, but also for the public.
Okay, so we potentially could be hearing from Heard as early as this week, but definitely within the trial.
We expect Amber Heard to testify in this case. She is a party to this action, so it would be bizarre if she didn't testify. But there's two aspects here. She would be testifying in defense of the defamation claims brought against her by Johnny Depp, but she would be also testifying in support of the countersuit that she filed against Johnny Depp. So there's two aspects of that testimony that we expect to hear from both these litigants. Johnny Depp testifying in support of his claims against Amber Heard, but also in defense of the claims Amber Heard has made against him, and vice versa. Amber Heard testifying in defense of the claims brought against her by Johnny Depp, but also in support of her own claims. So I expect that Amber Heard is going to testify. I don't think she will testify on the plaintiff's case. Of course, Johnny Depp's attorneys could call her as a witness, but I expect that her own defense team will call her on the defendant's case. And then, of course, Johnny Depp's attorneys will have an opportunity to cross-examine her. So really, these former spouses, this former husband and wife, are putting everything out there in this courtroom for both the jurors to hear and see, but also for the public.
Okay, so we potentially could be hearing from Heard as early as this week, but definitely within the trial.
We expect Amber Heard to testify in this case. She is a party to this action, so it would be bizarre if she didn't testify. But there's two aspects here. She would be testifying in defense of the defamation claims brought against her by Johnny Depp, but she would be also testifying in support of the countersuit that she filed against Johnny Depp. So there's two aspects of that testimony that we expect to hear from both these litigants. Johnny Depp testifying in support of his claims against Amber Heard, but also in defense of the claims Amber Heard has made against him, and vice versa. Amber Heard testifying in defense of the claims brought against her by Johnny Depp, but also in support of her own claims. So I expect that Amber Heard is going to testify. I don't think she will testify on the plaintiff's case. Of course, Johnny Depp's attorneys could call her as a witness, but I expect that her own defense team will call her on the defendant's case. And then, of course, Johnny Depp's attorneys will have an opportunity to cross-examine her. So really, these former spouses, this former husband and wife, are putting everything out there in this courtroom for both the jurors to hear and see, but also for the public.
Okay, so we potentially could be hearing from Heard as early as this week, but definitely within the trial.
We expect Amber Heard to testify.
All right, and of course, we are bringing you all that trial live, raw, and unfiltered in about 30 minutes or so. But for now, let's move right along with other top stories. Netflix is actually gaining a lot of attention. We know that over 100 million, that's a lot, 100 million households are apparently sharing passwords, and the movie company is trying to do away with that. So let's go ahead and check in with Daytona Everett again, I believe, for that story.
Joe Flint. Joe, so good to see you. First, though, let's talk about this. The projections were quite low for these subscriber losses. How are they responding? How is Netflix responding?
Well, first, just to reiterate what you said, they lost 200,000 subscribers this quarter. It's the first time in more than a decade that they've posted a quarterly loss on subscribers. And they issued several statements in their earnings letter, their letter to shareholders, where they talked about how they were planning to address this. One was cracking down on password sharing and basically trying to create more subscriber revenue by eliminating password sharing. And something that wasn't in their letter, but they talked about on their subsequent call with an analyst, a video call they do every quarter, was adding a lower priced advertising supported version of Netflix, which is a real turn for them. Chairman, co-CEO Reed Hastings has always been adamant about keeping the Netflix experience a commercial-free haven of sorts. But in recent weeks, there's been signals from Netflix that they were starting to rethink that. And today, Hastings pretty much said they are looking very strongly at adding a lower price commercial tier. Their line is to give their viewers more choice on what sort of package they'd like to receive, but it's also hard not to look at this as an acknowledgement that the growth is slowing and that by adding a lower price tier, they're hoping they will increase their subscriber base and add a new revenue stream.
Yeah, that is quite a stunning development. Also, just an acknowledgement on the part of Netflix that they do have to adapt. Of course, there were some angry users when they recently just upped the monthly fee, the monthly price. I believe it's $15.99 now. But also password sharing, and so many people talk about it. They think Netflix is cracking down on this. I know I have my Netflix account, but my whole family uses it. What can we expect on that front in the next couple of months, do you think?
Well, they've been rolling out experiments, and they have been doing that in Costa Rica, Peru, and Chile. And in a nutshell, what they're doing is they're offering customers there a discounted rate to have more members of their family or friends on a plan. And while they didn't spell out specifics in the United States, I would think that that would be the model they would look to here. If there's a family and they can obviously detect that there are additional streams being used outside of that home, then they can come back and say, hey, we noticed that you have 3 people in your house using it, which is fine, but there's another 3 that live outside your house, and we'd like to offer you this discount add-on price. Otherwise, we got to cut off the password sharing. Interestingly, Netflix said there hasn't been an increase in password sharing. It's always been fairly rampant, but because the growth is slowing for them, they now feel the need to crack down on it and try to create new revenue here.
Yeah, that was my next question, because these 200,000, users that they lost their subscription. I was kind of curious if that was just an organic kind of loss of subscriptions, or was that a result of them cracking down on the password sharing? What do you think about that?
I think it's more organic. In the US, there was a significant loss. A big chunk of those 200,000 came out of the US and Canada, where they increased prices, as you mentioned earlier. So that was part of it as well. And the economy. And they also acknowledged that certainly the effects of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, not only did they shut down their service in Russia, which had about 700,000 subscribers, they suggested that a pinch they're feeling in Central Europe and Eastern Europe can also be tied to that. So a lot of different factors going into this, but going forward, it will be interesting to see how the consumer base reacts to perhaps having to pay a little more to pass on that password to a friend or family member.
Yeah, not only what the consumer base is saying, what are investors saying? How was the stock price at the end of the day?
Well, the stock took a tumble in aftermarket trading. It dropped about 25%. Not only did Netflix miss their expectations for first quarter, they also said that in the second quarter, they're anticipating losing another 2 million subscribers or so. So that's obviously of concern to Wall Street. And it's a concern not only about Netflix, but since Netflix is the biggest and most successful streamer out there, it has everyone rethink the streaming business overall and how cost intensive it is and how much Netflix has to spend in programming. And, the hits that come out are often few and far between for everyone. It's a very tough business and you have to spend a lot of money. And I think Wall Street is starting to really recognize that and, reassess how they view whether there's a big pot of gold at the end of the streaming rainbow or not.
Yeah, and of course, since we are on really the tail end of the pandemic, that is also a factor at play as well, maybe in your view, about a loss of subscribers?
Well, Netflix said the pandemic in a way masked some of the cracks in their foundation because they had a huge growth spurt during the first few months, first few quarters of the pandemic, really strong, adding over 1 million subscribers. And then it slowed down and they viewed part of that as just sort of life is resuming to normal. We had this pull forward, as they called it, and now the numbers are getting back to normal. But the continuing declines, from last quarter when they didn't meet projections to actually losing subs this quarter and forecasting another loss, has them acknowledging that no, this is not just a reaction to COVID, and that in fact those numbers, that the growth there kind of masks these other issues we're having.
All right, Joe Flint with the Wall Street Journal. We appreciate your time and your reporting on this. We'll talk to you again.
Thank you very much for having me.
Major news out of...
Revisiting the Russian invasion of Ukraine, especially as we enter day 56, we are now learning that Russia is planning to split the Donbas region into two. Let's go ahead and listen into the most recent updates from Ukraine officials. This took place about 2 or so hours ago.
Now we continue reconnaissance in the border area, and engineering fortifications, creation of checkpoints, outposts, and other locations for border personnel to carry out their duties. We have to understand that because of the continuing Russian aggression, there is no classic border protection, because there is still a danger of mines, sabotage groups, and firing from the neighboring country. In particular, our groups have seen shelling by Grad, multiple launch rocket systems from Russia into Sumy Oblast. In Chernihiv Oblast, during one day, the enemy shelled 3 times from territory of Russia, and the shells hit the areas around Sinkivka village, and there was an enemy's UAV above that area all the time. Also, in that area of Sinkivka, our border personnel found a group of armed people who tried to enter the territory of Ukraine. We started shooting at those unknown people, and they withdrew. Reconnaissance groups in Chernihiv Oblast continue finding storage places of weapons and ammo left by Russian military and artillery shells. Now about the border with EU countries and Moldova. Since the 24th of February, when the full-scale invasion of Russia into Ukraine started, the state border in both areas has been crossed by about 5 million people. Most of them have been Ukrainians who were leaving our country, amounting to 3.2 million people. We also see that during this time, 1.1 million of our people have entered Ukraine. I'd like to emphasize that now Ukrainian citizens can still cross the state border using the internal passport. Such decision has been made for humanitarian reasons and agreed upon with border services of neighboring countries, because we all understand that our citizens have it has been problematic for our citizens to quickly get a travel passport to cross the border based on the government regulation number 57. I am to emphasize that it applies to all Ukrainians coming from all oblasts to cross the state border of Ukraine. Also, I'd like to remind you that according to the border crossing rules, minors until the age of 16 can cross the border using their passports of citizens of Ukraine or their birth certificates. At the same time, I'd like to draw attention of Ukrainians to the fact that in some cases when being abroad, there may be an urgent need to have a travel passport according to legislation of respective countries. So please, whenever possible, get the travel passport before leaving Ukraine, before crossing the border. Also, I would like to emphasize that there are still some cases of trespassing attempts outside the checkpoints. Since the 24th of February, we have detained more than 2,100 of such people. Also, there are attempts of Ukrainian citizens leaving through checkpoints, showing forged documents to border control personnel. We have found 450 people involved in that. I would suggest that Ukrainian citizens better don't try to trespass, because there is either administrative or criminal liability for that. Thank you for attention. Thank you, Andriy. Could you please tell us whether there are any waiting lines on the border? Basically, recently, there are practically no waiting lines to leave Ukraine. There are some hours of the day and some directions where there may be a number of people arriving at the same time, and there may be about 100 cars waiting. But the time spent waiting on the border is not that significant. It's up to several hours sometimes. But recently, we also see certain increase of traffic of people to enter Ukraine, in particular Ukrainian citizens. And again, in some areas there may be waiting lines at border crossing points of neighboring countries, usually in Poland. So the State Border Service provides information every 2 hours about the situation at the checkpoints, and there was the same information resources maintained by Polish border guards. So I suggest that citizens should monitor actively this information about the load on the checkpoints and to choose the optimum route where there are no waiting lines. Is our understanding correct that recently people started returning to Ukraine on a broad scale? Well, not exactly so. In the last week, we see an increase of traffic. It reached the level of 80,000 in both directions, but there would always be more people leaving Ukraine. There was just one day, namely Saturday, when we saw that more people entered than left Ukraine, but that difference was not that significant. At the same time, of course, there has been an increase in the number of Ukrainian citizens who were returning to Ukraine, coming back to Ukraine last week. As I said, in the first weeks after the invasion, those who entered Ukraine were mostly males. Recently, there are also other categories, in particular women, children, and older people. Thank you, Mr. Demchenko. Thank you for joining us. Friends, you're welcome to monitor our announcements. Now we are developing the schedule for briefings for tomorrow. We will be informing you through our Telegram channel.
Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. And it is 9:43 here on the East Coast, which means that stocks are trading this morning. Let's take a Live Now look at the stock market that, as I just reported, has just opened about 14 minutes ago. It is up on what's going to be a big day for Tesla today. We did get a big earnings report yesterday from Netflix. Netflix shares dropped 25% after the service loses 200,000 subscribers. Well, today stocks are open and we are expecting a first quarter report from Tesla. So as soon as we get details on that, we'll be sure to bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. but we can officially report that the stock market is open on this Wednesday, April 20th, 2022. We are keeping a close eye on three top stories. We'll begin first and foremost with the situation in Ukraine. I do want to bring you the latest video that is coming into our newsroom of the situation currently on the ground. We can report today that Russia has hit Ukrainian cities in the Donbas region, and a full-out offensive in that region is officially underway. This has been something that we have been reporting for quite a few days now. This was something that was expected, and bombs have fallen on the industrial heartland of Ukraine as the Russian invasion has officially entered day 56. We are just shy of the 7-week mark. Really incredible how time has gone by and how this situation has escalated. Ukrainian forces are digging in as major cities in the Luhansk and Donbas regions are under attack. Of course, the Luhansk and Donetsk regions within that Donbas region. Leaders in Ukraine's military say that Russia has begun using bunker-busting bombs on a steel plant in Mariupol. And the situation in Mariupol is one that we are also keeping a very close eye on this morning. There was another opportunity to surrender. Russia has given Ukrainian forces quite a few opportunities to lay down their arms and surrender to the Russian occupation. And once again, we can report today that Mariupol and those forces that are on the ground there have once again denied that opportunity. And so there is no surrender in Mariupol as of right now. We do have our reporters on the ground who have been covering this situation for us since the very beginning. Let's listen into the latest report from our very own Marianne Rafferty. And it does appear that we're having some audio issues here with this piece. So as soon as we do get that back up for you, we'll be sure to play that for you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. I am going to try to play out another piece here. Our very own Trey Yingst has also been on the ground covering this situation for us since the very beginning. Let's listen into his latest live report. And it does appear that that one is not working either. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We're going to get all of our technical issues here squared away and bring you the latest out of Ukraine. Also bring you up to speed on the latest mask mandate. And of course, we are just 15 minutes away from day 2 of Johnny Depp taking the stand in that big trial against his ex-wife Amber Heard, a $50 million defamation trial that we have been following since the very beginning. He is expected to take the stand yet again today after being on the stand for 3 hours yesterday. We're going to get this all squared away for you. We'll be right back. Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. And here's a live look at the White House this morning as we are hearing that President Joe Biden is going to send more artillery to Ukraine. As soon as we have an update on that additional aid, we'll be sure to bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. On the topic of the Biden administration, we also are monitoring their response to the mask mandate that has been lifted on public transportation in this country. The Biden administration will only appeal that mask mandate if the CDC agrees. That is the latest stance. The Biden Justice Department will try to reinstate the nationwide mask requirement for public transportation. And as I said, if and only if the CDC says it's necessary. Our very own Fox correspondent Doug Lazader reports from Washington this morning on the latest. Let's take a listen. And it does appear that we are still having audio issues. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
Investigation. We don't know who this individual is. We don't know why this person was on the ambassador's residential property. We don't know why this person smashed out several windows. We don't know why this person had a metal stake. We don't know why this person approached the officers with that metal stake, but we're investigating that now.
And the officers are okay?
The officers were taken to an area hospital for evaluation, but it appears that they don't have any life-threatening injuries. They are being tended to at a local hospital.
Did they have injuries at all, or were they nicked in some way? Or
we're not sure. I'm not sure. By the time I arrived on the scene, the officers were already taken to the hospital.
I know you said so that you didn't know who this person was.
Yes.
Is there any indication that this was somebody that might have been known to law enforcement in the past?
No indication that he's known to law enforcement in the past. We don't know. We just know it's an adult male. He appeared to be maybe in his late 20s or 30s.
Any evidence of intoxication or anything like that?
That's possible. We don't know. It was reported to us that the officers used their tasers, their less than lethal weapons, and that those weapons appeared to not have any effect on the person.
Any indication whether this person knew that this was the ambassador's residence, or was this a randomly?
No indication. The ambassador's residence, if you know exactly where it is in the back, I mean, it's a pretty huge property that's surrounded by a fence and a lot of trees and so forth. So we're not sure about that at this point.
Chief, did the family recognize this man? Have they said
it does not appear that anyone knows who this person is. Anyone else?
So the man he had no ID on him?
We haven't got that far in the investigation yet.
How far into the house now?
He was smashing out windows of the property all around the property. Yes. Anyone else?
Was he armed with anything other than the pipe?
The metal stake, we don't know. We haven't. We're processing the scene right now. We haven't gone through property. We haven't done any of that. But right now, we know that he did have. He was in possession of a metal stake at the time of the shooting.
And about smashing, did he actually get in, or was he just outside smashing?
We don't know if he actually got in. This is it's a very large property, and there were windows smashed, entry door windows that were smashed all around the property. So it's kind of hard to tell if he made entry at this point.
But the situation with the officers was outside.
The situation with the officers was in the rear yard of this location.
How many officers were out firing?
It appears 2 officers used their service weapon.
And did the suspect die on the scene?
I'm sorry.
Did the suspect die on the scene? Or in the
Yes, ma'am. He was pronounced on the scene.
Can you just give us a sense of if this is like totally abnormal? Are you guys seeing a lot of these types of incidents around
No,
here?
we don't see these types of incidents around here. This is totally out of the ordinary. I can't recall the last time we had this type of incident on the property, on the residence of one of our ambassadors. I just don't recall that any time in recent history. So again, unclear as to why this person was here. We know that the person is deceased. We know that the person smashed out several windows. We know that the person was in possession of a metal stake, but just really not certain as to why we are dealing with this situation, why he was here today.
Last question, please. Last question.
Maybe this is for the service, but are they adding more uniformed division officers to other residences?
I don't think so. This appears to be isolated to this particular embassy residence, but I'm not exactly sure what the Secret Service will be doing. We'll be again continuing conversations with them after the press conference. All right. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Hey, Makeda, we gotta go.
All right, so a very brief update there from our D.C. police, again, where Secret Service officers in the middle of the night had shot an intruder at a residency that is connected to the Peruvian embassy in D.C. This happening here this morning, and the shooting happened following a confrontation. And right now, we do have this live picture coming to us from our Fox 5 DC reporters. Thank you to them, especially as they have been on top of this story ever since it did happen here. It did happen shortly before 8 a.m., so not middle of the night, but right before 8 a.m., smashing in those windows. If we do get more video pictures coming to us from this scene, of course, that's going to be something we're going to stay on top of here for you on Live Now from Fox. Do want to say thanks to everyone who's here with us. Want to show you also that we do have a live picture back in the Fairfax County Courthouse where Johnny Depp has just returned inside. He is expected to get back up onto the stand here. Yesterday, we were hearing some of his testimony where he was speaking about the childhood he had with a mother who he said and described as could be quite violent, saying that he had to endure a lot of not only physical abuse but also verbal abuse, saying that there was almost verbal abuse that was worse than the physical abuse, saying that this trial here today is happening against his ex-wife Amber Heard after she had written an op-ed about some domestic violence issues. She did not name Johnny Depp himself, but of course, a lot of people had drawn to that conclusion. Johnny Depp saying this is just certainly not true, saying that he prides himself on honesty and truth. He has never struck a woman ever. And he also had went on the record yesterday saying he went from Cinderella to Quasimodo, one of those standout quotes that he had just yesterday. He had a lot to say, still going to be expected back up on the stand here today as we are going to be back in this for day number 8. So let's go ahead. The jury's not yet in here into the courtroom. You see the judge not there as well. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. We'll be in this coverage here for you. Continuing to listen in as Johnny Depp going to be back up on the stand here for the second day. Again, now into the second week of this trial. It's expected to last multiple weeks. A number of celebrity names on that list of witnesses that could be possibly called up to the stand, including James Franco and Elon Musk. Elon Musk is one of Amber Heard's other exes as well. So a lot to come here out of this courtroom. We'll stay on top of it all right here for you on Live Now from Fox again after this 2-minute break.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, you can have a seat. And sir, just a reminder that you're still under oath, Mr. Depp, okay? All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Good morning, Mr. Depp.
Good morning.
Yesterday, you told us a little bit about the beginning of your relationship with Ms. Heard. When did Ms. Heard's behavior towards you begin to change?
I believe, as I said yesterday, there was a hint of something with the having to do with the boots coming off and breaking routine. Her attitude, or the way that she would begin to speak to me, first things started coming up, and I was suddenly just wrong about everything. If I made a statement about something that I had been familiar with, for example, in my work that I'd been chopping away at for a good 30-something years, I was suddenly wrong. And then beyond that, if you tried to explain yourself and correct the problem, the misunderstanding, it would then begin to heighten as Ms. Heard was unable to be wrong. It just didn't happen. She couldn't be wrong. So these little digs and it would commence with sort of demeaning, name-calling, berated, sort of to be made a fool of, and those would escalate into a full-scale argument. And in the beginning, as one does, one sticks up for oneself in a debate, as it were, or an argument over something to try to prove the point. But when it escalates, and then it's hard to explain, but the argument would start here, and then it would roll around and become this circular thing of its own. So you get back to the beginning, essentially, of the argument. Now it's heightened even more, but it's still circular, and there's no way in or out. If there's a dialogue between two people, both people need to speak, but there was no way to fit a word in. It was a sort of a rapid fire, sort of endless parade of insults and you know, looking at me like I was a fool, and I just couldn't. I was having difficulty in my mind, of course, and in my heart, dealing with that sort of barrage. And part of that is I was confused as to the fact that whatever her age was at the time of these various arguments, she was mid-20s to late 20s and into 30s. I couldn't understand how I had somehow arrived at where I'd arrived from where I came from in the beginning of my life, and worked for 30 plus years doing these things. It was astounding how wrong I was about everything that I've experienced within the within the film industry, or in just life itself. No, I was sort of not allowed to be right, not allowed to have a voice. So at a certain point, when what enters your mind is, you start to slowly realize that you are in a relationship with your mother, in a sense. And I know that that sounds perverse and obtuse, but the fact is that some people search for weaknesses in people. That is to say, sensitivities. And when you've told that person your life and what you've lived through and what you've been through, just as happens in relationships, the more that became ammunition for Ms. Heard to either verbally decimate me or to send me into a kind of tailspin of confusion and depression and well, it's not a happy day, it's not a happy week, it's not a happy month when you're constantly being told how wrong you are about this or that, what an idiot you are, or anything. It just then it increased, and it became an endless. It became that endless circle. Like, so as it escalated and continued to escalate, I went straight to what I had learned as a youth, which was to remove myself from the situation so that it couldn't continue, because there's only so much your ears can hear and never forget. So I would remove myself from the situation, as I'd done as a youth, as much as possible. Because I certainly didn't believe that there was any need for these various subjects or arguments to come up and travel the distance that they did so very quickly, to ramp up so fast. It was like you were pinned to a wall and had to just listen to it and take it. So I found the only way to find any sort of peace was to try to walk away. If she didn't allow me to walk away, there were times when I would just go and lock myself in, the bathroom or anywhere that she couldn't get into, and that happened constantly over the years.
What would happen when the fights would escalate, other than going and hiding in the bathroom?
I'm sorry? What would happen? Well, if they continue to escalate, if I continued to try to present my version or my side of the story. When you're approached in a kind of when you're approached with such anger and hatred, it seemed like pure hatred for me. If I stayed to argue that, eventually I was sure that it was going to escalate into violence, and oftentimes it did. Many times it did.
And when you say violence, what are you referring to specifically?
Miss Heard, in her frustration and in her rage and her anger, she would strike out. She would. It could begin with a slap. It could begin with a shove. It could begin with, throwing a TV remote at my head. It could be throwing a glass of wine in my face. But all in all, it was just it was a constant. There was a built-in list of as I said, my personal experiences, which I gave to Miss Heard, those things were, those facts were used against me as weapons, especially when it came to my kids. So yeah, I did. There was no need for it. There was no need for it. Too many lines were crossed. You couldn't see the lines anymore.
You mentioned that Ms. Heard would use information you gave her against you like a weapon. Can you explain that a little bit?
I mean, I've said this before in various interviews, but certainly in life. If I have one ambition, and ambition for me, when you equate it with Hollywood, has become an ugly word in a sense, because ambition means I want to be famous at any cost. I don't care what for. I just want to be famous. That's one thing. That's one part of it. If you have a hunger or a need or a drive to present your work, that to me is the way to go about it. Fame has nothing to do with it. So I was more, basically, the only ambition that I've ever had in my life arrived the second that my first child arrived. In the instant, which was to be a good parent, to be a great father, to be the best father I could. And there were several occasions where Ms. Heard would tell me what a bad father I was, and that I had no idea how to parent. And again, it falls into the same category as before. I couldn't understand how in 52 years, or however old I was at the time, how I could be so wrong about everything. One learns along the road. The result of the road is not important. It's the road that's important. because we don't know exactly what's going to happen in 10 years. We don't know. So the road is what I pay attention to, and paying attention to trying to spend as much time with my children as possible. Even that would that could send Miss Heard into a monumental tailspin, where I could hardly ever go and see my kids and spend time with my kids, because she had to have me there at all times for her own needs.
So,
and that was something that once you realize that that's happening, and then there are hassles between the children and her, the situation starts to get a little more grim and a little more dire, and that I was not prepared to take. I would not hear the words, "You're a bad father, you're a terrible father, you're an awful father." So one can only take so much of that before bits of your brain start to just, bits of your brain, bits of your heart begin to, the valve gets shut off because you can't hear it anymore. And you know that it's not true. And you know that it's meant as a weapon. It's to slice you up. It's to bring you down. It's to demean you. It's to bring you into a place where you start to believe that there's something wrong with you. And there's plenty wrong with me. There's plenty wrong with a lot of people. But in all of these situations, my main goal was to retreat, because I think in life, most important is pick your battles. If there's a battle to be fought that it's grave and important, then that must be dealt with. But small insults and kind of teenage sort of high school tactics, this bullying, if you will, was becoming too much to take.
So why did you stay with Ms. Heard given this type of behavior?
That's a very complicated answer. I can only say that I stayed through all that. I'm sure that it's somehow related to my father remaining stoic as my mother would beat him to death. I'm sure it had a lot to do with having been in a beautiful, wonderful 14, 15-year relationship with Vanessa, the mother of my children. Raising those kids was, I had no interest in being the words that they use that I dislike very much, a celebrity or an entertainer, or fame is a strange word because I could never equate it with myself. I pumped gas, I worked construction, I printed T-shirts, I dug in, I had many, many jobs before any of this happened to me. So I've been able to live both sides of that life, of life. I know the very lows, and I know the very highs of where my life has gone, and it's not again, it would be pure idiocy for me to sit up here as an actor who has been very, very fortunate over the years, and I can only say it's luck in the sense that someone hands you the ball in the beginning, and you run with it, and you run as far as you can before you get tackled. So that's what I've always done. But what happens is when the word celebrity or when you are a, what do they call it, a public figure, that's what it is, a celebrity or a public figure. Again, not complaining, but there are things that are very uncomfortable, and that is to say that at that point anybody can say anything they want to about you. And that's happened to me over 36 years or more, that things can be printed in the newspaper that are utterly false. And this is even early on. So this is where that privilege, I suppose, that they call the privilege of celebrity, that's where that sticks a knife in you. Because it's one of those, that's one of those situations where your arms are too.
Do want to say thank you again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. That happens from time to time. Those signals get a little bit mixed up, but we are still inside of this courtroom now on day number 8. Again, this is the second week of this trial, which is expected to last multiple weeks. Looks like it is a little bit frozen here, so we're going to take this opportunity to send you off to a 2-minute break. We'll be back here in this trial as Johnny Depp is speaking about their relationship, the abuse that he claims happened from Heard to him. Much more to come here in just 2 minutes.
Fail. I didn't want to hurt anyone, especially Miss Heard. I didn't want to break her heart. I remember very well that when my father left and my mother, Betty Sue, had that first attempt at suicide that I woke up to, and that visual in my head, and that was a direct result of my father's leaving. Ms. Heard had spoken of suicide on a couple of occasions, so that also becomes a factor. That's also something that always lives in the back of your brain, and that you fear. Because when I would leave sometimes, many times when I would try to leave, she would, stop me at the elevator with the security guards crying, screaming, I can't live without you, I'm gonna die. But you had to get out. There were even a couple of times when I did escape and I got to my house, arrived at my house in Sweetser, and then 5 minutes later she would arrive in the I don't know what car she was driving at the time, but she would arrive in her nightgown screaming in the parking lot in front of my house, screaming to high heavens. It'd be 4 in the morning, 3 in the morning. It was ludicrous. It was out of control. It was uncontrollable.
Did there come a time when you and Ms. Heard started recording your arguments?
Yes. In fact, I was the first person of the two of us to record conversations, and it was for this reason. We would have been talking the night before or arguing the night before, and she would say something. There would be these demeaning, berating insults. There would be these jabs. There would be anything to make me feel small and like nothing. So what I thought was, I'm going to record the conversation. And I told her this. I'm going to record. I'm going to get my phone and I'm going to record our conversation because I want you to hear what you've said to me tomorrow. So that because she would deny having said those things. What are you talking about? It was surreal. She had completely denied things she'd said directly to my face in a heated and volatile way. And she denied it, so I went to her and I said, I'm going to record us. And I did, and we recorded the conversation, which, when she was on tape, the first time, it escalated a bit, but she was, well, it was clear that she was performing for the tape because it was being recorded. So that was another clue that something was slightly rotten in the state of Denmark, as it were.
What did Ms. Heard say to you about you recording the conversations between you and her?
I mean, initially she said, sure, go ahead.
Did that ever change?
No, then then she started recording, but surreptitious, without telling me that she was recording something, which is fine, but not so fine, if you know what I mean. even in those tapes, it never took me to a place where I would go switch into some other entity, which is, as she has used the term, monster. Never switched to violence. Violence was unnecessary. Why would you hit someone to make them agree with you? I don't think it works.
Mr. Depp, you mentioned the term monster, and I think we heard about that in the opening statements. What does the term monster mean to you?
Well, the term monster means to me, you know, in the beginning, she had used a different word to explain the same thing, and she would use the word demons, that my demons were coming out, that she had noticed that there was a great change in my attitude or my aggressive nature, or she would say that the demons had come out and they had control of me and that sort of thing. I don't remember exactly how monster came out, but that word stuck and it stayed, well, until this day. What I believe the monster was in Ms. Heard's mind was her intense,
Objection, Your Honor.
intense.
His belief about what monster meant in Miss Heard's mind is not relevant. There's no foundation.
Let me ask a different question.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. Go ahead.
When you used the term monster, what were you referring to in your conversations with Ms. Heard?
When I used the term monster with Ms. Heard, I was placating. If she had referred to me as being a monster, there was no way that I was going to sit there and go through a 45-minute argument about, you know, you're a monster. No, I'm not. You're a monster. No, I'm not. You're a monster. No, I'm not. It was an impossibility. So what do? You accept her vernacular. You accept what the word that she uses, and then you use that word to placate her so that it would at least calm part of the aggression. It would lessen the attacks, you know. So explaining the monster was for me I mean, she had told me many times that the monster was only me when I was using drugs and alcohol. But even when I was stone cold sober off of alcohol and substances aside from my meds, the term the monster was still there. When she accused me of being high on cocaine or you know, drinking like a, you know, some sort of like drinking like I was a, you know, some kind of 19th century sailor. It's that was the word she clung to describe, but it was in her mind, not mine.
How did your relationship with Ms. Heard affect your substance use?
Well, for example, when we were on the road, when you're traveling from, if you're on a press tour, or if you're making a film and you're staying in hotels or this or that, I would always have to get a different, or we would always have to book an extra room that I was able to escape to, so I didn't have to lock myself in another bathroom. It breaks you down. The constant haranguing breaks you down. And, there's a part of you that says, listen, if I'm going to be accused of this, might as well just do it. But it never exceeded, my substance abuse or use, the alcohol that I used or drank was, again, purely, it's that little boy who didn't want to hear or didn't want to feel the pain of his mother turning him into some kind of ball of insecurity and pain. So, yes, I was more inspired by Miss Heard to reach out for a numbing agent because of the constant clashes, because of I mean, maybe a few days here and there, but there wasn't a day that you'd wake up and you'd expect something was going to hit the fan, and pretty much like clockwork it did. So yes, I had to have something to distance me and distance my heart from those verbal attacks. I had to have something to be able to maintain me, and I'm afraid for a while, because of placation, because I didn't want to rock the boat, as it were. Again, you pick your battles. So placation seemed the best route if I was unable to escape her clutches.
How, if at all, did Ms. Heard try to support you in abstaining from the drugs and alcohol as she requested?
Well, I mean, verbally, and she had been quite clear verbally and pretty bullish and brutish about wanting me to, telling me that I needed to stop drinking. But drinking was basically drinking wine with her, and I suppose maybe from youth, I don't know, but I've always had a pretty high tolerance for alcohol for, and especially it's not spirits, you know. I had a pretty good tolerance for alcohol, substances, and things of that nature, but there was no, I had no, I've worked with therapists, drug counselors who have actually said the words to me because I wanted to know. I wanted to know, am I an alcoholic? Am I an alcoholic? Or is this just the same thing that I did as a kid when I took my mom's nerve pill? Do I have a drinking problem? And it essentially came down to this. Do you have a drinking problem, Johnny?
Objection. Calls for hearsay. What the doctors told him.
I'm not sure he's saying what the doctors told him.
I think that's what's about to be testified to.
Oh, if you can make that clear, I guess.
Let me ask you a different question, Mr. Depp.
Yes. Let's let him object to another one.
How often would Ms. Heard drink in your presence while you were in a relationship?
Always. Well, yeah. Ms. Heard drank, she took a shine to a very nice Spanish wine called Vega Sicilia. She and all her friends did. Yeah, the wine would come out, and Ms. Heard could very easily drink 2 bottles of wine per night. Not a problem. What I found strange was when I did get sober from the I was off the opiates that I had been addicted to prior to a year or so before, a couple of years before. She asked me if I would stop drinking to save the relationship, of course. And I stopped drinking. And I always found it odd that in support of me not drinking, that she might stop drinking. But she did not. She continued. And I didn't make a big deal about it. In fact, I would open her wine, I would pour her a glass, and that went on for many, many months, you know, in my sobriety. Like I said, I think I was sober for around 18 months. Then there was a time when I was asked to, and I'd been off of alcohol, I'd been off of drugs, everything, except for the medication that I'm prescribed. I had to go to London to give a Lifetime Achievement Award to a dear old friend who was an elderly man, great actor called, his name's Christopher Lee, and he was a dear friend. And I was surprised, he was being surprised by my showing up on stage. I'd just flown in from the States, and he was surprised by me arriving to give him this award. And Christopher came up and accepted the award. We walked, they brought us backstage to this beautiful library where I was with Christopher and his wife, and a waiter came up and had 3 glasses of champagne. And Christopher handed one to his wife, he handed one to me, and then he had the other. And there was a photographer there. And the glass came up to toast. And I just, in my head, I thought, it's just champagne, you know, a little bit tink to toast Christopher in his Lifetime Achievement Award. And so I've had half a glass of champagne with Christopher Lee and his wife. After that, immediately after that award ceremony, I went to pick up Miss Heard and take her to dinner at a restaurant. And I told her that I'd had a half a glass of champagne with Christopher. And I thought, listen, it's not like, you know, you're sitting in a pub guzzling pints of snake bites or Guinness or doing shots of Jägermeister, or it wasn't even, at that point, it wasn't even for need to bury feelings or emotions. It was literally a joyous occasion for Christopher, and I said to her, I enjoyed it, you know. It gave me the opportunity to enjoy the actual champagne, the drink, and my appreciation for wine and winemaking, and that I've been fascinated with for years and years. And I saw nothing wrong in it, and I said I'd like to have a glass of champagne. As she was sitting there with a glass of wine, and we were in the restaurant, and she absolutely lost it and got up and stormed to the ladies' room. And I told my security and driver, I said, I think we have to go. I think we're gonna have to leave. So we left the restaurant and went home. And the mere suggestion of me sipping a glass of champagne or having one glass or two glasses of wine, she went apoplectic. It was, I was weak. I was a complete mess. I was an alcoholic. I was gonna ruin everything. Your kids are not proud of you. They can't stand what you're doing to yourself. So
we are listening in live here, Johnny Depp on the stand testifying about his relationship with Amber Heard, his ex-wife here, as again he is has sued her for $50 million after she wrote an article after their relationship had ended about abuse. We are going to be sending some viewers off to a 2-minute break as we continue to listen in live here in Fairfax in the courthouse.
What did she say to that?
No. She said,
opening, Ms. Heard's counsel mentioned that the first time you supposedly struck Ms. Heard was in response to a comment about one of your tattoos.
Yes, I remember.
And what is your response to that?
It didn't happen. I've never struck Miss Heard. As I said yesterday, I've never struck Miss Heard. I've never struck a woman in my life. I'm certainly not going to strike a woman if she decides to make fun of a tattoo that I have on my body. That's like going into someone's journal and picking out things you don't like. She had made mention, there was no incident of argument when the tattoo thing had been brought up many times, and I mean, there's really nothing I can do. I've always thought of my body as a journal, if you will, to mark experiences, to mark life experiences. You know, for example, when my first child was born, I had her name tattooed over my heart, which is where her little head used to be when I rock her to sleep. I marked my boy's birth by tattooing myself for him. So no one can go back, or no one should go back and rewrite their journals. Why would I take such great offense to someone making fun of a tattoo on my body? That allegation never made any sense to me whatsoever.
Are there any tattoos that you had that Ms. Heard had an issue with, to your understanding?
Well, a tattoo that I believe is up here, which used to say Winona Forever, who was a former girlfriend, and we'd been together for a few years. Winona Ryder, and when we broke up, how do you fix that? I did go back and rewrite my journal to some degree. I took off the last two letters and had it say Wino Forever, just because I thought it was again, through pain comes humor. Humor has to come in there at some point into the pain, and that's how you play it out in your mind. So I have, I think sometimes abstractly, in that sense, so I changed it to Wino Forever. Any other tattoos? Well, she was very encouraging in me getting a tattoo of her name, or whatever, and I waited a while, and then I did it. I got a full tattoo of her, and it ironically wasn't long after that that everything started going sideways. I was doing anything I could to bring a smile to her face, as opposed to the frown and then the onslaught of whatever whatever problems she was seeing or experiencing. I would try to wake her up with laughter. You know, singing stupid songs in her ear while she, you know, I generally just tried to keep bringing her mood up. Sometimes it worked, many times it didn't. But I tried, and I wanted to try, because, as I said, I didn't want to fail. And at the time, not knowing fully, not understanding fully what I was, if you'll excuse the term, up against, I kept trying. I kept trying, but to no avail whatsoever. Okay, it just got worse.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to fast forward a little bit to May of 2014. Could you please tell the jury what project you were working on in May of 2014?
May of 2014. May of 2014. There were a number of films that I made in succession. I can't remember if that might have been Pirates. No, I can't. Mordecai, or May of, I don't remember what can you remind me what May of 2014 film was?
Were you filming Black Mass in Boston of May of 2014?
Yes, okay, yes. Yes, excuse me. Yes. Oh, yes. I was filming a film called Black Mass in Boston. And Mr. Hurd had come with me. And I had to, for the film, I had to, there were very early calls to work, because I had a number of prosthetics glued to my face, and blue contacts, so that I could resemble the actual. It was based on the true story of James Whitey Bulger, and so I had to go in quite early to get the prosthetics glued to my face and all that, and work. Then you'd work, you know, the whole day, and then at the end of the night, they would remove the prosthetics, which takes if it took 3 hours to put them on, it took about an hour to take them off. You know, so on top of what could be anywhere between a 14, 16, 17-hour day of work, you know, what with the application of the makeup and then the taking off of the applications.
Was Miss Hurd staying with you in Boston during the entire time that you were making that film?
Yes. Yes, she was.
And who from your staff was in Boston with you during that time?
Jerry Judge. Keenan Wyatt, Stephen Duders, Nathan Holmes, I believe. And I believe Malcolm Connolly was there as well. So I would have assistants, sound technician, security. I believe that was it.
Mr. Depp, we heard yesterday from Mr. Wyatt about a flight that you and Mr. Wyatt and Ms. Heard were on from Boston to LA in May 2014. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And could you please tell the jury what you remember about that specific flight?
I remember that as I was still filming Black Mass, before I did Black Mass, the film, my sister Christy and I were talking about the oxycodones that I had been. Again, you know, that was the monkey on my back. That she came to me. She told me she'd read this book of Dr. Kipper's book, and I read Dr. Kipper's book, a good majority of it, and I agreed that I would do the detox. I would kick the opiates, but there was no time to do it before the film. So when the nurse, which was Nurse Debbie Lloyd, when she came to Boston, she had asked me, what is your dosage? How many of these are you taking per day? And, you know, someone who had been under, under the kind of lock and key of a prescription drug that is highly addictive. I mean, with built-in barbs, this drug does not want you to stop taking it. She asked me how many I took per day, or my dosage, and of course, as any person who is addicted and essentially a fool to the drug, and you know how important it is because you have felt the sting when you don't have it. So I'd agreed to the detox, and she asked me how many I took. I told her, obviously, more than I was taking, purely because when you're in that frame of mind, the one thing that you do not want to, a situation you don't want to find yourself in, is having no access to the thing that will make you not high. It will make you, it gets you, you only get better from it. If you start to get the shakes and the tremors and you could feel this traveling into your system. Your receptors are out in mass, and your receptors are demanding that drug. If you don't give the drug to the receptors, you will start going into a pretty nasty withdrawal, and it could, which could and has ended in sort of seizures. You can go into pretty nasty seizures. So I had told Debbie Lloyd more than was necessary, so that I could always have one or two in my pocket on the just in case. So I didn't find myself, on a plane or anywhere without one in my pocket to stop the inevitable body cramps and nausea and stomach cramps and seizure of the bones and shaking and also it's quite an emotional ride as well. So yes, before the flight, Amber and her assistant, Savannah McMillan, wanted to be picked up in New York and then have the plane fly to Boston to pick me up, to bring us back to Los Angeles. We had spoken the night before. We had argued the night before. She was most definitely looking for she was looking for a fight, actively searching for a way to instigate a fight with me. And I had taken 2 of these opiates, these roxycodones, and I can tell you now, some of you may be very, very well aware of this. Opiates are extreme downers. So if you have enough opiates in you, you will essentially go on what's called the nod. You'll just drop into sleep. So I've heard the words blackout used, and there's a grave difference between a blackout from alcohol abuse, because that is a person who has ingested enough alcohol to render them they can still behave, and they can still stand and talk and scream and yell and cry and do whatever they do, and never remember a thing. And generally they're always embarrassed by it. A blackout is a very, very different animal to the opiate taking you into dreamland. So when I arrived on the plane, I was not feeling any pain, and I knew that she was ready for some kind of brawl, and I sat on the plane drawing. I was drawing in my notebook. She would verbally heckle, hassle, accuse, poke, prod physically, poke and prod psychologically, emotionally, and finally, as was the one thing I learned, if you're gonna hide someplace from somebody, go straight into the bathroom. So I walked back into the back of the plane. I grabbed a pillow and I went into the bathroom, locked the door, and lay down on the bathroom floor and went to sleep. And that's where I remained for the rest of the flight.
How much, if any, alcohol had you had before you got on the flight?
I honestly don't recall having any alcohol. I mean, maybe there was the sort of glass of champagne when you got on the plane or something like that, the initial thing. People order glasses of wine. People also tend to have a few drinks before a plane takes off, because some people don't like the turbulence and the this and the that, so it's a little bit of a liquid courage, But I certainly, after ingesting 2 of the roxycodones, alcohol was not necessary. So I can tell you now that I was not drinking to excess, certainly not. And if I had, I'd probably been in the bathroom hugging porcelain as opposed to sleeping on a pillow.
Who else was on that flight that you can recall?
I remember Jerry Judge was on the flight. Savannah was on the flight. Ms. Heard. Keenan, Wyatt, Stephen Duders. I believe that's it.
What do you recall happening after you arrived back in LA?
Well, generally what would happen when we'd land is everybody'd go their separate ways. There were several cars waiting, so Keenan had his car, and we would get in the car and leave. I mean, do you mean once we got back to, I mean, downtown, or?
Did you and Miss Heard go back to the same home together after that flight?
No, I don't believe, no, we didn't. I don't believe we did. I think she had decided if this is the time. Pretty sure. I believe she had decided to check herself into the Chateau Marmont. There's so many of these, it's hard to sort of keep them all straight.
Who would have paid for Miss Heard to stay at the Chateau Marmont?
I would have paid for it. If she wanted to go to the Chateau Marmont, I wasn't going to let her pay for it, no matter the circumstances. I wasn't going to let her pay for it because I knew that that might get expensive for her. So generally, I would take care of things of that nature.
And why, did Miss Heard tell you why she was staying at the Chateau Marmont?
No. Well, I mean, she was clearly upset, and she was irate, and I can't say that it was a bad idea for her to stay at the Chateau Marmont at that time. I don't know why she went to the Chateau, since she still had her apartment on Orange, I believe, and the penthouse, because I could have gone to Sweetser.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you on Live Now from Fox as we are listening to Johnny Depp's testimony of sleeping in an entire flight in the plane's bathroom. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
I can't remember if it was a break from the film or if I had finished the film.
We have a live footage here of they are
meeting round
unveiling
table, so we'll go ahead and begin.
next
Colonel Maduro.
weapons that they will be buying and supplying our U.S. troops. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
As most of you may already know, yesterday evening the Army awarded the Next Generation Squad Weapon production contract to Sig Sauer for the production of the Next Generation Squad Weapon rifles, automatic rifles, and ammunition. This down select and production contract award is a culmination of over 2 years of intensive soldier and technical testing. The contract is a 10-year, indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity production contract with the first delivery order for $20.4 million. With that, I'll turn it over to General Burris for his opening comments.
Well, good morning. I'd like to welcome all of you and thank you for your time today. I greatly appreciate what you do to ensure your audiences know what we're doing at the Soldier Lethality Cross-Functional Team and our partner program executive offices, PEO Soldier and JPEO A&A, and understand why we do it. What we're doing is facilitating the rapid fielding of increased capabilities to enhance the ability of the soldier and squad to fight, win, and survive on the modern battlefield. We do this effectively at the CFT level by focusing on requirements and working with our partners to pursue capabilities that enhance and increase the lethality, mobility, protection, and situational awareness of the close combat force. And we're doing that for the purpose of achieving a clear, decisive, and sustainable overmatch against our near-peer adversaries. Let me focus on that statement for just a moment. For a time early on after the establishment of Army Futures Command and the CFTs, we talked about near-peer adversaries frequently. That was the phrase we used, and it became a talking point, and talking points eventually become stale if we're not careful. We probably haven't discussed that phrase in a while. But today, as we share with you that we've reached a major milestone in the pursuit of the next generation combat weapons that will give our close combat forces the capabilities they need to fill the gaps identified in the Small Arms Ammunition Configuration Study of 2017, I want to emphasize that the goal remains the same. We are here to establish and maintain overmatch against near-peer adversaries, and that is more urgent and relevant today than any time in recent history. The 2017 SAC study validated a standing requirement for increased energy at the target and identified the need to reduce shooter error through advanced fire control capabilities. The Next Generation program began in 2018 to meet that need and counter and defeat emerging protected and unprotected threats. As the director of the cross-functional team and the commandant of the U.S. Army Infantry School, I am committed to that mission. We are one giant step closer to achieving overmatch against global adversaries and threats that emerge on the battlefields of today and tomorrow. We are simply pausing here to acknowledge that we've arrived at a milestone in this process with the award of a vendor contract. We should note that this is the first time in our lifetime, the first time in 65 years the Army will field a new weapon system of this nature, a rifle, an automatic rifle, a fire control system, and a new caliber family of ammunition. This is revolutionary, and we arrived at this point in record time because we leveraged middle tier of acquisition rapid fielding authorities to enable speed and flexibility in defining requirements. Working with our partners in tandem in a process that would have traditionally been linear and may have taken 8 to 10 years to complete. And we arrived at this point in roughly 27 months, and that's simply remarkable. It is necessary for us to develop capabilities at the speed of war. Necessity drives invention. In this case, necessity drives innovation. And the role of the Soldier CFT in this modernization enterprise is to develop capability documents informed by user experiments, assessments, and technical demonstrations, and then rapidly transition these approved requirements to our partners in the Army acquisition enterprise. We recently demonstrated the success of this process as we recently transitioned Enhanced Night Vision Goggle Binocular to the Maneuver Capabilities Development Integration Directorate at Fort Benning. And I use that example so you and your audiences can appreciate what this part of the process looks like from the start to finish. It is a new way of doing business, and it is not without challenges, but it is proving to be efficient and economical. To get to this point, and in order to ensure soldier acceptance, the NGSW team conducted 18 soldier touch points and more than 100 technical subtests. More than 500 soldiers, Marines, and Special Operations soldiers contributed to 20,000 hours of user feedback. This is a process driven by data and shaped by the user, the close combat force soldier, who will ultimately benefit on the battlefield. The soldier's never seen this full suite of capabilities in one integrated system. We committed to kitting the soldier and the squad as an integrated combat platform in order to introduce and enhance capabilities holistically. And we are committed to creating an architecture that facilitates technology growth and capability integration across those platforms. That is what we're getting after with this system. Having advanced capabilities in one integrated system will enhance soldier lethality and ensure we maintain overmatch. Thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to today's questions. And now I'll hand it off to Brigadier General Bill Boroff.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Brigadier General Bill Boroff. I'm the Program Executive Officer for Armaments and Ammunition. What a truly monumental and exciting day for the United States Army. As Colonel Medora and General Burris have mentioned, the next generation squad weapon and ammunition will provide an immense increase in capability for the close combat force. As the JPO ANA, I'm honored to be assigned with providing world-class ammunition for the new 6.8 millimeter caliber for the next generation squad weapons for the decades to come. The next generation squad weapon will be fielded with a full suite of 6.8 ammunition to support both combat and training. The key combat cartridge for the system leverages the technology successfully demonstrated in various small caliber improvements. It builds upon the enhanced performance round, the EPR, in our current 5.56 inventory and enhancements in other calibers to address a broad spectrum of targets. Soldier feedback has been very positive on the 5.56 EPR, again, the extended enhanced performance round, and the cartridge since its introduction since 2010. However, the current 5.56 cartridge has been maxed out from the performance perspective. The new weapon, with its increased operating pressure and size, allows the Army to significantly increase the performance capability of the ammunition. These advances allow soldiers at the squad level to deliver improved target defeat at higher energies to advance threats at extended ranges. Over the next couple of years, additional ammunition technologies, such as reduced range ammunition, will be fielded to allow further flexibilities for soldiers to train with existing infrastructures. One key challenge my office and the Army faces is equipping the warfighter force with a new caliber of ammunition. The Army has not introduced a new caliber for about 65 years, as was said earlier. Doing so required extensive coordination with the stakeholders across the enterprise to develop combat and training requirements, production capability, as well as budgeting for procurement. Current ammunition is such that the availability is almost an afterthought. You go to the supply point, you pick up your ammunition, and you go out to the range and you fire your 5.62. This is because the Army has spent decades refining its process to ensure a sufficient inventory of 5.56 ammunition is available and the industry base is present to continue replenishing on a consistent basis. Now consider preparing a new weapon fielding starting with absolutely zero inventory and the industrial base being established. It's daunting. It's daunting indeed. My team has coordinated with PEO Soldier and PEO Lethality CFT to lay out a course to support readiness through the building of the industrial base at both 6 Hour and the Lake City Army Ammunition Plant. The Lake City Army Ammunition Plant has already been providing the projectiles for 6 Hour and the other competitors during the prototyping phase. And we'll continue to provide all the projectiles as we move forward. We're going to build an interim capability for a full cartridge by modifying some of the existing equipment and floor space while a new building is being constructed to provide the necessary enduring capability. The timing of the interim and enduring capabilities coupled with the 6 Hours ramping up their capabilities to provide the next generation squad weapon ammunition requirements to build combat and training inventories while supporting ongoing training. We are prepared to support the Army by delivering the family of 6.8 next generation squad weapon ammunition for combat and training. This will equip the close combat forces, enabling it to be ready through live fire training and to address any threat it may encounter on the battlefield. This is truly an exciting day. The real work of the ammunition community and the next generation squad weapon program goes into overdrive starting right now. So thank you very much. I look forward to your questions.
Good morning.
During this program and over the past several years, PO soldiers collaborated and worked closely with the soldier lethality cross-functional team, as well as the Joint Program Executive Office for Armaments and Ammunition. As an integrated team, we conducted numerous testing events that included over 1,000 soldiers and resulted in over 20,000 hours of soldier feedback on the prototype systems. During the competition, we took the users' requirements provided to us from the soldier lethality cross-functional team, provided those requirements to each of the next generation squad weapon competitors, and allowed our industry partners to make system design trades in order to best address our requirements. We also allowed industry to innovate and iterate throughout the process, so each company could provide the best, most capable systems possible. The Army has been fully transparent throughout testing, and we provided all of the collected test data back to each company, so each of them could continue to improve their designs. This competition has worked as we intended. During the development and testing phase, industry provided the Army with systems that have significantly more capability than the M249 and M4 that they will replace in the close combat force. We have also leveraged the middle tier of acquisition authorities in order to accelerate system development, production, and fielding timelines, so we can get the next generation squad weapon into the hands of our soldiers as quickly as possible. After all was said and done and the selection process was complete, the Sig Sauer rifle and automatic rifle solutions with their integrated ammunition were determined to be the best value to the government. We would like to thank each of the competitors for their next generation squad weapon submissions and for participating in the next generation squad weapons competition. This strong competition ensured that we will continue to field the best possible small arms capabilities to our warfighters. Thank you for attending. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, panel, for those opening comments. We'll begin with questions in the room. We'll start with Todd South from Army Times. And as you ask the question, would you state your name and affiliation for recording? Todd, so you.
Todd South, Military Times, Army Times. Just two kind of overview questions for whoever is the most appropriate to answer. You mentioned your 6 Hour winning the competition. Could you clarify or provide more details as to why 6 Hour specifically won over its competitor, and secondarily, more of a fuller timeline on first unit equipped and ammunition delivery?
Sir, if it's okay, I'll address the selection process. So as many of you are probably aware, we conducted, over the last 2 years, we conducted extensive testing, really in 2 phases. First phase was prototype testing, phase 1, where we did soldier touch points and the technical testing that General Burris referenced in his opening remarks. And that was really a diagnostic phase. So all that data went back to industry. And that's where they were allowed a period of time to iterate on their designs and address those shortfalls and make those trades that I mentioned in my opening remarks. Then we went into the phase 2 portion, and this was the 4 records. So we took the updated designs, the iterated designs, we put them through those same battery of tests. Provided all that information back to industry, and then we went into the source selection process. And at that point, all of the factors were weighed. And in the end, like I said, 6 Hour was determined to be the best value and ultimately won the competition.
With respect to first unit equipped, we anticipate now the OT occurring in 3rd quarter of FY23, and then first unit equipped around 4th quarter 23. So. That's what we're looking at right now.
Thank you. Just a follow-up. Sorry, Jeff Shovel, Task and Purpose. A follow-up for Brigadier General Burris. You said the first unit equipped was 4th quarter 23. How long is it going to take to field all of the weapons and ammunition to the close combat force?
So the fielding of the weapon is based upon ammunition production. So as the vendor is able to produce ammunition and then Lake City ultimately comes on, what we don't want to do is field a capability to a unit where we don't have training ammunition or contingency ammunition if required. And so that's what drives the fielding of the weapon and so the types of units that we would field it to initially.
We're going to take another quick 2-minute break here before Johnny Depp retakes the stand there in the defamation trial. You're watching Live Now from Fox, still listening to the Pentagon unveil these new weapons for U.S. soldiers.
We're going to start working with 6 Hour now that they've been identified. We already have started preparing.
Back on the stand there after their 15-minute break. You're watching Live Now from Fox. As right before they went to a break, he was talking about drug use on a plane from Boston to Los Angeles, where he fell asleep in the plane's bathroom on that private jet coming back from movie making in Boston.
All right, thank you. Be seated. Thank you. All right, your next question.
Thank you. Mr. Depp, who's Dr. Kipper?
Dr. Kipper is a, he's been my doctor ever since I'd met him in, I believe it was that May of 2014, around there in Boston.
And why were you connected with Dr. Kipper?
My sister Christy knew, of course, that I had been addicted to the opiates, and she was concerned, and she brought me his book and talked to me heart to heart and asked me if I would be willing to go through the detox.
And what was your answer?
Yes, of course.
And you mentioned Debbie Lloyd. Can you please explain to the jury who she is?
Oh, Debbie Lloyd is a nurse who my doctor, Dr. Kipper, had assigned to my case to be the to oversee the detox and deliver the meds, the medications to me that would help with my with the effects of withdrawal that one goes through. To essentially try and knock you out so that you don't go through the nastiness of the affair.
Did Miss Lloyd stay on after the detox process as your nurse?
Yes, she did.
And when you were under Dr. Kipper's care, how often did you see Miss Lloyd?
On location every day. Yes, on location every day. Even when, after a year or two, I was still seeing her at least on a bi-weekly basis, 2 to 3 times a week.
When did you start the detox process that you mentioned?
I know that I believe it was in August, July or August of 2015, 14, I cannot remember the year, 14, I guess.
And where did you do this detox process?
We did the detox process happened on. I have a place in the Bahamas. I'm never comfortable saying this, but it's an island. It's a very strange thing to say, but I thought that would be the best place, the most private place where there were no worries of paparazzi or any of that. So it was a place where I could literally be, the only place where I can have actual anonymity. So I thought that would be the best place to do it.
Who came with you down to the island for the detox? Nurse Debbie Lloyd traveled with me on the plane. Ms. Hurd. And I believe that was it. On the plane to go to the island for the detox. I was not bringing security. I was not bringing assistance. In fact, initially, my sister Christy was going to go there to help Ms. Lloyd and the doctor through the detox, which made perfect sense since that the whole thing had been born out of her desire for me to get clean. So initially it was supposed to be Christy coming in place of Ms. Hurd. There was a great part of me that was very uncomfortable with Ms. Hurd coming along for that detox because as things could fluctuate very rapidly in our relationship, I was wary that those things would come up
what needed to be a very straight detoxification of these substances. And I was well aware that it was not going to be pleasant. I was well aware that I was going to go through quite a bit of physical changes, physical. Yes, I was afraid that it would be too much for her, and I also felt that she might be too much for me at the time.
So then why did Ms. Heard come down to the island with you during the detox process?
She insisted. She switched places with Christy.
Could you please describe for the jury, Mr. Depp, what it feels like to go through a detox from opioids?
I would say the best way to describe it is it feels like it feels like the inside of you, the very inside of you, is trying to escape the body. So it's it becomes obviously very physical, and so therefore you'll go into a withdrawal would mean that you would go into you'd have immense cramps in your stomach, your muscles would seize, my body would shake. The pain is like nothing I've ever experienced before. Part of it was, so the best way to explain it, for example, there was a situation that when we were on the island and I was going through the detox, and it was hitting pretty hard at that point. And Ms. Heard had made a deal with Nurse Debbie and Dr. Kipper to stay at their end of the island, and that she would administer the drugs to me, administer the medications that I needed to not go into for lack of a better word, these intense, sharp, painful heebie-jeebies. And there was a moment when I could feel my body starting to tense, and I could feel the withdrawals coming on, and they come on quick, and they're not discreet. They go straight for the jugular. I mean, like I said, when your receptors are in full bloom and begging for the substance, the drug, the opiates that my body had become used to, these receptors that were being fed by. There was a moment when it was coming on very fast, and I was sitting on the couch in the little house that we all saw on the island. Miss Heard was at she was in the sort of kitchen area, and she was chopping vegetables, I remember. And I think it was around 2:30 in the afternoon, and the effects of the withdrawals were really coming on. And I said to Miss Heard, I'm going to need the meds now. And she said, she looked at the clock and she said, it's not time. And I said, no, you don't understand. This is not about clocks and watches and things. I'm going into the ship, and it was visible. And I hate saying this, and I hate to have to admit this. But that was, I believe that was about the lowest point in my life. That was the lowest I'd ever felt as a human being. Because I had to say, please, please, may I have the meds? Because it's really kicking in. And she was adamant, no, it's not time, it's not time. So in explaining how these withdrawals start to take over your body, when I was begging at that point for the meds, I found that I had sort of rolled off the couch and I was sitting on the floor crying. I mean, tears streaming down my face, begging another human being to please give me the meds that will take this away. And she would not. She was adamant that, nope, it's not time, 4 o'clock. So the only thing that one can do in that situation is you have to trick the body. You have to manipulate your body out away from those, well, you have to trick the body to get away from the receptors. So the only thing that one can do is you go straight to the shower, and you put it on scalding water, and you stand underneath the scalding shower, and essentially you're burning the top, your skin is burning from the heat of the water. And what that would do is it would trick the nerves away from the receptors, because they had an immediate problem that needed to be dealt with, the nerves. So what it does is the scalding shower would reverse those nerve endings, and they would go up to the top of the skin because there was a problem there. So that's how I was able to bypass those withdrawal symptoms at times. It doesn't fully take them away, but what it does is it tricks your body into thinking that there's something going horribly wrong on top, so it keeps them away from the receptors. After that, I had a conversation with Nurse Debbie and with Dr. Kipper, and I said, I don't believe, I told them that she had denied me the meds when I was in need, and then I told them that I don't think that this is going to work here anymore. I think we have to leave the island, and I need to be, she can't be with me while I'm going through the rest of this detoxification. So I told them we should leave the island. I asked them if they understood what I was doing, and they did. So we went back to Los Angeles, and then I asked Ms. Heard if she would please allow me 5 days, 7 days, whatever it took to get finished with the rest of this horrific detox and the pain.
Did Ms. Heard give you that time?
She did, reluctantly, yes. I was immediately accused of throwing her out. I was accused of abandoning her. I was accused of not appreciating all that she had done to get me to this point where I was, which was kind of an interesting argument for me. I begged her, please, can I get a place at the Beverly Hills Hotel? I'll get you and your friends a bungalow at the Beverly Hills Hotel where you can all stay together and have a grand old flag. You can have fun, you can do whatever you want, and you don't have to sit around Mr. Shaky. And she wasn't happy about it, but it was very necessary. So she did eventually leave for about five days or so, and I sat in after a few days, I sat in just a metal chair with one song on a loop that I could focus on the lyrics and the power of the song to help me get through it. And even once the effects, started to go away, that is the pain, I was still in this, something strange that happens. You feel electricity in your body. You feel this electric, very foreign, and you're just sitting there like going through it. And I didn't understand what the electricity was until probably, and this lasted for, the electricity, that feeling lasted for a month, 2 months. And I finally realized at a certain point what that electricity was. And I was feeling, that's what it was. I was actually feeling without the aid of the drug, without the aid of any drugs. I mean, I had refused with Dr. Kipper and Nurse Debbie and Amber at the table before she left for the hotel with her friends. I had refused to continue taking the phenobarbital and the lithium because to me it was just another drug in the way. It seemed like it was just another hurdle to get over. And I would rather just get it out of my system now and move forward. Maybe I wouldn't have had the electricity. Maybe I wouldn't have felt as quickly, but I didn't want to take phenobarbital and lithium and Seroquel and Neurontin and all these other things. And the worst of the two, I believed, were the phenobarbital and the lithium. So I went through that.
All right, looks like we did freeze up there for a moment. Well, what we'll do is take a quick 2-minute break and hope to have the connection reestablished here moments away. 2 minutes out. afternoon out of the East Coast, West Coast here, 9 a.m. as we were listening right there to the Johnny Depp defamation trial, but the shot did freeze up on us there. So we'll keep an eye on it, and once it is reestablished, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's head out, though, to New York City here. We do have Mayor Adams there talking about Earth Week right now and clean energy initiatives all in one. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Our Deputy Mayor for Economic and Workforce Development, Maria Torres Springer, our Sanitation Commissioner, Jessica Tisch, our Small Business Services Commissioner, Kevin Kim, Transportation Commissioner, Udonis Rodriguez, our Chief Climate Officer and the Commissioner for the Department of Environmental Protection, Rit Agarwal, State Senator Brad Hoylman, and many of our council members, including Council Member Sandy Nurse, Council Member Gail Brewer, Eric Botcher, and Keith Powers, and of course our Times Square Alliance President, Tom Harris. Thank you to all of them for your contributions to get to today. So today's announcement is a concrete step from the Adams administration on keeping our public space clean, clear, and accessible. And today it's literally about containing the litter that pedestrians leave in litter baskets, and especially in this dense area that overflows time and time again daily, that now can be contained in the containerization equipment that you see right next to me. So I'm going to turn it over now to our Mayor, Eric Adams.
Thank you so much. And we're not here just simply to talk trash, out of all of our announcements and conferences, this has generated so much energy from those who are in government, out of government. We want a clean, safe New York. That's important to us. And I was amazed at how many people are coming together around this issue. We all know that cleanliness is next to godliness. And we want to thank our collaborations of our electeds, our commissioners. They see this as an important initiative on behalf of our city. And we also want to really welcome our new GSNY commissioner here with us, Commissioner Tisch. Thank you for being here with us as well and on joining our amazing team. It's great to celebrate Earth Week. We have been doing this throughout the week to really lean into the environmental justice. And we know environmental justice begins on the street level. It starts in our streets and how we treat our community. No matter where I go, I hear the complaints over and over again. Loud and clear, New Yorkers, you want clean streets. You want trash off our sidewalks. You're tired of the rodents. You're tired of the smell. You're tired of seeing food waste and spillage. You want clean, safe streets, and we heard you. And clean streets are vital to our neighborhoods, ensure the vitality exists in our city. You want to easily move throughout your city. You want it to be safe and healthy to get around. So today, we're announcing the Clean Curb pilot to all 5 boroughs. All 5 boroughs will have some semblance of this beautiful containers in their community. We want to stop the dodging of black bags and rats and spillage. That's the goal as we move throughout our city. Instead, we'll be testing container models throughout the city. They're impressive, they're clean, they're out of the way, and containers will reduce some of the problems that we have when you see the black bags all over the city. They will ensure our streetscapes are as beautiful as the people who walk on the street. That's what who New Yorkers are. We're going to take back the space for our citizens. Often pedestrian spaces are used to hold many of these garbage bags. You see them all the time, and I know you're frustrated about them as we are. The container you see here today is stored by the
We're listening a little bit there to New York City Mayor Eric Adams there celebrating Earth Week and having an initiative there to clean up some of the trash there that is in New York City. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Let's continue on right here, taking it back out to the trial. Looks like we do have that feed back right here for us.
For several reasons. There were a number of Ms. Heard's friends and her family. So I'd say all in all, maybe there were, seems like there could have been no more than 20 people, 25 people, maybe.
Was there any alcohol served at the wedding?
Yes, there was alcohol served at the wedding. There was champagne. There was all the accoutrements, and then, yes.
And was anyone ingesting any illegal drugs at the wedding?
Yes.
And who was doing that?
Well, there was a schedule that was written out and printed out and sent out, so that everyone would know exactly the time that everything would happen. And on that sheet, the schedule, there was like some kind of rehearsal type thing. There was also there was a great dilemma in who was going to be who. That's where the argument between Ms. Pennington and Io Tillett Wright.
Mr. Depp, who did you observe taking drugs at the wedding?
A number of people were taking MDMA. As I said, the list, there was after the wedding, there was it was like dinner, dancing, and drugs on the schedule that came from Ms. Heard and Ms. Pennington. So Amber, Raquel, a couple of friends of mine, Savannah, her assistant, Tillett Wright, all of her gang were all partaking of the MDMA.
What if any what if any drugs did you take that day?
Again, to be honest with you, I mean, I don't know how much MDMA they had, but for me, that was, for me to have taken MDMA would have been a waste of the drug. If you understand what I mean, it would have been essentially taking someone else's high, because it wouldn't have an effect on me.
So how many drugs did you actually take that day?
The day of our wedding?
Yes.
I smoked marijuana, and I don't remember drinking. I don't remember that I was drinking then. This was right. This was right before she was going to London to do I believe, London Fields, and I was going off to Australia to do Pirates 5. I'm pretty positive at that point I wasn't partaking of alcohol. My drug of choice is, or was, and it is marijuana. That's all that was fine for me. So dipping into a little tiny baggie of, licking your finger and dipping into a little tiny communal bag of MDMA, it was pointless for me.
When you and Ms. Heard got married, did you have a prenuptial agreement in place?
No, we did not, no.
And why not?
There always seemed to be some reason or another why she wouldn't discuss it, or if we did discuss it, it became an issue that would turn into it would springboard into unpleasantness and then arguments. And then it was also too late. At a certain point, it was just too late. So then the idea of a post-nup agreement was brought up to Ms. Heard, and that was in Australia. That was the beginning of the Australian
Well, let's
fight.
talk about Australia then. But first of all, why were you in Australia?
I was working on Pirates of the Caribbean 5.
And who from your team was with you in Australia?
Jerry Judge, Malcolm Connolly, Nathan Holmes, Stephen Duders, Keenan Wyatt. I believe that was it. Oh, and yeah, no, that's it.
Was Miss Lloyd in Australia with you as well?
Oh, yes, sorry, yes. Miss Lloyd traveled to Australia with us.
And did Dr. Kipper come down to Australia at any point?
Yeah, Dr. Kipper came down a bit later.
Mr. Wyatt testified yesterday that he observed you have a meeting with Sean Bailey in Australia. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And could you please tell the jury who Sean Bailey is?
Sean Bailey, at that time, I believe he was the number three man at Disney in terms of hierarchy. He was upper echelon Disney, so he was under Bob Iger, and initially under Dick Cook, who was removed from Disney for some reason. So yes, he was number 3 man at Disney.
And why were you having a discussion with Mr. Bailey?
The discussions that I was having with Mr. Bailey, with Sean Bailey, were they had to do with, well, as I think we've established, I have always, from the beginning of that series of films, I had always rewritten my characters' words and jokes, if you will, and situational comedy and things that I would add. And Mr. Bailey was very complimentary about some of the things that I'd done. you know, he'd come over to me laughing after a
Objection.
take.
Calls for hearsay.
Your Honor, this is just discussing generally what they were talking about.
He was getting specific. I'll sustain that if you want to continue. That's fine.
Mr. Depp, was Ms. Heard in Australia with you?
She came a little later, yes.
Do you recall when she came down?
I don't recall. Well, no, I do recall. It was March. It was March.
And what happened when Ms. Heard came to visit you in Australia?
Ms. Heard was upset because, as I stated earlier, as it was too late for a prenup agreement, there was discussion of post-nup agreement. And I had called my lawyer at the time and asked him if he could have one of his lawyers sit down with Ms. Heard and give her a basic rundown of what a postnuptial agreement meant, and I was told that they showed her.
Objection. Hearsay.
Your Honor, this is something he asked an attorney. It's not a statement of fact that's being offered for its truth.
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection. Okay, next question.
What did Ms. Heard tell you she was upset about when she arrived in Australia?
Ms. Heard told me that the attorney that she met with was rude and dismissive, and all she was being shown was an example of a postnuptial agreement. Ms. Heard then stated to me that she was very upset. She stated to me that what she had said was, she said to the lawyer, the woman, that this Johnny can't, he must not, he doesn't know about this. He's never seen, he doesn't know that this is what this is. No way he would agree to this. And what Ms. Heard then expressed to me was that the lawyer, the woman, had laughed at her and said, "Oh, he knows. Yes, he knows everything." Which sent her into a tailspin. So by the time she arrived in Australia, that was sunk very deep into her psyche. I mean, so much so that what really surprised me was that she kept saying, "I'm not even in your will. I'm not even in your will." I thought that was an odd thing to say. Especially since I don't think anybody had had time to change wills or anything of that nature. So those things just didn't, it felt wrong. And she could not let go of the fact that I was in on this post-nup agreement, and that I was trying to trick her into essentially getting nothing if something were to happen.
And how did you respond to Ms. Heard?
So I just told her those were not my intentions, you know. And at a certain point, you don't know what to do. I mean, the person is telling you, she's telling you, you don't trust me, you don't trust me, you don't trust me, and I can't speak about legal documents. I can't speak legalese. I can't explain to her these things. All I could do was try to calm her down and say that I was not out to screw her over or put her in a position that was uncomfortable.
Did that work?
These were normal things to do. It did not work, no. It escalated and escalated and turned into madness, chaos,
Can you please
violence.
Can you please describe that chaos and violence?
Yes, she was irate. She was irate and she was possessed. And when I tried to remove myself, as I normally would from a situation, and that is to say, you know, as she's hammering me with sort of brutal words and you know, I don't, pardon my language, but I remember that it wasn't nice sort of being called an ass kisser to lawyers or fight for her or stand up for her. I, again, tried to remove myself from the situation, but to no avail. As I literally, the house that they had rented for me in Australia was quite a large place. It was quite a bit of a labyrinth, you know, and a lot of rooms, a lot of extra rooms. So I would go to, well, I'll just cut to the chase. I think that I ended up locking myself in about at least 9 bedrooms, bathrooms that day, as she was banging on the doors and screaming obscenities and wanting to have a physical altercation.
So how did it come to be that your finger became injured?
There was at one point where I'd stayed in one of the, sitting on a bathroom floor, door locked, she's banging away, screaming, blah, 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 and then suddenly she stopped, and I could hear her walk away. I could hear her sort of receding into the distance, if you will, and I you know, yes, yes, it became very emotional because you can't win for losing. There was nothing I could do to make her understand that I had, if that lawyer had in fact done that, and I did call my lawyer at the time, Jake Bloom, and I had him get these people on the phone, and I'm ashamed to say that I had taken, at that point when I was on the phone with him, I had taken Miss Heard's words to heart, and I laid out a ration of I was very upset that she was pushed to that limit because I had believed it. And in fact, none of it had happened. So it was all getting too crazy. And again, I had been sober for many, many months, from alcohol and substances, aside from the marijuana. And I left the place, the room that I was hiding in, or not hiding, locked myself into, and I went downstairs in the house. Downstairs in the house, as soon as you walk in the house, you can go upstairs or downstairs. Downstairs there was a sort of a rec area, pool table and such, and there was a bar. And I was a mess. I was a wreck. I was shaking, and I just didn't understand why all this was happening. So I went behind the bar. I grabbed a bottle of vodka that was there and a shot glass and sat at the bar. She was nowhere around. And I poured myself 2 or 3 stiff shots of the vodka. First taste of alcohol I'd had in a long time. And then she came down to the bar and found me there. And of course started screaming, "Oh, you're drinking again, the monster," and all that. So she walked up to me and reached and grabbed the bottle of vodka, and then just kind of stood back and then hurled it at me, and it just went right past my head and smashed behind me. So I stood up and I walked behind the bar, and there was a larger bottle of vodka, the kind with the handle, on it. I grabbed that and I went and I sat in my seat again. I opened the bottle and I poured myself a shot and drank it. Miss Heard was flinging insults left, right, and center, and she then grabbed that bottle and threw that at me. And the way that the bar was situated and where Miss Heard was, so if I could show you, so if this is the bar where the glass was and the bottles, if this was the bar and I was sitting here like this, she would grab the bottle and she would go there. She went there. And so I was leaning like this in the chair, looking at her. First bottle went, then got the other bottle, shot, takes the second bottle, which is the larger one. I'm in this position again, and my hand is on the edge of the bar, like that, leaning over, the fingers like that, and she threw the large bottle, and it made contact and shattered everywhere. And I honestly didn't feel the pain at first at all. I felt no pain whatsoever. What I felt was, I felt heat. I felt heat, and I felt as if something were dripping down my hand, and then I looked down and realized that the tip of my finger had been severed, and I was looking directly at my bones sticking out, And the meaty portion of the inside of your finger, and blood was just pouring out. And at that point, I think that I went into some sort of, I don't know what a nervous breakdown feels like, but that's probably the closest that I've ever been. Nothing made sense. And I knew in my mind and in my heart, this is not life. This is not life. No one should have to go through this. And as I said, this feeling of being in the middle of some sort of nervous breakdown, I started to write with my blood, in my own blood, on the walls, little reminders from our past that essentially represented lies that she had told me and lies that I had caught her in. And then the next thing, you know, amongst all the madness, I would again hide in the bathroom or wherever, and I texted Dr. Kipper and I said, you might want to come over. You know, I've cut my finger off here.
Which finger was cut, Mr. Depp?
It's the middle, it's the funny looking one. It's the middle finger here. You can see you can see all the sort of, from the initial wound, all these bones up here were crushed, and it looked like Vesuvius, you know. And so this part of my finger now is, so that because of not having use of the tip here, this is basically arthritis that kicks into the joint once that upper part of the finger is mangled.
So is that the right middle finger?
Right middle, yes.
And is that your dominant hand?
Yes, it is, yes.
Mr. Depp, after Ms. Heard threw the vodka bottle at you and severed your finger, what, if anything, did she say when she saw the injury?
I don't recall anything, but just, it was almost like white noise, just someone yelling. It was just a high-pitched, constant attack of insults. It was just jumbled words to me in a very high frequency, and I was in a bit of shock, you know. I was in shock.
You mentioned that you reached out to Dr. Kipper. Did you receive medical attention after that?
Yes. Jerry Judge, Malcolm Connolly, I believe Debbie Lloyd was there. Yes, Debbie Lloyd was there. Ben King had arrived as well.
Who is Ben King?
Ben King he's essentially, he's a house, sort of an estate manager, and we'd worked together in London a few times, and he's a wonderful guy. So I brought Ben along to Australia to manage everything. He's very good and very nice. And then there was also, yeah, I mentioned Malcolm and Jerry. Yeah, they were there as well.
Which, if any, of the medical professionals that you saw that day did you tell what happened to your finger?
When Malcolm and Dr. Kipper, when they took me to, first we went to Malcolm's apartment where he was staying while we were shooting the film, and tried to clean my hand because I had worked the day before, and obviously when you're playing pirate, Captain Jack or whatever, you're covered. They paint with alcohol, with rubbing alcohol. They paint dirt all into your hands and into your face and everything. So they were worried about getting my finger clean, so they tried doing that at Malcolm's. And then Kipper said, no, we got to get to emergency room, and we got to get hold of the tip of his finger. So we went to the emergency room. The doctor asked me what happened, and I lied to him. I said that I had smashed it in these large accordion doors, that it got caught in the accordion doors.
Why would you lie about that?
I lied because I didn't feel, I didn't want to disclose that it was what it was. I didn't want to disclose that it had been, I didn't want to disclose that it had been misheard, that it had thrown a vodka bottle at me and then took my finger off. I didn't want to get her in trouble. I didn't want to, I tried to just keep things as copacetic and as easy as possible for everyone. I did not want to put her name in that mix.
Did you tell Dr. Kipper what had actually?
We're continuing to watch the Johnny Depp defamation trial here. We're going to go to a quick 2-minute break here for some of you, as Johnny Depp is talking about when he had to go to the emergency room after what he says Amber Heard throwing a bottle of vodka and then smashing right by his finger. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
No, where was Ms. Heard during this time?
Ms. Heard. face here.
Could you mark on the screen where you see that?
It's right above that green dot.
And do you know who took this picture?
I do not know.
Can we please publish this to the jury?
Do you want to enter it into evidence?
Yes, please.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 145 in evidence. You can publish to the jury.
And so, Mr. Depp, now that the jury can see the photograph, can you again explain what that green dot is identifying?
Just above the, well, just above the green dot is a wound from Ms. Heard taking my cigarette, and this is after the finger had gone away, and she stubbed it out in my face and on my cheek. So that's the result of that.
If we could please take this down, and I'd like to show you, Mr. Depp, Plaintiff's Exhibit 144.
Yep, it's
What is this a picture of, Mr. Depp?
the remains of my finger.
And was this taken shortly after you were injured?
I believe this was taken at the emergency room, I'd imagine.
I'd move this into evidence, but I'd like to also warn the jury and the people in the
All right.
audience that this is a very graphic picture.
All right, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 144.
We can take this down. Thank you. Mr. Depp, how long after your finger was injured did you return to LA?
After the emergency room, the following day, I was sent to they'd found a surgeon in Australia, so that I could go. They wanted me to take have X-rays taken and all that. So we went to that doctor, the finger surgeon, and he asked me what happened to my finger, and I again lied, and I stuck to the story that it was smashed in an accordion, a large accordion door. And he looked at me as if I were lying. And the next thing I heard was, "Sir, that is a wound of velocity." And
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, this is a communication in the context of medical treatment.
I'll sustain the objection. Moving on.
So, Mr. Depp, this was a surgeon you saw in Australia.
yes,
When did you return to Los Angeles after seeing that surgeon?
I believe it was probably the next day, where it might have been Kipper or someone who had hooked me up with a wonderful, a great expert in reconstruction of hands, fingers, digits, whatever. So I went to see the surgeon, and we prepped for surgery, pretty quickly.
And what type of surgery did you have on your finger?
The majority of this was all missing, and essentially, to some degree, hollowed out, if you will, because the bone had shattered, and then there was the bone that was sticking out down there. So he had to do a skin graft from this part of my hand and graft it onto my finger to give me a finger again.
Anything else that was done to your finger to stabilize it?
I don't think it was initially that they put the pin in. I think the pin, feels like the pin came later. I'm not sure, but you just, I had to go after the surgery. It was bandaged up, and they give you all kinds of things on what to do, what not to do, keep it elevated or this or that, and I just walked away with a very large middle finger. It was all wrapped up to like this, and then, medicated. They've given me shots in there and such.
How long did you wear that bandage that you just described?
Well, the bandage was from the time of the surgery all the way through the remainder of finishing Pirates of the Caribbean, which was, I think I finished, the injury took place in March. Finished Pirates of the Caribbean 5, I believe, in August, beginning of August, end of July. So there was a bandage on it the whole time. What I had to do was wear, because of, there's a special effects trick that they had planned. Basically, whatever bandage I had on, as long as they could, they would put more, little green dots, for example, on the splint and the finger and all that, and the bandages, so that in post-production they could use what's called computer-generated imagery, CGI, to erase the bandage and replace it with a normal finger. That's how we finished the film.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 61. And if we could scroll to the second picture, or third. Can you keep going one more, please? Another. Sorry, this is a series of pictures, and to spare everyone, I don't think I'll show you the immediate injury again. This was one right here. Thank you. Mr. Depp, do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
And what's reflected in this picture?
This was taken in the surgeon's office where I'd go in well, I had to go in every couple of few days to have it checked out for infections and such. And so the finger, non-finger, was wrapped quite heavily, and there was this medicated, kind of greasy medicated thing on top of the wound itself. And this, I believe, seems like when the pin was in here, and the wrapping is, the bandage is, well, I had my choice, and I thought, well, may as well take the kiddie bandages, dinosaurs and hearts and unicorns. As I said, at least have some humor to deflect the pain.
Your Honor, I'd like to move Plaintiff's Exhibit 61 into evidence.
Do you want the whole exhibit or just this picture?
If we could publish the whole exhibit.
You want the whole picture, the whole exhibit? Any objection to 61?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 61, but you just want to publish this part of 61?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So how long after your injury was this picture taken?
After the initial injury,
Yes.
I'd say no more than, it would seem to me, no more than 5 days, a week.
And how long was this bandage on your hand for?
Well, I was wearing bandages all the way up until I finished the film, and then yeah, up through August for sure, and then beyond, I had to keep it. I had to keep it covered. I had to keep it protected.
Do you recall how long after the injury that how long after the surgery the pins were removed from your finger?
I would say maybe, I think it was about 2 or 3 days, because I remember that there was, maybe more, but I just remember that the pain seemed to be getting worse and worse as Debbie would rate it, from is this an 8 out of 10? Is this a 3 out of 10? That kind of thing. At a certain point, it became kind of a 12 out of 10, because it felt hot, very, very, very hot, and it felt there was throbbing. It was throbbing, and the pin in there. It was like I could feel the pin in there. So we'd called the surgeon. I called the surgeon, told him. Actually, I think it might have been Debbie Lloyd. Actually, called, but I knew I had to see the surgeon again because something felt very wrong, and I went there, and he removed all the bandages, and he found that that my finger was indeed infected, and that I had contracted MRSA, MRSA, which is like I believe it's like the flesh-eating disease or something. But it was a pretty grotesque sight. After with the pin in and what they had to do to save it.
Mr. Depp, while your finger was injured and healing, did you ever take any opiates during that time?
No, ma'am. No more.
Your Honor, I'm about to switch gears, so if
right.
it makes
We can
sense to
do
take
that.
our lunch break.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our hour lunch break. Come back at 2 o'clock. Just make sure you do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research, and we'll see you at 2. And again, sir, since you're still testifying, you cannot discuss your testimony with your attorneys or with anybody else, okay? All right. See everybody at 2?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, everyone, as you heard there, they are going on about a 1-hour break there for lunch. We will have full coverage when that does resume right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Us here as we roll the top stories and headlines from all over the country right here for you on Live Now from Fox. We're actually going to go out to the Ukrainian President Zelensky, getting us an update on everything that is happening there in Ukraine as the Russia war continues to rage on.
Те, що у нас війна, на всі безпекові виклики. Сьогодні Шарль Мішель приїхав до нас і був перед зустрічю зі мною був в Бородянці. Ми обговорили впродовж 2 годин, обговорили з президентом важливі.
Briefly, sanctions, weapons, membership in the European Union and money. Things that we really need. Things that we will for sure need after our victory to reconstruct our country. We understand that that Russia wishes to destroy the Ukrainian people, our statehood. We have the same understanding, we have the same views, and this is real genocide. It is important that today you personally, together with your team, visited Borodyanka, and with your own eyes you have seen what happened there, what the Russian occupants have done there. This is an important political signal. We have agreed that the Ukraine and the European Union will cooperate closely to investigate these war crimes and crimes against humanity. We see that Russia is not stopping in its bloodthirsty wish to destroy Ukrainians, to destroy our state, but any price, women, children, innocent civilians Russian troops have started a new large-scale offensive in Donbass. We understand all of this. We see all the risks. We see all the steps. They continue firing missiles all over the territory of Ukraine. They keep in siege, according to our information, about 120,000 people only in Mariupol. Crimes that are happening in Mariupol are much more awful and large-scale than in Borodyanka. I am convinced that with our joint efforts we will be able to inflict liability on all those guilty, and I do assure you that we will find everybody. Today we have discussed the areas where EU can help us in order to stop this barbarian war against our peaceful Ukrainian people. First, it is important to maximally strengthen to the maximum the sanction pressure. Finally, we have to do everything in order to deprive Russia for all the possibilities to fund this bloodshedding war. We are grateful for all the 5 sanction packages of the European Union. Unfortunately, certain things, in our opinion, are not yet finalized, and they have to be developed in more detail and have to be completed, because at the moment they are not enough to stop the funding by Russia the funding of this war by Russia. We do want that the next powerful 6th sanction package is approved. We call on the complete energy embargo, including import of oil and gas. Oil should be part of the 6th package. Without it, this package will be empty, will not powerful enough. Finally, all Russian banks have to be disconnected from SWIFT, including Sberbank and Gazprom Bank, and full stop should be put in this area as concerns sanctions. It is important to block all accounts of the Russian state and companies, and this money should be channeled to the reconstruction of Ukraine. Every Russian official and their families have to feel on themselves the action of the sanctions and the consequences of their personal support of the war against Ukraine on our Ukrainian land. Second area, it is important to ensure that Ukraine has all the necessary modern weapons. We have paid a lot of attention to weapons, a lot of time. European partners have made a considerable contribution to the support of our military capacities. I'm grateful for 1.5 billion euro within the framework of the European Peace Fund for funding of the military needs of the armed forces of Ukraine. We have agreed to use this money to the maximum effect for Ukraine to get exactly the weapon that we do need. Not all weapon, but the weapon that is the priority for us. Not all, but the weapon that we lack. And this is very important. These are very important issues and very important words. And this is very important emphasis. We need this weapon in time, and we need what is required. We have to unite our efforts in order to restore our infrastructure of our villages and cities, taking into account the big number of temporary displaced persons. There is a need to start the reconstruction works to rebuild our cities already now without waiting until the end of this war, because people live now. And people need to use this infrastructure today. I am grateful for the initiative for the establishment of the Trust Solidarity Fund that has been supported by the EU member states. This fund should become one of the main components to ensure immediate economic support to Ukraine and also support for the post-war reconstruction. We have discussed the prospects of the donor conference to launch this fund. Difficult challenges require immediate actions without delay. This should be our joint actions, because only together we can and we will overcome everything and will reach success. As concerns the European Union, our future membership, we have discussed that this is a priority for our country, for the strength of our people, who are ready to defend and who are defending our land against the Russian occupants, even without weapons. We are waiting. We have done everything. We have answered almost all the questions, almost all. We have passed the questionnaire to you, we have passed the answers to the questionnaire to the ambassador. Ambassador, good afternoon once again. So we are waiting for the meeting and on this very important issue for our country, and we are hoping, waiting for the support of EU member states and also for your personal support, dear Charles Michel. We can talk for a long time, and we can, but the most important thing is to act. And there has been quite a lot of such steps, and I would like to thank personally to Charles Michel for this.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last year, I had the occasion to come 3 times in Ukraine, and exactly 1 year ago, in March last year, we went together to the Donbass. And there in the Donbass, I said, Russia is not a mediator. I said Russia is party to the conflict. And the situation today is showing that I was right. And this morning, I went to Borodianka in order to witness with my own eyes what's the situation there on the ground. I met people. There are no words in order to explain what I feel, not as President of the European Council, but as father, as human being. These are atrocities. These are war crimes. It must be punished. It will be punished. They must pay for what they have done there and in many other cities and other locations in Ukraine. And right now, like you, I think to the people, the soldiers, but also the civilians in the Donbass, in Mariupol, and in other cities who are fighting for their life, who are fighting for the sovereignty of Ukraine, but I know very well, who are fighting for the European values, for the freedom, for the democratic principles. We are determined to do everything we can in order to support Ukraine, because we want the victory of Ukraine. And that's why we will use all the possible tools in our hands. Of course, the financial support is very important. We had the occasion with the President to go more into the details, and that's why we have decided a few weeks ago, after a talk we had by phone, dear President, to launch this trust fund in solidarity with Ukraine. In the following days, it will be the 5th of May. It will be the starting point of this trust fund with this international donor conference that we'll organize together with Poland, with Sweden, and with the support of the European Union's Commission, all the member states, but also with the support of many international actors. We are also working closely with international organizations like the IMF, the World Bank, and others in order to make sure that we can mobilize financing and support in order for Ukraine to be able to pay the social expenditures that are needed in the short term, in the mid-term, in the longer term, but also, this is very important, in order to start as soon as possible the rebuilding program for the country. And I can assure you that the EU will be on your side in order to rebuild the country. We discussed today very strategic and interesting ideas, very operational and concrete ideas in order to accelerate the process, and I'm optimistic that in the following days and weeks we will be able to clarify the exact nature of the support that we will be able to provide, also in order to succeed when we discuss the rebuilding of the countries.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you as we continue to listen to Ukrainian officials on the very latest on the war front there in Ukraine.
The EU has decided to provide little military equipment for the first time in history. It was a decision taken 2 days after the start. totally committed for the democratic principle, for the freedoms, and you don't fight only for the future of the children of Ukraine. We know that you fight for the European fundamental principles and values. And then we are also determined to provide humanitarian support, and we are determined to provide support to make sure that international justice and justice will prevail, because there is no peace without justice. That's why it's very important to collect the evidence and to support all the actors who are working in this important field. Finally, we had the occasion to discuss the sanctions, because we think that we must put pressure on the regime, on the Kremlin. We have decided many concrete measures. This is not enough, and that's why we are constantly working in order to increase the pressure. And again, today we had the occasion to go more into the details and to identify some additional elements in order for us to put proposals on the table of the Council and to be able to maintain the maximum pressure on Russia. Finally, one last word. Dear President, dear Vladimir, we met for the first time about 3 or 4 years ago, and this was the starting point of a personal relationship based on trust and confidence. I want to tell you that I am, and we are extremely impressed by your personal leadership. And your personal leadership is also showing the bravery and the courage of the people of Ukraine. You are not alone. We are with you, and we'll do everything which is possible to support you and to make sure that Ukraine will win the war. Thank you.
Дякую, панове президенте. Шановні.
So, dear colleagues, dear journalists, we have a possibility to ask questions. Rather channel, please. So, the United News, dear presidents, dear President Peskov has said that he is playing football with himself, Mr. Peskov. But when we talk about such serious things, there can be no play there. There have to be very serious attitude to this, and we will show how we score as soon as we get the ball. As to the second part of your question, I'm just trying to remember how many parts this question had. When it comes to weapons, it has become warmer. It has become warmer in terms of weapons. We have warmer relations. The West has a warmer attitude to Ukraine. It has become clearer when we can get this or that military equipment. I'm not ready to say how many planes are coming. I am, of course, not ready to mention the details of what we are getting. This is part of our defense capacity. This is the information that remains with us. As to economy, here everything is open. All the decisions have to be explained to the society. There are no secrets there, and the government has to explain to our business how they are going to help Ukrainian business. We have deficit of a few $1 billion, the state and the society.
Progress as soon as possible. The economic topics, we are determined to support Ukraine, and that's why this donors conference and this trust fund in solidarity with Ukraine is an important tool, it's an important element, and this is also a topic that we discussed in details. We discussed also the technicalities in order to make sure that we'll be able to mobilize a lot of money as soon as possible in order for Ukraine to be able to face the social challenges in the short term, in the midterm, but also to prepare the rebuilding of the country. And again, we are determined on the EU side. This is a very strong political position. We are determined to do everything we can in order to support Ukraine in all possible fields.
Okay, RTL, wait for microphone, please.
My name is Christian Berger of RTL Television Germany. Mr. President, you said you discussed energy sanctions against Russia, but there's no common position within the European Union, and especially Germany is one reason for that. There's no immediate oil embargo against Russia. How disappointed are you about the German position? And a question to President Michel, how do you rate the German influence in slowing down sanctions?
А просто можна передати ще раз мікрофон, шановний пан журналіст. Мені просто
I suggest that Germany is not ready for the oil and gas embargo, but what is the question? Do we have to prepare them for that? Yes, I do not treat it well.
There could be an immediate oil embargo against Russia, and Germany is not supporting that.
Якби не позиція Німеччини, могло б бути негайне запровадження ембарго. Якби не позиція Німеччини, то можливо було б негайне запровадження ембарго на нафту. Як ви до цього ставитеся?
I think that in any case the EU countries, because of their unity and because of what happened in Ukraine, seems to me that they are ready to introduce the oil embargo. I am very pleased that we have this open dialogue, and the German press are putting this question. You as a representative with Germany, who is not ready yet, but with the coal, the embargo has been introduced, but Germany introduced that just for 4 months, if I'm not mistaken. It's postponed for 4 months. I think that for oil embargo, with the united pressure put by the EU countries and support of the US in that area, in the UK and Germany will also do that and join the hunt. But we understand that any kind of leader looks on one's own society, one's own people, one's own media, our own. It's not Ukrainians or Americans of the French, but your society should look into the issue. Thank you for protesting in the squares of Berlin and other municipalities supporting. You are garnered not less support than any other EU member. We think that the public, the general public in Germany, support us. So the more you, sorry for trespassing on your time unduly, but the more you put that kind of question, not to me, but to your leadership, the more difficult it will be for the Russian Federation.
To destroy the sovereignty of Ukraine is also to divide the European Union, and he will not succeed. And the recent weeks we have demonstrated, even in difficult circumstances, that the 27 member states, we were systematically able to take decisions all together by unanimity, and that's why we were able in a few weeks to take very important decisions on sanctions. 1,000 individuals are targeted, many entities are targeted, the financial sector of Russia is targeted, and we are discussing constantly among the 27 member states, together also with our partners and allies. It was again the case yesterday with Joe Biden and with other like-minded leaders and partners, how we can maximize the pressure on the Kremlin in order to make sure that we will succeed to change the behavior of the Kremlin. This is not easy. This is extremely difficult. But the main goal is to make sure that the sanctions are painful for the Kremlin, for the regime, and not for ourselves. And it's why for this oil sector, I'm convinced, and I said it publicly in the European Parliament a few weeks ago, that sooner or later we will target oil and gas. I'm personally convinced, and we've already decided that we want to stop our dependencies on fossil fuels in general, it will take time, and on Russian and gas and oil in particular as soon as possible. And we are working very hard, day to day, with our partners, to be able to take the decisions that are needed. And you know that we have started the Commission in order to make proposals in the short term, in the mid-term, in order to reach this common goal, this common purpose. The European Union's unity is a main asset, and I intend to be very firm to protect this asset. It means that we have debates, we have discussions, we want to be collectively intelligent. We had, again, a very useful and interesting discussion on different elements regarding the sanctions in order to be painful, to maintain and to maximize the pressure against the Kremlin, because we have two tools. We have the support for Ukraine. I've described together with the President what are the fields in which we are working, point one, and the sanctions. These are the tools that we need to use in order to make sure that Ukraine will win the war.
Thank you very much. The last question, Al Jazeera. Fourth row at the end.
Mr. President, thank you. First, I want to ask about what you can tell about the situation in Mariupol right now, the current situation, especially in Azovstal, and how this may affect the negotiations with Russia. And for Mr. Charles, thank you. You answered my question. Thank you.
The situation in Mariupol is worsening, unfortunately. So far, we are not able to achieve positive result there. Our troops are now defending hundreds of wounded and civilians. They are losing their life, and it's not by chance. I am saying that it's behind their backs. It's because there are about 1,000, so far as I know. I don't know for sure how many at this moment. About 1,000 civilians, women and children. Here, I would like to say that everything will be easy and we will help tomorrow to our troops and to our civilians in Mariupol, but I cannot say this. As to humanitarian missions, humanitarian corridors, we are constantly proposing this to the Russian Federation. Some corridors are working. Dozens of thousands of civilians were able to leave Mariupol through these corridors. I have to say that unfortunately that a few thousand civilians believed to Russia and went to Russia or to the occupied territories, and unfortunately the tragedy is that we don't know the fate of these thousands of people. So I don't know when we will be able to unblock Mariupol, and I want to be open with you that all our guys in Mariupol want victory. They want Mariupol to be unblocked, and they don't want to submit to the enemy. That's their own internal feeling. That's what they are inside. In order to unblock Mariupol, there are two ways. First,
Once again, that was one of our latest updates that we had coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk with President Vladimir Zelensky. Going to continue to keep our eyes on all of the latest updates right here from Ukraine to our viewers who've been watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. We'll step away for a 2-minute break. Don't forget, we are still also keeping an eye on the trial in Fairfax, Virginia with the celebrity Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. This has been a very fiery morning already, with Johnny Depp still on the stand for now the second day. They are set to resume after the lunch break at the top of the next hour. So we'll be in this piece of content as well as some other press conferences happening across the country again right here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A live look here at the big board, up more than 300 points as we are getting now into the middle of the week. Yesterday was also a great day for stocks. Monday was that swing up and down. So we'll continue to keep an eye on this. But I do want to let our viewers know we do have a shot live outside of the White House. When there is a guard, of course, that means President Biden inside of the Oval Office at this time. We'll keep an eye out for some of his events if they do feed us anything that he's up to today. We'll, of course, bring it to our viewers here on Live Now from Fox. But since we're in D.C., earlier here this morning, Secret Service and officers had an incident where an intruder broke into one of the ambassador's residencies. This is the Peruvian embassy. So let's go ahead and listen into the latest update. They did end up killing that intruder. Let's go ahead and get the latest update with our D.C. police here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning. I'm Chief Robert J. Conte III, Chief of the Metropolitan Police Department here in Washington, D.C. This morning, just before 8 o'clock a.m., members of the United States Secret Service Uniform Division were summoned to the 3000 block of Garrison Place in response to a call for a burglary in progress. Upon the arrival of the officers on the scene, they located an individual who was in the rear of the ambassador's residence to the embassy, for the Peruvian embassy, the ambassador's residence. Once the officers encountered this individual in the back, they learned that this individual had smashed out several windows to the backside of this residence. They encountered this person. They pulled their less than lethal service weapons, their tasers. This person was holding a metal stake. The officers fired those tasers. They did not take effect, and as these weapons did not take effect, ultimately the officers ended up pulling their service weapons, firing shots, and this person is now deceased. The members of the Metropolitan Police Department's Force Investigation Team are handling the investigation as an officer-involved shooting. We're working with our partners at the United States Secret Service to investigate this. I'm sure that there are a lot of questions about this, more questions than we probably have answers to. This is a very fluid situation. Again, this happened just before 8 o'clock a.m. and involved members of the United States Secret Service Uniform Division Police Department. I can take any questions you might have. Yes.
Chief, were the Uniform Secret Service Police here as part of like a detail, or were they called to the scene?
They were called to the scene. There were family members who were inside of the residence. Those family members, while they're inside, hear the smashing of several windows. There are multiple windows that are smashed out at the residence. As they're hearing the smashing of the windows, they make notification to the Uniform Division Secret Service Police Department, and those officers responded to that call and were taken to the location where they encountered this person on the rear of the property.
Was the ambassador and his wife Maria here at the time?
That is correct. They were, yes.
And nobody inside the house hurt?
Nobody inside the house is hurt at this point. Obviously, again, we're still in the very early stages of the investigation. We don't know who this individual is. We don't know why this person was on the ambassador's residential property. We don't know why this person smashed out several windows. We don't know why this person had a metal stake. We don't know why this person approached the officers with that metal stake, but we're investigating that now.
And the officers are okay?
The officers were taken to an area hospital for evaluation, but it appears that they don't have any life-threatening injuries. They are being tended to at a local hospital.
Did they have injuries at all, or were they nicked in some way? Or
we're not sure. I'm not sure. By the time I arrived on the scene, the officers were already taken to the hospital.
I know you said, sir, that you didn't know who this person was.
Yes.
Is there any indication that this was somebody that might have been known to law enforcement in the past?
No indication that he's known to law enforcement in the past. We don't know. We just know it's an adult male. He appeared to be maybe in his late 20s or 30s.
Any evidence of intoxication or anything like that?
That's possible. We don't know. It was reported to us that the officers used their tasers, their less than lethal weapons, and that those weapons appeared to not have any effect on the person.
Any indication whether this person knew that this was the ambassador's residence, or was this a randomly?
No indication. The ambassador's residence, if you know exactly where it is in the back, I mean, it's a pretty huge property that's surrounded by a fence and a lot of trees and so forth. So we're not sure about that at this point.
Chief, did the family recognize this man? Have they said
it does not appear that anyone knows who this person is. Anyone else?
So the man he had no ID on him?
We haven't got that far in the investigation yet.
How far into the house now?
He was smashing out windows of the property all around the property. Yes. Anyone else?
Was he armed with anything other than the pipe?
The metal stake, we don't know. We're processing the scene right now. We haven't gone through property. We haven't done any of that. But right now, we know that he was in possession of a metal stake at the time of the shooting.
And about smashing, did he actually get in, or was he just outside smashing them?
We don't know if he actually got in. It's a very large property, and there were windows smashed, entry door windows that were smashed all around the property. So it's kind of hard to tell if he made entry at this point.
But the situation with the officers was outside.
The situation with the officers was in the rear yard of this location.
How many officers were out firing?
It appears 2 officers used this service weapon.
And did the suspect die on the scene?
I'm sorry?
Did the suspect die on the scene? Or
Yes, ma'am. He was pronounced on the scene.
Can you just give us a sense of if this is like totally abnormal? Are you guys seeing a lot of these types of incidents around
No,
here?
we don't see these types of incidents around here. This is totally out of the ordinary. I can't recall the last time we had this type of incident on the property, on the residence of one of our ambassadors. I just don't recall that any time in recent history. So again, unclear as to why this person was here. We know that the person is deceased. We know that the person smashed out several windows. We know that the person was in possession of a metal stake, but just really not certain as to why we are dealing with this situation, why he was here today.
Last question, please. Last question.
Maybe this is for the service, but are they adding more uniformed division officers to other residences?
I don't think so. This appears to be isolated to this particular embassy residence, but I'm not exactly sure what the Secret Service will be doing. We'll be again continuing conversations with them after the press conference. All right, thank you very much. Yeah. Good morning.
All right, so a very quick update from some of our leaders in D.C. Earlier here this morning, again, Secret Service officers did shoot and kill that intruder. They were going around breaking each and every single one of those windows. It all happened just before 8 a.m. this morning. And again, they did try to subdue him using tasers first, but unfortunately did have to result in using their weapons to help remedy this situation. Again, happening just earlier here this morning in Washington, D.C. We'll keep an eye out for any more updates here to this story. Also going to be keeping an eye closely for this seal to be taken down, and we'll be back inside of that courtroom. Right now, they are on a lunch break as Johnny Depp has been on the stand now for 2 days. He's been talking extensively about the relationship he had with his ex-wife, Amber Heard, saying that there was a lot of not only verbal abuse, but even saying at times it resulted in physical abuse from Amber herself. And remember, just last week, we had a marriage counselor who had spoken on the stand saying that unfortunately it seemed like there was mutual abuse happening from both sides. So it will be interesting once we get to that point of cross-examination. Of course, right now, his lawyers and teams still the ones asking the questions. So this will be something we'll head to here at the top of the hour. We're going to take this opportunity to step away for a 2-minute break. But when we come back, we're going to be taking you out to Texas, where they have a new mural of the newest member of the Supreme Court. More to come right here in just 2 minutes.
Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson says, the woman that should have been the first member of the United States Supreme Court, Constance Baker Motley, who stood in the courtroom as an advocate when our voices could not speak in the Supreme Court, eloquently fighting and ultimately going to the Second Circuit. And of course, Justice Beta Ginsburg, Ruth RBG, just like KBJ, did not have any open doors when she graduated. A Jewish woman told her, sit down. Where's your husband? Take care of your children. Perseverance. You wonder why this is a sacred place. And so as we go back to Washington, there's much work for us to do to join with Harris County in police reform, to bring down gun violence, work that we will be doing to get rid of the scourge of human trafficking. Our work should complement your work and stand with you on the grounds of justice. And so I proclaim this place both holy and sacred, and make this a landmark destination for all of those who come to Houston for conventions as we come in and open up just a little bit with COVID-19. I want HISD and Aldine and Klein and Spring bring children here on school trips. Let them understand this historic moment. Preach unity and get rid of anger, discrimination, and the castigating of people because of the way they look. Throw the word monkey out when you describe people of color. Don't ever use the word wetbacks ever in life again, or descriptions against Asian Americans and Southeast Asians and Asian Pacifics. This is a moral, Commissioner Ellis, more than what you might have thought. It is a unifying definition of who we are as Americans. And there are people from the west to the east to the south to the north in Houston that need to come here so that the words in their mouth can be forever taken out. That, as the old folks said, their mouths are washed with soap, and they are cleansed to be able to see us as dignified human beings, as humanity. We are tired of the old walks and the old talks. We're tired of the accusations and stereotypes of who we are. We stand before this beautiful, magnificent mural to say who we are. We too are Americans. And Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson is and forever will be, with God's grace and mercy, a justice on the United States Supreme Court. And there are no limits. May ultimately, in time, become in place of the present Chief Justice, the Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court. We stand on sacred ground. God bless all of you. We stand on sacred ground. Let me, as I would not be me, Commissioner Ellis, and this quiet-spoken artist, and Brother Hodges, would you all come up? Annette, come up. Soft-spoken. She spoke pretty well as far as I'm concerned. She inspired me.
She finished this morning. I started to put the scrubs on.
No, I want her to be dressed as she is.
I wanted to see something because you mentioned it.
Yes.
Just so you know. I'd like to
Yes, come.
I just wanted to tell you that I used the same colors for all of these. We made of the very same things. There's
Yes.
nothing that separates us, and There's no difference, really. It's a little more pigment of that, a little bit more of that, but that's about it. And we're all the same. And
the human family.
Yeah.
Human family.
I see no difference.
And she did it with the brush.
Yes.
You know, she did not spray paint. It was a brush in 3 days.
I was going to try and stand up here and say that I was here working with her late last night. You know I'm everywhere, so I was going to be here last night with her. I did rush home and change clothes, so if you want any story about it, I'll let you know. But I do want to just emphasize that this is a place to come. And my last sentence is, this is our home, and they're not for sale. Fifth Orders, this is our home. These are our homes. It is not for sale, all right? Let's don't sell. Let's don't keel over. Let us keep up what we have. Sister Stevenson, I didn't see you there. You had your mask on. You were doing the right thing, and I didn't see you. This is our home, and it's not for sale. Is that right? You got to be loud about it now. This is our home. So if I might first provide you, Anat, the beautiful name, to acknowledge, Congressman, please. Please join us.
Pull them on up there. They know they're going to talk later. Bring Harold and Ron on up there for this photo now. Not for use for them.
And so we thank you so very much for serving as the Accommodation Inspection Advised of the United States Congress and the United States of America. I think you're going to be flying all over the country. I just see it right now. I just see it. All right? Thank you for your spirit. Thank you so very much for your history and your family. Thank you. And then, Commissioner, we know sometimes electeds are honored, but we are so grateful for you creating this humble and sacred place for us. And again, you may have to put hours on this park because the buses should be coming in, and I'm going to be right there checking the buses when they come in. I'm going to be calling the school district, wanting to know why they don't have a school trip to come over and see this mural. Every one of them that's in my congressional district. School districts, bring your children. But this is to acknowledge Commissioner's vision and to say that he is deserving of the commendation, respect, and admiration of the United States Congress. And I'm going to say, because I got to know the family, I'm going to text them, call them about this. I'm going to say thank you on behalf of Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Now you notice, Congresswoman, don't forget your phone here. Sir. Did I get it up? That's fine. Now you notice, hey, the timing is great. The next speaker, by the way, was kind enough to come. You know, Al, Congressman, I mentioned I just turned 68, and you know, I'm reading all this stuff about Alzheimer's. Of course, my dad had it. Every time I forget something, I think, God, it's coming already. But I was sure that I had called you, and I was tossing and turning 3 o'clock this morning trying to remember if I did or not. So when I called, it was to make sure you were coming. But he was kind enough, I had not called. He was kind enough when I called him, seriously, I think 8 o'clock this morning, 7:30 this morning, to work this into his schedule in between hearings. He's my friend, and he and I have worked on so many issues together over the years. Former head of the NAACP, Justice of the Peace, a great member of the United States Congress, Congressman Al Green.
Thank you very much for your very kind and warm words, Commissioner, Council Member, Senator. We, friends, have persons with us today who are leaving big tracks in the sands of time. One such person is the now Commissioner, who has been a game changer wherever he's gone. When he was on City Council, he was a game changer. He was bold, so bold as to decide that we could use CDBG community development dollars to build a facility for the Houston branch of the NAACP. For that, he deserves your love and affection. But he went on to the state Senate, where he produced legislation. He's probably one of the most prolific senators ever to serve in the state of Texas. For that, he deserves an expression of appreciation. And now, as commissioner, he is innovative. This is the innovation. This is his handiwork that you see. He is bold, he's courageous, he's prolific, he's innovative, and he is going to be remembered forever as a person who brought our images to the forefront of our minds. Some people deserve an ovation, other people deserve a standing ovation. Let's hear it for the Honorable Rodney Ellis, who is innovative, creative, and is making a difference. You have to give it to people when they do it. You should. Of course, I'm honored to be here with my colleague Jackson Lee, who will be heralded, and Harold, I almost used your name in the wrong context, but who will be remembered eternally for many things. But I guarantee you this, she'll never be forgotten for what she has done to make Juneteenth a federal holiday, Juneteenth. And I'm proud to say I was there to vote for and with her on the issue. I cannot help but acknowledge the Robinson family. Judson, I saw him here. He may have left. I saw him embrace Aljanita. Father was the first city council person out Pleasantville at large. Mother was a city council person. He was a city council person. City council just kind of runs in the bloodline. In his absence, in absentia, would you give him a hand, please? And do I see a judge over here? If I see a judge, raise your hand. Let me just make sure I'm looking at a judge over here. Yes, okay. At my age, judges, all right, at my age, you don't want to let your vision deceive you. But I do believe I see the Honorable Alice Bonner. Give her a hand, please. The Honorable Alice Bonner. I didn't say enough about Aljanita. She's probably one of the greatest public servants to live without having been elected to office. A council person without a council, a commissioner without a commission, a mayor, in a sense, without an election. Give Al some love for me, please. One of the great sheroes of our time. And of course, we have two great representatives sitting here. Representative Dutton, who has been a champion for many years in the state legislature, chose to stay where he is, not move up and do great things from the perch that he occupies. Representative Reynolds, who is a great state representative from the South Side and who, quite frankly, seems to be everywhere. I call him Mr. Ubiquitous. Give them both an expression of love for me, please. Now, friends, I promise to be as pithy and concise as I can, but I do want you to know this. As I make my comments, forgive me if tears well in my eyes, because I'm a 74-year-old black man, a son of the segregated South. I know what invidious discrimination, we call it racism. I know what it looks like. I've seen the Klan march across my yard, by the way. I know what it smells like. I've had to drink from filthy colored water fountains. I know what it sounds like. I've been called words that I don't repeat. I know what it hurts like. I've been to funerals of people who lost their lives to the cause. So forgive me if I have a tender moment as I'm speaking to you, because I want to remind you of this. This was a 6-year-old baby. This was a 6-year-old baby that went into a school that was never intended for her to set a foot in. A 6-year-old baby. Can you imagine what the parents went through? The courage that they had to send their 6-year-old baby into this environment without them. And can you imagine what she had to endure at 6 years of age? A baby had to be escorted into this environment, a hostile environment. Remember, when she went into that elementary school, Senator, Commissioner, Council member, when she went into that school, Kennedy hadn't been assassinated. King hadn't been assassinated. This was a turbulent time in the country, and more specifically in the South. A 6-year-old baby. But I thank God that her parents had the courage and that she had the stamina to withstand the slings and arrows of the racism she had to encounter, such that she has not only finished at that school, but she has become one of the par excellence civil rights activists of our time. Ruby Bridges deserves a lot of love. Would you show her some love for me, please? 6-year-old baby at the time. So now let's span the years of time and move to Judge Brown Jackson. I too was there at the hearings. And I will tell you, I had tears to well in my eyes as I sat there and I saw her as she was being grilled, as she was having to confront issues that were unrelated to her competency and her ability to serve. And the only question that we could possibly ask ourselves as this form of political torture took place was, if not her, who? Harvard twice, with honors, law review. That's the standard that was set by others, not by me. I don't think you have to go to Harvard, by the way, to get a good education. I think you get a pretty good education at Texas Southern University. But she followed the rules that were established by the establishment. She dotted all the I's and crossed all of the T's. If not her, who? For her to sit there as poised as she was, as with the
We are listening in Representative Al Green making some remarks as this new mural is being unveiled in Harris County, Texas. And again, a very big honor to Ketanji Brown Jackson, she said, to be the first Black female who has now been confirmed onto the Supreme Court. So we'll continue to listen into this, plus have more updates coming to us across the country when you return here in 2 minutes.
And when she takes an oath of office,
We all know the heroes of our history in the civil rights movement. We know Martin Luther King Jr. and we know Rosa Parks. But what we don't know is the behind-the-scenes heroes, which brings us here today. I am here to tell you about Constance Baker Motley, a unsung hero in our history. Constance Baker Motley was the first African-American woman to argue a case before the Supreme Court, the first African-American woman to serve as a federal judge and frontline lawyer in NAACP Legal Defense Education Fund.
All right, guys, so you can see here back live inside of the courtroom, everyone returning from their lunch break right away. Johnny Depp stepping back up onto the stand. He is in day 2 of his testimony. He's had some pretty graphic detail of his relationship with Amber Heard, who you are seeing there off to the very left-hand side, sitting there in that pastel yellow color. So what we've been doing is putting up a box, a split screen for you so you can see her reaction. I have to say, she has kept a pretty stone-cold face. It's not had very much emotion flash across it during portions of this when Johnny Depp has gone into some detail of their relationship, especially when he's been describing just some of the abuse that he says he took from Heard, including even at times he said she got violent with him with physical abuse, pushing him, saying sometimes she would be slapping him. He even had described moments of when he tried to escape from those situations by locking himself into the bathrooms. Let's go ahead, listen back in live right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you a document that's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 146, and I believe this was entered into evidence previously. So if we could publish it to the jury as well, please. Mr. Depp, could you please explain to the jury what's reflected in this photograph?
I believe that's, well, it's definitely me. After receiving kind of a roundhouse punch from Ms. Heard. I believe that this is, it's March. I believe that this is from what's been called the staircase incident. Am I correct?
So you said you think this is from March of 2015?
I'm just looking at the top.
Okay. Do you remember who took this photograph?
Mr. Bett, Sean Bett.
And relative to when you had injured your finger, when was this photograph taken?
Sorry?
Relative to when you had injured your finger in Australia, when was this photograph taken?
The injury to my finger was sustained I believe it was a couple of weeks or so before this, because we were back in Los Angeles for the surgery and rehabilitation of the digit.
So I know you can't see your hand in this photograph, but what would your hand have been like given its injury at this date?
Well, it was still a very, it was a very fresh wound. When that amount of, when the tip of when your finger is severed, that's not going to heal up for a very long time, and so my finger was still a very fresh wound. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure that this might have been around the time of the pin. The pin that was put into my finger to keep it together, I guess.
And what type of cast would you have had on at this time?
It wasn't a cast per se. When the bandage was out to sort of here, that was extra padding for the tip of the finger protection, and also because of the pin that was in there. So, as I'd said before, there were when Nurse Debbie would ask, give me, on a scale of 1 to 10, your pain. When the fingers started to feel differently and hurt a lot more, and it became like a 12 out of 10 pain, that was yes, that was right around then, and the reason for that was because of the infection. The MRSA had already been working its way for a number of days.
Mr. Depp, could you please explain to the jury the circumstances that led to you having the bruise that's reflected in this photograph?
Again, there was another confrontation, another confrontation, another argument about something or other, and we were in penthouse 5 area, which was where Ms. Heard had her office at the top of the stairs. And so the stairs came down, and then there was a landing, and then another set of stairs went down the opposite direction. And this took place on the landing, where she was coming out, trying to get to me, trying to hit me, trying to do anything she could, and then Whitney, her sister, was there, who stepped in the way. And interesting thing now is that Whitney stepped in front of Amber and was facing Amber to stop Amber. And when she was in between us, Amber snuck in she got the roundhouse in and just nailed me on the cheekbone.
Do you recall what Ms. Heard was upset about at this time?
I do not. I really don't.
And was anyone else in the in penthouse 5 with you and Whitney and Ms. Heard?
By that time, Mr. McGivern had been called. I believe that actually Debbie, as I remember, Debbie Lloyd was at the front door of penthouse 5, standing by the door. Mr. McGivern was kind of at the bottom of the last group of stairs. And then the thump happened, and I got myself out of the situation, and I walked down the stairs to Mr. McGivern just to say, let's get out of here, you know. And I remember that something was thrown from up there. I don't recall what it was, but something was thrown at me. It seemed like it was like I don't know if it was a bag of like pens but it was from her office area.
If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 343. And for the record, this is an audio recording. It's quite lengthy, so we intend to play certain portions of it.
Okay. Any objection?
No objection, other than we'd just like to know what minute, second portions they're going to play.
Okay, but the entire audio is in evidence, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And no
Yes,
objection? Okay. All right,
And
343 in evidence.
If you'd like me to read the specific minutes now, or we can provide it to counsel afterwards.
Hey, if you want it now or as you go? Okay.
We intend to play minute 25, 37 seconds through 26, 28, 1 hour and 57 minutes, 21 seconds through 1 hour, 58 minutes, 54 seconds. 2 hours, 38 minutes, 52 seconds through, 2 hours, 38, 52 seconds through 2 hours, 39 minutes, 43 seconds. And then 2 hours, 46 minutes, 1 second through 2 hours, 47 minutes, 20 seconds. Those are 4 clips.
Okay.
Thank you.
You want to publish that to the jury? It doesn't matter. It's just audio. It doesn't matter.
Say something to you, that it was okay. That's the promise you gave me a little while ago. I'm telling you, if you lost memory last night of kicking me out, and your memory is gone from you kicking the bathroom door and hitting me in the skull as I was bent down.
I am
Wait,
sorry.
if you have those memory.
There was a lot going on, and I was on an Ambien. Like, why are you obsessing over the fact that I can't remember it the way you remembered it? I said I was sorry. I didn't deny it.
That. I'm not talking about that. What I want. It's not to get you mad. It's just to get out of a bad situation while it's happening before it gets worse. In Australia, when we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger, at least 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went to
avoid talking to me, to
avoid
avoid working it out. That's
to escape the fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution.
No.
You escape the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
Listen to me. Listen to me. A boxer can't go.
Giving you a minute break. You do it at minute 3 at the beginning of an argument.
No. There are rounds, man. Ref splits them apart or whatever, but all I'm saying is, you can't have a solution if the argument just keeps mounting and mounting and mounting. Sit on the floor. Bam, 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 here you come. I come out. Fight, crazy, escalated. I split again, I go to another fucking bathroom or a bedroom or something. Knock, 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 bang, bang, bang. You kept coming to get me.
All right, guys, do want to say thanks again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We are listening into some very tense recordings. Do want to say viewer discretion advised. We're trying to mute some of those audio pieces when swear words are being played out here in the courtroom. Again, this is something that Johnny Depp was saying earlier here on the stand, that he started to record some of these conversations between him and Amber Heard, especially during their fights, saying that she wouldn't believe him when he had said that she would say certain things to him. And so right now, again, inside of this courtroom, you can just see both of their reactions as they are playing these audio pieces out loud for the entire courtroom to hear. This has been entered in as evidence, so the jury going to take everything under consideration, what Johnny has been saying under oath, but also these recordings that have the two. You can hear the couple. They're in the middle of this argument. And again, viewer discretion advised, as we're trying our best to make sure to catch those, the foul language that sometimes is being said. So let's go ahead, listen back in live inside of this Fairfax County Courthouse as we are listening in here to day number 8. We are in the second week of this trial.
Tell Travis what just happened.
Oh, you told me to do it. You told me to. You said, go do that.
I said, no, tell him what just happened.
And I lied.
And that you punched me in the fucking thing. And
You figured it out.
And you said, no, fucking, no, I didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? And I watched you lie. And then
I didn't punch you, by the way. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been in a lot of fights. You've been around a long time. I know. Yeah.
No, when you fucking have a close
You didn't get punched. You got hit. I'm sorry I hit you like this, but I did not. You're fine. I did not hurt you. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you talking?
What am I supposed to do? Do this? Between me and you, you're a fucking baby.
Because you started.
You are such a.
All right, so once again, thank you to all of our viewers who are listening in here to Live Now from Fox. I do apologize. Sometimes those swear words are coming out. We're trying to get those muted for some of our audience, but let's go ahead and take this opportunity. Some of you are going to be stepping away for a 2-minute break as we continue to have Johnny Depp on the stand. Looks like he's going to be answering some of those questions, again, with his own attorneys. He has not yet been cross-examined, so that will be something also that is going to be happening once his team does rest. So let's go ahead, send some of you out to a 2-minute break. We'll be back here with more on this trial on Live Now from Fox.
the door. She kept banging. And then I finally got out of the shower and I opened the bathroom door about just that much, just so I could have a good hold on the door in case she tried to burst in. And bathroom doors go in. She was pushing all her weight on the door, trying to get in. And I was pushing back because I didn't want to let her in, because I obviously didn't want the confrontation. She was not in the best of moods, you can hear. So when I was pushing the bathroom door, trying to close it, and was almost closed, she suddenly kind of yelped in pain. And she screamed out, "Ow, my toes or my foot or something." And so in that second, I thought possibly her foot had gotten caught under the door, which would, of course, not feel great on the foot or the toes, so I thought she was maybe injured. So I knelt down to have a look. The door was still, it was still pretty well about that much open. And when I knelt down on my hands and knees to look at her foot to see the injury, she kicked the bathroom door into my head. She kicked the bathroom door into my head, and I was completely taken aback by such a corrosive, horrific move. So I stood up, and I believe I stood up, and at this point the door was open. I stood up and I said, I think I said, the next move was just a bang, and just she clocked me in the jaw. And that was another shocker.
How long after that did you start recording?
Sorry?
How long after that did you start recording that audio recording that we just heard?
That audio recording was about her trying to make less of what had happened. In fact, trying to make less of what had happened by repeating some story to me that didn't make any sense, and it certainly didn't make any sense since I was there and I was the target. So I wanted some confirmation from someone with some semblance of a mind that could understand what was happening. I wanted Mr. McGivern to come up, and I asked her to tell him what had just happened. And her answer was essentially, "I don't know what he's talking about. Nothing happened. He's fine." And once again, I told Mr. McGivern, time to leave the premises.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you now what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 162.
Okay.
You can take this down. Thank you. Could you pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 92, please? Mr. Depp, what is this a picture of?
That is a that's a photograph of the blade of an old like a Bowie knife. That's the photograph of the blade with an inscription on it to me from Ms. Heard, who at the time I referred to as Slim.
Your Honor, we'd like to move Exhibit 90, Plaintiff's Exhibit 92 into evidence.
No objection.
Mr. Depp, what does it say on this knife?
Hasta la muerte,
And what does that mean?
until death.
And then what does it say after that?
XX Slim.
And who is Slim?
Ms. Heard.
When did Ms. Heard give you this knife?
Well, it was a present from Ms. Heard. I believe it was around 2015.
Could we please take this down and pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 93?
93?
93, yes. Mr. Depp, what is this a photograph of?
That's the knife in full view. That's the full side of that knife.
Plaintiffs would move Plaintiff's Exhibit 93 into evidence as well.
Objection.
All right, 93 in evidence, you can publish to the jury.
Mr. Depp, do you recall the occasion on which Ms. Heard gave you this knife?
I don't recall exactly the occasion, whether it was my birthday of 2015 or if it was a Christmas gift.
We can take this down, please. Thank you. Mr. Depp, I'd now like to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 65. And I believe this has already been offered into evidence. Yes. If so, if we could please publish to the jury. Thank you. Mr. Depp, what's reflected in these photographs?
There were some scratches. Another altercation, and there were some misheard come at me with her nails or hand scratching at me.
And who took these photographs of you?
Once again, I believe this was Mr. Pett, Sean Pett.
And when were these photographs taken?
Seems to be Christmas, or 10 days before Christmas, the 15th of December 2015.
Mr. Depp, do you remember what led to you having these scratches on your face?
This was yet again another confrontation where as was my regular practice, there had been an altercation. She was, she had some rage issue with me, and I remember that I was trying to go to my corner, as it were, which is, I was going into my office in penthouse 3, which is upstairs. And as I was approaching the door to my office, Miss Heard ran out of the master bedroom, our bedroom, and started just throwing wild punches at me, at the back of my head, at the side of my head, at anything that she could connect with. And I had to, I would have to show you sort of how I tried to avoid the attack.
Please do.
If it's all right, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
If I'm walking this way to the door of my office, and the bedroom door is where you are, I'd walked across the mezzanine there, and as I'm approaching the door, suddenly I'm just getting clobbered from behind, and one's natural primal instinct is to kind of duck and cover. So I ducked and covered, but they didn't stop. So I came up this like this, sort of protecting my face, but at the same time, with her arms swinging wildly, I put my arms out, and I was able to get her into a bear hug or something, just to stop her from hitting me anymore. And while holding her in that position, she was still trying to, she had her legs, she could kick, she could knee me, so she was still kind of very angry, very animated. And yeah, it was unpleasant.
What happened at the end of that situation?
Because of the grabbing of the arms and holding them to her side so that I didn't receive any more blows, and she was still fighting, I believe there was some kind of contact with our heads, our foreheads, as would happen if you're trying to calm someone like that. And then that was when she accused me of headbutting her, of giving her a headbutt and breaking her nose. But there was no blood. There was no. I didn't hit her nose. If there was anything at all, it was a bump of. Well, I'm trying to restrain her. She's trying to get out of it. There's going to be some contact here and there, accidental contact, but not a headbutt.
How did you escape this altercation?
After she'd made the remark about the fact that I headbutted her, which was just impossible. She split. She huffed off. I let her go. She huffed away, and she was gone for about 7 or 8 minutes. And then when she came back, I was in the bedroom of Penthouse 3, our bedroom. And she came back about 7 or 8 minutes later, and she had a Kleenex or a tissue to her nose. And then she pulled it away from her nose and she showed it to me. And there was red. There was indeed like red color on the tissue. But me, I know that there was no connection to her nose. No part of my body made connection to her nose or eyes or anything like. So she said, she took it away and she showed it to me. She said, "Way to go, Johnny, you broke my nose. You broke my nose." And I knew I hadn't, so I said, you go into sort of placation mode, which is, "Oh my God, let me see, are you okay? What happened? Let me see." And she wouldn't let me see anything. And so I just tried to calm the situation as best I could. All the while, I was waiting for her to dispense with that Kleenex because I didn't trust it. And so I waited, and when she dropped it into the wastebasket in her bathroom, or in our bathroom, and left the room, went somewhere downstairs, I think, I don't know. And then I pulled the Kleenex out of the trash bin, and I inspected it pretty closely and realized that it was nail polish. It was nail varnish or polish.
Mr. Depp, shortly after December 15, 2015, where did you and Ms. Heard go for the holidays? It had been planned for a while that we would be going to the island, and we would be going to the island with my kids, Lily Rose and Jack, and Lily Rose's boyfriend at the time, there's a friend of Amber's called Alice Temperley, I believe her name is, and her boyfriend Greg Williams, who's a very well-known photographer, and both very nice people, and their kids were going to, she told me they were going to be come to the island, and I thought, okay, great. And so yeah, that's where we went for the holidays. And what happened on the island in December 2015?
Many things, but
was there any violence by Ms. Heard against you?
Oh, yes, there were a couple of incidents that were, again, just each time one of these incidents would occur, it seemed to get worse and worse. That is to say, as opposed to fists or anything like that. I'd set up on the back porch of the house, I'd set up an area with an easel and oil paints and a can of mineral spirits, linseed oil, brushes, everything, so she wanted to paint. So I had set it up for her, And for some, and again, I remember I was sitting at the table, paintbrushes and the can and all that stuff was, and the argument again escalated, and she just simply reached down and grabbed the can of mineral spirits and chucked it at my face. She threw it at my face, and it struck me right at the bridge of the nose, sort of the forehead, bridge of the nose area, and it hurt.
Who else was around when this happened?
Well, thankfully, my children and Lily Rose's boyfriend were over towards the cafe. At that point, I didn't know that anyone else was around or had witnessed anything. I thought it was just Amber and I, but apparently there are 4 staff who work on the island.
I don't think it's hearsay. I don't think any statements yet. You can go ahead and continue your answer, sir.
Okay.
Sorry, the staff that work on your island, Mr. Depp?
Yeah. So there are indeed 4 staff who work on the island and live there all year round, who take care of everything, and 2 of them happened to be in that area and witnessed the violence.
I'll sustain as to, unless you can lay a foundation how he would know
Certainly.
that if it was not hearsay.
Mr. Depp, how do you know that these staff members witnessed part of this altercation?
These people, as I said, they're staff on the island, though I consider them family and very dear to me. And I believe it is mutual. I've known them a very long time. They were visibly shaken by what they'd witnessed.
Objection. Again, if you can lay a foundation, if he saw them there, or if this is something
Mr. Depp, did you see any of these individuals shortly after you had this altercation with Ms. Heard?
No, that's not the proper. Did he see them as actually there? If he didn't, if it was something they told him, then it's hearsay.
Mr. Depp, did you see any of your staff members at the house when you and Ms. Heard had that altercation?
Once Ms. Heard had stormed off, I sort of sat there dazed and confused for a few minutes, and then I walked around the house, and I saw Tara and...
That's fine. Okay, I'll sustain the objection. We'll move on.
You mentioned Tara. Who's Tara?
Tara's the manager of the island.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to discuss April 2016 now. When is Ms. Heard's birthday?
22nd of April.
And in 2016, how was Ms. Heard celebrating her birthday?
We'd set up a dinner for her, which was, she wanted to have a dinner with all her friends, and Josh, Drew, Rocky's boyfriend, who was some sort of chef, he asked her what she would like for him to cook. That's hearsay, I guess.
I'm not sure if it's offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
He got it.
Okay, all right, well then.
I'm learning.
There you go.
Let me put it a different way. Mr. Drew, who was a chef, which I don't believe is hearsay, Mr. Drew had made Mexican food Ms. Heard's favorite. Is that better?
And what were you doing that day before Ms. Heard's birthday celebration?
I had been in a room for many, many hours with a group of accountants, new accountants, and they were going through essentially the situation that I was in financially, which was a real shock to me. I had no idea, and I know this sounds ridiculous, but I prefer to think of the work as opposed to how much I'm getting paid. So I had no idea how much money I'd made. I just didn't. I just figured if I was working, there was money, so everything would be all right. They informed me that I had been, well, that quite an inordinate amount of sum of money had been was gone. It had disappeared, and after having worked 30-something years in the industry, I'm sorry, I could hear Ms. Brett.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was pretty shocked at where I was to learn I was exactly financially. And it was a very long meeting. And I knew, of course, that Ms. Heard's birthday dinner was to start at, I believe, 8:30. And I texted her a number of times from the meeting saying, this is probably going to go long, and I think I might be a little late. I'm sorry, but it's, you know, important, and I'm going to be a bit late for the dinner. And I apologized all over the place, and so when I left and picked up something at the house, which I believe was her gift, the text from Ms. Heard asking me to bring, asked if I could bring some wine and some weed. And I texted back, sure. And then by the time I got to, arrived at Penthouse 5 for the party, I was about an hour and 40 minutes late, maybe, something like that.
Before you arrived, how many drinks had you had?
Oh, I think I'd had a glass of wine with, there was one bottle of wine that Ed White had brought to the meeting that we, between, I don't know how many, 5 or 6 of us, we had a glass of wine.
Could you tell the jury who Ed White is?
Oh yeah, sorry. Ed White was my, at the time he was my new business manager, and he was quite a, he was quite a professional, you know, nearly forensic business manager, and he had shown me things that from my former business managers that were quite, which disturbing.
Hearsay.
I believe he said he showed him.
Yes, yes, I looked at papers. Maybe they're hearsay papers. I don't know.
I believe he was being shown financial documents.
All right. So, well, I'll sustain us any hearsay that might be
Understood.
All right, next question.
Mr. Depp, when you arrived at the party, how did Ms. Heard greet you, if at all?
Very cold.
What did she say to you?
Not much. Not much, except occasionally she would tear herself from the conversation that she was in just to lean towards me. I was sitting to her right, and I would get a quick earful of, I can't believe you've done this to me on my birthday. I can't believe, I'm so embarrassed. You know, which I found odd because I'd kept her informed all day, and the last text that I'd received was a request for wine and marijuana. So when I got there and received that attitude, what could I do? So I just made the best of it and talked to her friends, and because they were all her friends except for, I believe, Nurse Erin. Erin was there, I believe.
What's Erin's last name?
Erin Borum, Nurse Erin, who had been the nurse assigned to Ms. Heard. So I just had conversations with the various people there. Her makeup artist, Melanie Iglesias, was there with her fella, and I remember speaking French with them. I didn't really eat, wasn't feeling it.
Did you have any drinks once you arrived at the birthday party?
Wine.
How many glasses?
I don't, maybe two, because they were like large, you know, the large sort of Bordeaux glasses. So, yeah, maybe two glasses of wine by the time it started to wind down.
How many drinks did you observe Ms. Heard consume after you arrived at the party?
I really couldn't say because all I saw was just, there was.
And did it seem to you that she had been drinking wine prior to your arrival?
I was sure, since I was an hour and 40 minutes late, that Ms. Heard was well into the wine before I got there, yes, certainly.
How did the party come to an end?
It was kind of, you know, one person would say, well, I better get out of here, and then two more couples or two more people would say, yeah, time to go. And then it just wound down. There was Mr. Drew, Miss Pennington, Whitney, possibly Whitney. And that was about it. It was sort of left there.
And what happened after the guests left the party?
She was free to commence with the usual verbal barrage, and at that point, there was so much in my head from the meeting. I thought it was a bit much that Ms. Heard had, I'm sorry, it seemed quite brattish, it seemed quite childish that Ms. Heard was holding such a grudge against me for having been late to her 30th birthday party when she knew very well, she was well informed that I was in an intense meeting that had a lot to do with not just my life and my future, but my children's, and I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't know if houses were going to start going away. I didn't. So it felt. I'm sure, of course, she felt something, but it felt unfair. It felt small, comparatively. If your loved one or your husband has had some very serious issues brought before him. So when she engaged in her normal kind of banter of trying to poke at me and get me to react, I literally just got into bed. I remember the television was on, and I was reading, and I suppose Miss Heard was down in her area taking off her makeup and changing into sleep clothes, whatever, and she entered the bedroom while I was laying on my side of the bed, reading, and she was still rattling off all the wrongs I'd done to her in that particular day, and how unreliable I am, and what a horrible person I was, and I did not engage verbally, nothing. I sat there or laid there, reading my book, and when she didn't get a jump out of me or a jolt out of me, she got out of bed, she walked around the bed, she came to my side, and again, you've got a person who is throwing multiple shots at your face, at your head, at your neck, at anything she could hit. So I got up out of bed, and I grabbed her by the shoulders, and I sat her down on the bed. And I said, I'm leaving. Please don't get off the bed. Please don't follow me. Please don't try and stop me. I'm leaving. And she got up off the bed, and she squared off at me in the doorway of our bedroom. And I said, what do you want to do? Hit me again? Would you like to hit me again? And I said, go ahead, hit me. Bam. And then I just said, is that what you wanted? Would you like another? Bam. There's the second one. And I said, good, now you're done. Grabbed her by the shoulders, walked her to the bed, sat her down, and said, don't follow me. Leave me alone. I'm out. I'm gone. I went, I grabbed a few things, and I got out immediately, and I went to my other house on Sweetser. As Ms. Heard she was leaving the following day for Coachella, which is Coachella is like it's a big event, a concert, you know, many bands, and yeah, out in the desert. She and her friends were going to Coachella for the weekend, and that was it. That was it.
Mr. Depp, after April 21st, 2016, when was the next time that you actually saw Ms. Heard in person?
I left Ms. Heard, well, I left Penthouse 3. I left at 4:30 in the morning. It was actually it was actually her birthday. It was about 4:30 in the morning, April 22nd. And that's when I left. And from that moment on, I did not see Ms. Heard until May 21st.
And why was that?
I had received some news that was as absurd and grotesque and cruel. And then I was shown a picture of what the problem was. I had gone to Mr. Bett and said, she's at Coachella. I think it's a good time to go downtown so that I can get some of my things, you know, and get them out of there, especially the things that were precious to me, you know, children things from friends, Brando, Hunter, Thompson, whatever, things that were important to me. And he said, I don't think now's a good time to go. And I thought, it's the perfect time. She's not going to be home for 2 days. And then he showed me a photograph on his telephone of...
Objection, Your Honor. Also hearsay.
It's a photograph, Your Honor.
As being relayed to him by Mr. Bett.
He says he looked at it on his phone.
I'll overrule the objection as the photograph.
What was the photograph of, Mr. Depp?
It was a photograph of the bed, our bed, and on my side of the bed was human fecal matter. So I understood why it wasn't a good time to go down there. My initial response to that was, I mean, I laughed. It was so outside. It was so bizarre and so grotesque that I could only laugh. So I did not go down there that day.
Mr. Depp, how was your mother's health during this time?
Not good at all. My mom was in Cedars-Sinai Hospital, and she was on her way out. She was dying.
How often were you going to see her during this time?
Excuse me?
How often were you going to see her during this time?
As much as I could under the circumstances. When I did go and get to see my mom, she was pretty much incapable of speech. Her speech had left her. At that time, she seemed to. Her eyes were still open, and she could kind of react with her eyes, but she couldn't speak. And then, not long after that, once her eyes closed, she lay there for the duration of her life, which ended on the 20th of May, the night before I saw Miss Heard for the last time. Well, essentially.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Depp, but how did your mother's death affect you?
As it would anyone, I suppose. There was one thing that I couldn't fathom was, I brought my kids to see Betty Sue in the hospital, and at that time she was not functioning. She was not responsive. She was alive still. She was fighting still inside, but she was lying in the bed, and what, excuse this analogy, but all I could think of was how if she's conscious if she's conscious of everything that's going on around her, but has no ability to speak, has no ability to move. I knew that the one thing, as far as Betty Sue was concerned, the last thing that she would have wanted was to have ended up lying there on a, what it was like, there's my mom lying there on a deli platter. And it was a horrible image. But I brought my kids in to say goodbye, and we all spoke into her ear. And then she passed away later. So it was painful, but there was some side of it too, at least to me, that in a way it was, I was happy for her.
Why was that?
Because I can't imagine Betty Sue or my mom, I can't imagine anyone lying there in quite possibly was a kind of a locked-in syndrome. And if she's surrounded by 10 people looking at her lying there in on that deli platter, if you will, I was happy for her that she was out of pain, out of frustration, out of... I was happy that she'd moved. Not happy, I was relieved that she was no longer in that situation. Though, when those you love leave, we're the ones stuck with the pain, with the grieving. But I was glad that my kids got to see her and give her send off, I suppose. And but it was it opened my eyes quite a lot to a number of things.
And what were some of those things that your mother's death opened your eyes to?
That life is a bird song. That what feels like 100 years is in fact a second, millisecond. Nobody can count those things, you know. So I had made peace with Betty Sue because I understood where she came from, and I understood how difficult her childhood was, and I understood that she had not had the proper training or proper teaching or the proper background to be anything other than what she had been when we were younger. I forgave her for all that, as one would, should. So I was, it opened my eyes to the fact that yes, if you try in relationships, whether friendships, whether courtships, whether marriage, whether this, whether that, try your best to try. If it's not going to work, it's not going to work. And more importantly, if you're going to get out of it, if you're going to make an end, which I had decided that it was, somebody had to call it, and I decided that I would call Amber and tell her that my mom had died that day. And then I very calmly said, look, I've made a decision and I think it's the best thing. I'm going to file for divorce, but I'm not going to going to cite irreconcilable differences. I'm not going to cite any violence. I'm not going to. I'm going to state this. We simply, the two of us, we simply don't want to feel as though we have a collar around each other's neck and a leash attached to it, and then this piece of paper that proves that that's true. So what I thought was best was we want to end this in love and take the idea of ownership of one another out of the picture. And that's how I approached Miss Heard with that. And
So why did you go over to the penthouses on May 21st, 2016?
Miss Heard had requested that I come over to have a talk, to explain. She wanted to explain things, and so I went there. And I also wanted to gather up some of those things, you know, precious things that you live with. So I went over there to
Does look like we're having a little bit of trouble here getting the rest of this feed. It's a little frozen here at this time as we've continued listening in right here. Johnny Depp still dealing on the stand, sharing about the relationship that he had with Amber Heard. Let's continue listening in live.
Clear. I told her that I would take care of her and all that, and then she started to, she was telling me about she brought up the situation of her fecal matter on the bed. And and she tried to blame it on the dogs. But
why didn't you think it could have been the dogs?
The dogs they're teacup Yorkies. They weigh about 4 pounds each. The photograph that I saw, I mean, I lived with those dogs for many years. And so did Hilda Vargas. She's a woman who's been with me for 30+ years, you know, from the very beginning. And she was the one who photographed it. It was clear she knew the dogs as well as I did. And that was none of that did not come from a dog. It just didn't.
Mr. Depp, could we back up a little bit? Who went over to the penthouses with you on May 21st?
I went to the penthouses with Jerry Judge and Sean Bett. And I had asked them on the just in case, please pay particular attention and stay as close to the door, you know, stay at the door, or if you got a split, come back quick, you know, if they went down to the security shack or whatever it was. Don't linger, get back, because if you hear anything, if you hear screaming, you got to get in there. So leave the door unlocked and spring in there if you hear something.
Why did you want them to be able to get into the penthouse quickly if they heard anything?
Just based on my past experiences with Ms. Heard, when you say something that she either didn't agree with or swore up and down that it was a complete falsity and there was something wrong with me, I'm crazy, and you know, the escalation. If anything was going to start to escalate, I did not want to be there. So I had them waiting by the door to get in there in case anything went down.
So when you walked into the penthouse, what did you see?
When I first walked into the penthouses, you walk in and then make a left, and then you're in the kitchen area, and then beyond that was the living room. I saw Miss Heard sitting there on the couch, and I went over to talk. I went and sat down on the couch. She was sitting on, the couch was kind of a square, or a half square, you know. She was sitting on one side of the couch, I was sitting on the other. That's when she was trying to explain a few things about Coachella, and then the fecal delivery. And saying that it was the dogs, And I'm sorry, I could not agree with her. I'd lived with those dogs. I picked up their fun. It was not the dogs. And so what happened was, I said, let's call Kevin Murphy.
Who's Kevin Murphy?
Kevin Murphy had been, he was in Los Angeles. He was the house manager over the places in West Hollywood, and he was also taking care of the penthouses downtown, if any work needed to be done or this or that. And he would schedule the girls who would come in, the ladies like Hilda, to do their work. And he'd had a conversation with Ms. Heard.
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Let's move beyond the
All right, let's move
conversation
on.
that Kevin Murphy had with Ms. Heard. So after you called Kevin Murphy, what happened?
I asked Kevin if Amber and he had spoken about the incident. He said, yes, they had. Okay. And it appears that Ms. Heard had told...
Hearsay, Your Honor.
I'm not sure.
This is apparently a statement by Ms. Heard.
That he heard from Kevin Murphy. That's what the testimony is.
All right, if you want to reframe that, that's fine.
Okay. After you when did you hang up the phone with Kevin Murphy?
Right about the time that Ms. Heard was screaming obscenities at him and calling him a liar, and that he was a scumbag. And I told her, I said, listen, don't speak to this man that way. Do not disrespect this man in that way. And then Kevin Murphy just hung up. And so at that point, she was riled, of course. And I went upstairs to gather belongings. When I came back downstairs, she was on the phone with Io Tillett Wright, and they were making a wonderful point of just how funny it was that I thought that some human being had actually dropped a grumpy, pardon the term, onto the bed, and they were yucking it up. They were laughing about the whole thing, and it was. You know, it was a tough couple of days, and I really didn't feel like I deserved that kind of treatment. And I went over, and I said, hey, let me talk to her. I grabbed the phone, and I said to Io, you can have her now. She's yours. She's all yours. Right? And then I took the phone, and I just bang like that onto that side of the couch was 8 feet long. The other side of the couch was about 6 feet long. I flopped it onto the couch, and I was walking towards the kitchen to exit, and then suddenly Rocky Pennington ran in to the penthouse and started, leave her alone, Johnny, leave her alone. And I was by the refrigerator at this point. I was 20 feet away.
Where was Ms. Heard at that time?
She was still sitting on the couch. And that's when the screaming, the screaming started with, like, again, I'm 20 feet away. She's still got Io on the phone. She's got Rocky there. Stop hitting me, Johnny, she's screaming in her best freaked out, upset voice, high-pitched. Stop hitting me, stop hitting me. Jerry Judge and Sean Bett entered the room. And as they entered the room, and she was quite surprised to see them, she said, "That's the last time you'll ever hit me. That's the last time you'll ever do that to me." And again, I'm a good 20 feet away by the fridge. And then Jerry said, "Boss, I think we should just leave." And then we left. That was the last time I saw Miss Heard until she asked me to break the restraining order. Or not break the restraining order, break the restraining order and talk to her in July later.
Mr. Depp, where did you go after you left the penthouses on May 21st?
I went home.
To which home?
Oh, to Sweetser.
And then where did you go? Where did you go after you went home to Sweetser?
I was due to. I had to go to. I had to catch a flight to New York, where we were doing. I was this group, the Hollywood Vampires. we were about to set out on a 2 or 3 month tour of Europe, and we were rehearsing in New York, and then we played one show in New York as a warm-up gig, and then we were on the plane, and we started the shows in Europe, and I was on the road from then, which was May, through July, August or something.
Ms. Myers, is this a good time to take our afternoon break?
I was just going to suggest that. Thank you,
Good.
Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Let's go ahead and take our afternoon break, ladies and gentlemen. Please do not do any outside research and do not discuss the case. Thank you.
As you can hear there, they are going to be taking another break. We will step away from this coverage, of course, go back to it as soon as they come back from the break. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Let's take that quick 2-minute break. As we continue to really talk about, there is a lot of celebrity news out there, and probably still the biggest one right now is this Johnny Depp defamation trial. So let's bring in right now TMZ's Michael Babcock with the very latest. Michael, there's a lot of dirty laundry that's being out there and is out there in the public now.
Hey, Mike, thanks for having me. Yeah, and it's almost surreal, Mike, as I'm watching this trial and watching Johnny Depp, who is, you know, no matter if you like him or not, is one of the biggest celebrities in the world and has been for decades now, to see him on that stand in front of an open court, just talking about some of the most intimate and most personal details of his relationship with Amber Heard is almost hard to believe. And look, this is something that didn't have to happen, but Johnny Depp decided to file this lawsuit against Amber Heard for $50 million, alleging that she has defamed him over the years, making a whole host of accusations, Mike, saying that he'd done everything from get physical with her to just treating her very poorly. And she has filed a countersuit for $100 million, and it has been like a soap opera in that courtroom. Johnny Depp has talked about their relationship, said that it started out perfectly. They met on a movie set. He thought she was the perfect partner in every way, from the way she looked to the taste in music that she had. But he says that after a year and a half, things took a turn for the worst, and she turned into a different person, was controlling, was telling him what time he should go to bed, was getting angry with him if he literally took off his own boots because she wanted to do it for him. So paints the picture of somebody who was one person when they met, and things again took a bad turn. He also said, and this was probably the biggest thing to come out of the testimony so far today, that Amber Heard was suicidal. And that's something that we had not heard before. But again, bottom line, Mike, is that these are two people who were once very much in love, who are just destroying each other on the witness stand here. And Amber Heard is going to have her time in court too. And you better believe she is going to have some accusations that she levies against Johnny Depp. And I don't know that either of them survived this.
No. And you talk about, she'll have her time either. She's taking notes right now. There's times where we see that happening from Johnny Depp's, on the stand there. But what about also the whole drug abuse situation that we're hearing Johnny really detail? And when I'm hearing this, it's almost amazing that this guy was able to complete movies the way that he was talking about opioid drug abuse and so much more.
Right. Talks about those, roxycodone pills, obviously very, very strong medication here. Obviously an issue that the country's been dealing with. And you're right, Mike, you wonder how he could possibly even function with some of these stories that we're hearing. Then you hear about Johnny Depp talking about Amber Heard's, what he says was alcohol abuse, that he says, hey, look, I was willing to stop the drinking, but she wasn't willing to stop the drinking, and it got out of control. So it's just these two just lobbing these accusations at each other. And again, I really think both of them are going to come out of this, and they're going to be severely hurt from a public image standpoint.
Yeah, how does that even work then for, future movies and production companies? Wouldn't they kind of second guess or second think maybe booking them?
Certainly. And, he filed a lawsuit overseas, and a defamation lawsuit, because Amber Heard had claimed that Johnny was abusive with her. And Johnny Depp lost that lawsuit. And a lot of people, a lot of legal experts and PR experts questioned that move at the time. They say, hey, Johnny, why didn't you just let this go? Why are you bringing this back up and having people talk about you possibly being a domestic abuser? And there was a lot of confusion why he filed that lawsuit. And there's the same confusion here, Mike. This is something that didn't have to be in the courtroom right now. Johnny Depp chose for this to be blasted across the country, and he's going to have to live with the repercussions. And I do think there are going to be repercussions here. I really do.
Absolutely. And we keep watching and watching there for new developments there. All right, let's talk about another case that people are going to be following here. This is the Kardashians taking on Blac Chyna and everything that's going on with that. What do we know about this one?
You can't make this stuff up. So Blac Chyna, who of course was Rob Kardashian's girlfriend, they had a baby together. She has filed a lawsuit against the Kardashian family, alleging that the Kardashians torpedoed the reality show, which was called Rob and Chyna, which was on television a few years ago. Didn't have all that much success. Certainly not like the Kardashian show has had. Well, so she files this lawsuit. So the Kardashians were in the courtroom this week, which surprised me. I didn't expect expect to see them there, including Kris Jenner and Kim Kardashian. They were there for jury selection. So, Mike, this thing has been a circus. So they went through the normal questions that you normally ask a jury, but they also asked prospective jurors, hey, have you guys seen the Kardashian reality show? Well, there was one juror who said, well, no, I haven't seen the Kardashian reality show, but I have seen the Kim Kardashian sex tape. So he makes that comment. The attorneys say, well, would you be able to set aside the sex tape and listen to the testimony and judge it fairly? And the person says, no, I don't think so. I think I'd have the sex tape playing in my head all along. So that is an indication of how this has gone so far. It's been wild. Then you had Blac Chyna's mother, a woman by the name of Tokyo Toni, who attacked the Kardashian family and specifically Kris Jenner on Monday. She said she looked like the character from the movie Saw. I don't know. That's what she said.
Wow.
So the judge kicks her out of court, Mike, says, you can't come back, Tokyo Toni. Well, what does Tokyo Toni do? Well, she goes on Instagram Live on Tuesday and seemingly threatens the judge, says, I'm going to get you, judge. So now you have a situation where Tokyo Toni could be viewed as having just made a threat to possibly a physical threat to a judge. So we will see if she faces any repercussions from that. But this is just like you would expect a Blac Chyna versus the Kardashians lawsuit to unfold. It's been just that so far.
Yeah, so something told me that it was going to be off the rails from the very beginning.
Right.
That is definitely what we're looking at right now. And then lastly here for celebrity news, rapper A$AP Rocky, you're on a private jet, you're landing in LA, you think everything's great, then you get arrested. What's going on here?
I know, think of that, Mike. So he was in Barbados, pretty great, with his girlfriend Rihanna. So he was on vacation with her, having a great time. We did a couple stories this week about how happy they looked, and then he touches back down in Los Angeles and is literally arrested, and it's very serious charges. So the allegation here is that, and I should say the arrest was assault with a deadly weapon, and that deadly weapon being a handgun. The accusation here, Mike, is that after a music festival in November of 2021, that A$AP Rocky got into an argument with somebody that he knew and fired a gun at this person 3 or 4 times. And the allegation, again here, no conviction, of course, is that that A$AP actually grazed this person's hand with one of the shots. So he is now in custody of law enforcement here in LA, and we have this video of police enacting a search warrant, Mike, at his house, at his mansion in LA, and they are beating down his door with a battering ram. So again, I don't know, the celebrity news today is it's like the world is going to explode, but there's a lot of big stories going on right now.
Yeah, there really, really is. And you guys always do a great job at keeping track of that and updating everybody. TMZ's Michael Babcock, thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it.
Anytime. Thank you, Mike.
Yep, no problem. And we continue to monitor right here the break in the Johnny Depp defamation trial as soon as they get going. And we, of course, will bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take another quick 2-minute break. Of the Dow here as trading will end at the top of the hour. You see it surging really nice today, up 321 points there in the green. And of course, we got you covered when it comes to the Johnny Depp defamation trial. They are on a short break right here, so we will go to it as soon as we see it. Keep you in a triple box here and take you out to the White House briefing that started a little bit ago, and we're going to play it from the beginning.
Hello. Okay. A couple of items for all of you at the top. As you know, the president is headed to the West Coast tomorrow, and I wanted to give you a quick preview of his first trip to Oregon and Washington. He will highlight the historic economic growth and nearly 8 million jobs created as a result of his and congressional Democrats' actions, including the American Rescue Plan and bipartisan infrastructure law, and his work to lower costs. He will visit the Portland International Airport tomorrow to highlight critical investments to ensure stronger, more resilient infrastructure, such as an earthquake-resilient runway at the Portland Airport, and to help lower costs on everyday items by ensuring goods can move faster and more efficiently. Governor Kate Brown, Senators Ron Wyden and Jeff Merkley, and Congressman Kurt Schrader will join the president at the airport. On Friday, he will mark Earth Day in Seattle, Washington, by speaking to the need to bolster our nation's resilience in the face of threats like wildfire and the need to rapidly deploy clean energy. He will be joined at the event by Governor Jay Inslee. The president will also discuss how he is fighting to bring down prescription drug costs, such as insulin, where he will be joined by Governor Inslee, Senators Patty Murray and Maria Cantwell, and Congresswoman Kim Schreier. The president will call on Congress to pass his plan to lower prescription drug prices and energy costs, but he's not waiting for Congress to act, and he will highlight recent actions he's taken to lower energy and health care costs and give families more breathing room. Those actions from just the last few weeks include a historic release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, extending the use of E15 gasoline, taking 100 actions this year that would save families more than $100 annually on their utility bills, finalizing standards for cars and trucks that will allow drivers to travel further on every gallon of fuel, fixing the family glitch in the ACA, reducing the burden of medical debt, freezing student loan payments through August, and helping 3.6 million student loan borrowers move closer to debt forgiveness. Also wanted to note on that front, yesterday you may have seen, as part of the administration's historic commitment to support student loan borrowers and get borrowers the relief they are eligible for, the Department of Education announced changes that will move more than 3.6 million borrowers closer to student debt forgiveness, make 40,000 borrowers eligible for the immediate discharge of their loans under the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program, provide immediate relief to thousands of borrowers in income-driven repayment plans. We're delivering this relief to borrowers by fixing long-standing failures in the Income-Driven Repayment Program, or IDR as it's often known. Income-driven repayment is one of the best options for borrowers who have towards tackling their student loan debt. For too long, the system for tracking payments has been broken, and there were significant flaws that suggested borrowers who were entitled to forgiveness were missing out on their progress toward debt forgiveness. So these steps include making sure that any months in which borrowers made payments will count toward IDR forgiveness, regardless of the repayment plan, and any borrower who has made the required number of payments for IDR forgiveness based on this payment count revision will receive loan cancellation automatically. Additionally, we know that in the past, loan servicers placed borrowers who were struggling to manage repayment into forbearances without giving them adequate information about alternatives. And that meant in forbearance, while no payments were due, interest continued to accrue, and borrowers did not get credit toward IDR forgiveness. This is often not the best option for borrowers, particularly when they would be eligible for an economic hardship deferment or a low or zero payment on an IDR plan. And to make sure that existing borrowers aren't permanently harmed by these failures, the department will apply PSLF and IDR credit for borrowers who ended up in long-term forbearance. Those are forbearances of 12 or more consecutive months or 36 or more total months. So important steps on that front. Last thing I just wanted to note.
All right, as you can see here, Johnny Depp back on the stand. Let's go to that right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Get those two in hard copy. I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, we ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay.
just joining us here today, Johnny Depp has been on the stand for the first full day of testimony there from the actor. He had a little bit yesterday, but this was the first full day really talking about drug use in the past, how he had addictions with alcohol and drugs, and then his, of course, relationship with his now ex-wife Amber Heard there, as they continue to detail their relationship woes. We got you covered, of course, right here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here, always in real time, as we're able to offer this here to you.
I'd like to show you another audio recording that is Plaintiff's Exhibit 397. And for the record, we intend to play the portion that is 1 hour, 4 seconds to 1 hour, 2 minutes, and 50 seconds.
All right, so there's no objection to 397 coming into evidence in its entirety? Okay, audios are coming in. It's 397 in evidence, and then you want to play that part. It's fine.
Well, those wishes don't come true.
What thing do you want to say to me, you fucking piece of shit?
Those wishes
What?
don't come
What else
true.
do you want to fucking say to me, you piece of shit? What else? You don't have anything else to say to me? Cool. Oh, honestly.
You're the one that brought it up.
Mm-mm. You did. You said, don't drink my wine. That's mine.
I didn't say that.
Oh, you didn't?
I said I didn't think you were looking for. Probably defended me pretty good in front of your Rocky and your pop and your mom.
Hope one day you can teach your son how to be a man. Because you're so good at it. Fantastic. It's not in you. You're a joke. Oh, to God. Oh, to God. Jack's stepfather?
Never again. Stay away. You don't exist. You will not be getting my words.
Mr. Depp, could you please describe to the jury what they just heard in that audio recording?
I don't know when. I don't know when that. If there's a date on that, but clearly there was some animosity and another clash, and misheard once again. Felt it necessary to bring my bring my kids, my son into that argument and say that she hopes that my son's stepfather can teach him how to be a man, since I couldn't. And I believe she says something about more man in the stepfather than would be existing in my, I believe the term was left nut.
How often did Ms. Heard bring your children into your arguments?
Too often.
And at the end of your relationship, how was Ms. Heard's relationship with your children?
Non-existent. My children, my kids are far more intelligent than I am, and they broke. They wouldn't be around Ms. Heard they refused to be around her anymore. They didn't like the way she treated me, which was written in a very elegant letter by my daughter, actually, to Ms. Heard. I don't know if that's in evidence, but I remember my daughter sent a text to Ms. Heard.
Objection, Your Honor. Just hearsay. It's one thing for the witness to tell his story. It's another thing for him to tell other people's stories.
All right.
We can move on.
Move on. Okay.
I'm sorry, I read the email.
Yeah, I understand. Next question.
When did you learn that Ms. Heard had filed for divorce?
Well, it was, let's see, Betty Sue was the 20th. That night I spoke to her about the divorce. 21st was the kicker. I believe it was on the 23rd, and I had already left town for New York to prepare for the tour.
Did Ms. Heard know that you were out of town at that time?
I don't know.
When did you learn that Ms. Heard had made domestic abuse allegations against you?
The 27th of May, which is in fact my daughter's birthday, I saw that she had gone to a court, I don't know, some court, and there were paparazzi everywhere, and her and a brown mark on her face. And it was also happened to be the day that Alice in Wonderland 2, through the Looking Glass was opening. And that's the day that she chose to get go to the courthouse and get a TRO, temporary restraining order against me. But I was in Europe already at that point.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to show you what's been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 487. And just for the record, this is a very long document, and we will be showing pages 492 through 494.
There's no objection to the document 487?
No, if I could just have a minute or two to scroll through it, that'd be great, please.
Okay. I assume, are you entering this in evidence now, or are you just showing it?
I can give them an opportunity and go through it with Mr. Depp, if that's okay. Mr. Depp, do you recognize any of these text messages that are on the screen in front of you?
Vague memory of these.
And who were these communications between?
It looks like myself it's me in the green, and Ms. Heard's words in the blue.
And do your communications reflect that Ms. Heard understands that you're in New York?
I'm sorry?
What is the date of your text messages here on this page?
That's the 23rd of May, 2016. And hers are the 24th of May, 2016.
And based off of these communications, does this refresh your recollection that Ms. Heard knew that you were in New York on this date?
In her text, when do you leave? What was clear that I was leaving right away, but I'm not sure that I wasn't already, because I wasn't in New York City. We weren't playing New York City. We were playing. We were rehearsing in like a casino, a big casino, and that was where we did our first show first show to practice for the tour, the European tour. So I don't know if I was either leaving for New York, but I think I was already there, because New York City, we weren't, I don't recall that we were playing New York City. So maybe I was suggesting going there. I don't know.
Could we please turn to page 494? And Mr. Depp, do you see the text message from Ms. Heard on May 24th, 2016 at 6:33?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you understand what Ms. Heard is referring to in this text message?
Is it all right if I just take a quick glance?
Please do.
Thank you. Thank you. That's better. I remember, yes. I recall this.
And what do you recall about this?
That it made no sense to me. It just didn't make any sense to me, especially about, well, as long as you don't file, nobody will know. It just didn't, again, I'm not all that familiar with these types of things, but if, if it's two people in a relationship and the relationship is ending, in any case, the outcome is divorce. So I didn't understand these explanations of this can happen or it cannot happen, and I only did this because my lawyers said to, and it just didn't make any sense to me, and it looked like she was kind of grabbing at straws, trying to figure out what, in fact, to do.
Mr. Depp, I'd like to just ask you about a couple statements Ms. Heard makes in this text message. She first says, just confirm that the cover letter is completely private and has nothing to do with any public record. Do you see that? It's the first sentence in the text message.
Yes, I do.
Do you know what cover letter Ms. Heard is referring to?
No, I don't.
Okay. And then she says, and only included the domestic violence / restraining order stuff because I called the lawyer when the cops were here and I didn't know what to do or why that happened and was scared. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know what Ms. Heard is referring to when she said that?
No.
And then dropping down to the bottom, it says 2 lines up, I thought you filed. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you have any understanding as to why Ms. Heard thought you had already filed?
No. I had on the night of the 20th was when I told her on the phone that I was going to file. For divorce, and in the way that I had explained it, to keep everything nice and calm and even. But on the 23rd, she filed, and so I hadn't had a chance to file.
Your Honor, I would move Plaintiff's Exhibit 487, specifically the portions from page 492 to 494 into evidence.
So you just want page 492 to 494?
Yes, Your Honor, it's a 700-page document, so I
Just page 4, well, are you going to ever put more of 487 in, I guess is the question.
I believe so, Your Honor.
So this is 487A?
Certainly, that would make sense.
Okay, so 487A, page 492 to 494. Any objection to those 2 pages?
No, Your Honor.
All right, those 2 pages are in evidence.
Just for clarity, is that two pages or 3 pages? Is it 492?
490, that would be 3 pages, if that's correct.
That's correct.
Okay, 492 to 494, okay.
And could that please be published to the jury?
Oh.
Mr. Depp, Ms. Heard did end up seeking a temporary restraining order against you, correct?
Yes, she did.
And what, I believe you already said this, but could you just remind the jury, what date was that?
The 27th of May.
And where were you when you learned that Ms. Heard had actually filed a temporary restraining order against you?
I don't recall if we had left for Europe as yet. That is the Hollywood Vampires for the tour. So I was either in New York State rehearsing and preparing to go to Europe, or I was already in Europe. I'd have to check the the tour dates.
Did you find out on the 27th or shortly thereafter?
No, I found out on the 27th. It was everywhere.
And what do you mean when you say it was everywhere?
It was multiplying and multiplying and multiplying throughout media, throughout social media, throughout so-called sort of straight media or whatever. And I was taken aback a bit.
If we could take this down and please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 411. Mr. Depp, is this some of the media coverage that you were referring to?
Many things of this nature, yes. Many.
And do you recall actually seeing this specific article?
I don't remember seeing this specific article, but there were already plenty, and certainly more than I was happy to go through. I think once you read one or two of them, the general idea is I mean, the point had been made clearly.
Your Honor, I'd move Plaintiff's Exhibit 411 into evidence.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. All right, 411 in evidence.
Could we please take this down and pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 414? Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Do you recognize this article at all?
I remember yeah, I don't know if it was this one in particular, but I do remember seeing all the various reasons behind her reasons behind her needing to get a temporary restraining order, a TRO against me, which they just started to metastasize into these. There were abuse allegations, then there was alcohol, and then there was drugs and violence, and it just it was already right then and there before my eyes spinning out of control, and there was not a word that I could say.
Your Honor, I would move Plaintiff's Exhibit 414 into evidence.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. All right, 414 in evidence.
And if we could take this down now, please, and put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 409. And, Your Honor, if I could move Plaintiff's Exhibit 409 into evidence as well.
Any objection with 409?
No objection.
All right, 409 in evidence. Thank you.
Mr. Depp, do you recall seeing this People magazine article?
Yes, I do.
And when did you see it?
right when it was released, right when it came out.
Did you speak to anyone about this article?
Yes, I did.
Who did you speak to?
Mostly friends, and my sister Christy, mostly friends, and certainly the band. And my kids. I had to alert them that there might be some ugly things coming out that were most assuredly going to put me in the position of some violent, drug-addled, alcoholic, just reprobate. And I wanted to warn them before they were approached with the People magazine cover in school by other kids. I wanted to be able to explain to them that this was going to be visible and it's going to be everywhere, and I apologize to them that this was happening.
Had you ever been accused of physically abusing a woman before this point?
No.
How would you describe the impact of these allegations at the time they were made? And Arnold, if you could please take this down.
I felt ill. I felt sick. I mean, sick in a sense that there was no truth in it. There was no truth in it whatsoever. And the fact that it was coming down on me so hard, and so quickly, and how it gained momentum around the world. And then you notice people looking at you differently. And then you notice calls stop coming from agents and producers and that sort of thing. This was before, in fact, the Me Too movement had come around. This was a while before that, so I couldn't have expected the Me Too movement to happen, but once that happened, then it just went into skyrocket mode. So you're showered with you're running between drops of lava. You're trying to run between raindrops that kill you and destroy you. So I was very confused. I was very hurt because, as I said before, when you're in a relationship and you do give your your truth, to intimate truths to that person that you're with, and then they start to use all that information and stretch it out into something that is completely shocking, because as I said, it just didn't happen. And so I felt like it was incredibly cruel and treachery. I felt it was treachery. It was. I don't know if she wanted me to just be erased or drop dead or just let me stick around and allow her to ruin my life for a while and go out of her way to shame me and hurt my kids and hurt people who I've known for many, many years. No, it was, I mean, to say that it was unfair is about the largest understatement that it's actually the smallest understatement. I mean, it controlled my every waking second from the moment that I woke up until the moment that I dropped. Even on the road, playing shows, you'd go out and you'd play for an hour and a half or 2 hours, and you'd do your best to get through that. And I can remember getting off of finishing the show, getting on the bus with the other band members, and just going to the back of the bus and just you know, you had to get it out. So I just sat back and in the back of the bus and cried and hid it from people.
Mr. Depp, did you ever discuss Ms. Heard's domestic abuse allegations with any producers or directors in the movie industry?
Only if they fell into the category of friends. For example, Tim Burton, who was one of my dearest friends, and we've known him since we made Edward Scissorhands together in 1990. And we've been very, very, very close friends ever since then. Yeah, just friends, you know. And then, of course, as we were on the road, you know, the fellas in the band, you know, Alice Cooper is the singer of the Vampires, who's a dear friend, and Joe Perry from Aerosmith is in the band, and he's also a dear friend. And then a couple of the other members are just yeah, very close friends. And I was bereft of any. You just don't know what to say anymore. You just know what to. So I tried not to talk about it very much at all, but just to friends.
Mr. Depp, when did you and Miss Heard divorce?
When was the divorce final?
Yes.
The divorce was final January 2017 on Friday the 13th.
And How were your divorce proceedings resolved ultimately?
My team of lawyers, which included two of my entertainment lawyers, a divorce attorney, and two more attorneys that were on, Blair Burke and someone else. I wanted to, for lack of a better word, I wanted to fight it. I wanted to fight it because it was there, because there wasn't an ounce, not a grain, not a molecule of truth to it. So I wanted to fight it.
Calls for hearsay, Your Honor.
All right.
He was speaking about what he wanted to do in the context of the divorce.
I understand. I think the next one was going to be they said, I don't know, something like that. So.
Okay.
You can do your next question.
Sure, certainly. Did you pay Ms. Heard any money in connection with your divorce?
Yes.
And how much was that?
Her settlement, she wanted $7 million. I believe that was the settlement, wasn't it? Yes, $7 million.
And was there a joint statement that you and Ms. Heard released?
Yes, that's where I was getting. The advice that I was given was to not to fight.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
All right. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Who wrote the joint statement?
I have no idea. Lawyers.
Did you approve the joint statement before it was issued?
I'll put it this way, I wasn't given much of a choice.
Could we please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 408? And Mr. Depp, do you see the second paragraph from the bottom of this page? Is that the joint statement that you and Ms. Heard released together?
That's the joint statement that was released, yes.
And could you please read that joint statement for the jury?
Our relationship was intensely passionate and at times volatile, but always bound by love. Neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. There was never any intent of physical or emotional harm. Amber wishes the best for Johnny in the future. Amber will be donating financial proceeds from the divorce to a charity.
What happened after this joint statement was issued, Mr. Depp?
What happened after that? I suppose, you know, the next move was to start making payments to Ms. Heard. There were scheduled payments, and then at a certain point, Ms. Heard had made statements to the press saying that the $7 million was going to be, $7 million was the settlement, and that $7 million was going to be split up between two charities. One was the ACLU, and the other was the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles, which in fact, was a breach of the agreement. Neither one of us were supposed to speak about details, money, anything of that nature. So when Ms. Heard breached that agreement, that was when I asked Ed White, my business manager, to send the first payments directly to the charities in Ms. Heard's name. And after I did that, Ms. Heard was very, very angry that I had made those first payments, and she went into a kind of a tirade about how I should be charged double the 7. I should be charged $14 million, so that because she thought that I was looking for a tax break.
Mr. Depp, between the time that the joint statement was released and the time that the op-ed came out, how many movies did you work on in that time period, if you can recall?
When did the joint statement come out? Was it, I'm sorry.
Could we scroll up, please? I'll withdraw the question for the moment. In the time leading from the divorce through the, in the time period between when your divorce was finalized and the release of the op-ed in December 2018, do you have an estimate as to how many television or movie projects you worked on?
I don't exactly. I believe there was another, maybe a smaller tour with the vampires, and I can't. I don't remember. It's hard to remember. I've done too many movies.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Your Honor, I apologize. Can we please move into evidence exhibit 408?
All right, any objection to 408?
Yes, Your Honor, I think we don't have any objection to the joint statement that was read, but the rest of the article contains hearsay statements that we think should be redacted.
We can redact that and put it in
So you owe
tomorrow.
me a redacted 408 with just a statement then? Is that what you're talking about?
Just that second to last
Okay.
paragraph.
All right. That statement will be in evidence once we get it redacted. Okay.
All right, thank you. If we could please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. Mr. Depp, do you recognize this document?
Excuse me. Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is Ms. Heard's op-ed for the Washington Post that I believe came out in December of 18. I recognize, yes, I certainly remember this.
And have you actually read this op-ed?
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to go back out to the hearing in just a moment here. We are streaming on our special YouTube page there. The full hearing today of Johnny Depp defamation trial continuing. But as you can see in the corner of your screen, we have been following breaking news out of New York, talking about a police officer that was shot, a suspect that was shot, both in the hospital right now. Let's hear from officials right here.
Answer any questions as long as you need to get through this. So today at approximately 2:10 p.m., at 115 Elm Street, which is right behind us. That's the intersection of Elm and Linden. Our Yonkers police officers that are assigned to the Westchester Safe Streets Task Force were conducting a gun investigation. They do this every day, and this day had led them in a number of different spots. They were with members of the FBI and other members of the Westchester Safe Streets Task Force. They attempted to apprehend 3 suspects involved with the gun investigation, and in the course of investigating, they 2 of the suspects went into the bodega at 115 Elm Street, and they were attempted to detain all 3 suspects. It was a fairly chaotic situation. We had plenty of people in there. One of the suspects attempted to push past one of our detectives, a Yonkers detective, and when our Yonkers detective pushed him back, it appears that he fired 1 shot at our detective from his pocket, shooting him in the stomach. An FBI agent who was part of the Safe Streets Task Force returned fire, and the suspect is deceased. Our officer is in a local hospital. He is in critical but stable condition. He was shot once in the stomach. He has damage to his colon, his intestines, and his kidneys, and he lost a tremendous amount of blood, but thankfully we think he's going to be okay. So that's where we're at now. Obviously, the investigation is extremely preliminary, very early. There's a lot that we have to sort out. There's some things that we really can't say, but we'll do our best to answer all the questions that you may have in regards to what we're doing here.
Senior officer,
It is a senior officer. The officer who we won't give his name, he has 27 years with the Yonkers Police Department, and he is a detective.
To clarify, FBI officers shot the suspect, not a Yonkers police officer?
That is correct. At this point in the investigation, it appears that the FBI member of the Westchester Safe Street Task Force fired, and not our detective who was shot himself.
So the 3 suspects go into the bodega, they were detectives over there?
No. The officers and the detectives and the members of the Safe Streets Task Force attempted to engage people on the corner in front of the bodega, and they went into the suspects went into the bodega, and then that's where the incident occurred. It was all captured on video, the entire incident, so we have a pretty good handle on obviously there's going to be much more work to do, but we have a pretty good handle on what happened and how it happened.
How many people in custody were able to?
Well, right now we have a number of people in custody. We're still sorting it out. Very chaotic situation. So in this particular case, there may be witnesses that are now being interviewed by our detectives and FBI agents. There may be additional suspects. We're still trying to sort all that out.
Commissioner, did any other law enforcement officers fire a weapon during this?
To the best of our knowledge, no other officers on the Safe Streets Task Force fired their weapon in this incident, to the best of our knowledge.
Can you talk a little bit about the safe?
So the question was, does the task force work in a uniform or plain clothes? It's a combination, and this is something that we found very effective in the past to combat the surge of gun violence, where we have officers from the state police and the Yonkers police and other local police agencies working in concert with the FBI to combat gun violence. So they were in plain clothes and they were conducting an investigation. Yes, the question was, is everybody accounted for? The answer is yes. At this point, everyone is accounted for.
Do they have any criminal records that you know of?
The question was, do the suspects that we have in custody have any criminal records? At this point, we don't know. We're still sorting that out. Obviously, when that becomes available, we'll have that for you. Yes, sir. We're still trying to work that out. It's unknown. The officer was rushed to the hospital. The suspect was rushed to the hospital. So right now, we're trying to sort all that out.
The suspect's in custody, so you have 2 in custody right now, and the 3rd suspect is deceased?
Yes.
And when you say the suspects you have in custody, you're not able to talk about the suspect who is deceased. Do you have any understanding of his background?
We don't. That's going to be a huge part of this investigation. The question was, do we know the background of the shooter, the suspect shooter? And we do not at this point, but obviously we'll find out fairly quickly.
Legislator James Nolan, I got a question for you.
you have a program where you are looking to buy gun buybacks and stuff like that, with this incident here with guns in the city of Yonkers, discuss that another time. I just because it's been an issue.
Okay, absolutely, sir. What we'll do now is the mayor would like to say a few words, and then we're happy to answer as many questions as you need to explain what happened.
Yeah, I'm not going to say too much. Commissioner, I think, addressed everything that needed to be addressed. And, one thing about Yonkers, listen, we had 3 shootings so far this year in our city. That's 3 too many, but when you compare Yonkers to many of the urban centers, Rochester, I think, had over 400 shootings, and we had 20 last year. The reason I say that is because what you saw here is very, very proactive policing. And that's what our officers do each and every single day. They're out there proactively going after the bad guys. And so my heart goes out, and my prayers go out to the family of the officers that are involved, and just want to say thank you to our Yonkers police, and certainly the FBI agents that participated in this today. We owe them a debt of gratitude. But at the end of the day, there's just too much of this happening nationwide, and something has to be done.
Mayor, wasn't that about a year ago that we had a shooting right here up the street?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, it was about a year ago that we had a shooting, and that individual was just sentenced to 10 years in jail recently. And so Elm Street is a hot spot. It's been a hot spot for a long time, and that's something that we have to address.
So when you say security video, that include body cam, those activated in part of the investigation?
So to explain, we have a very comprehensive, as you know, body cam policy. But because these detectives were assigned to the FBI Safe Streets Task Force, they were not wearing body cameras because the FBI has a policy not to. So had they been working in just a capacity strictly with Yonkers, they would have been wearing body cameras. Some federal agencies have body camera policies, and when they do, we want our officers, and we insist our officers wear them. And when they don't, because they are part of the task force, they're not going to wear the body cams. And I just want to echo what the mayor said in relation to what happened here today. So we have an officer who has tremendous damage to his stomach and colon and intestines, and just really thank God he looks like he's going to pull through. But this, as the mayor said, this very effort that they're putting up in trying to make sure that people are safe, this is the residual result of this, that they're out there trying to get these guns off the street. We know we're seeing upticks in violence, and because of the work we're doing, we have enjoyed much less gun violence than everybody else. So we really do owe a debt of gratitude to the FBI and those detectives for doing this work.
I just want to clarify, Mr. Mayor, you said year to date, the whole city of Yonkers, there are 3 shootings? 3 shootings?
Yes.
So you're, obviously a few months, you're over the line from the Bronx. How do you account for that disparity? Because the Bronx obviously is
we account by what we're seeing here. Our officers are very, very proactive. Our officers are very much, you have a city like ours, we're the third largest city in the state, and when we hire our officers, they all come from Yonkers. And so I think that I think our officers, they care about the city, they're proactive, they're very well trained, and they work very well with our partners both at the county, state, and federal level, and it has shown results. But like I said, at the end of the day, we still had 3 shootings, and that's 3 too many for any mayor, and we're going to continue to deal with that.
Do you have a rough estimate on the time that the officers approached the suspects to when they went in the bodega to when the first shot was fired? Like how much time went by?
The question was, how long was the interaction when the officers engaged?
Yes.
The suspects? Seconds. It was seconds. We'll be able to see the whole thing play out. And with regard to your question about, why only 3 shootings, it's because of the community we have and how great they are. It's because of the police and the officers we have and how great our mayor is and how supportive that we're able to enjoy. Again, we don't want any shootings, but 3 shootings in a city this size is fairly impressive. And it's about our precision policing model where, we don't have to lock up the whole world. We do not want to do mass incarceration, but we have to have laws in place to make sure that the real bad guys, the violent guys, the prolific offenders are put in custody because they're harming everyone. Elm Street and the rest of the outlying area deserve better than this, and we're working every day to make that happen.
So what is it about Elm Street that makes it a hot spot? You called it a hot spot. What about it? Why here? Is it, I don't don't know, is this where they buy and sell the guns, or what? Why is this not?
Elm Street is a busy area, it's an impoverished area, but let's be clear, the vast majority of people that live in and around Elm Street are absolutely fantastic. And we love them, and we are doing everything we can. And exactly what that officer did today in putting his life on the line and being shot through the stomach is exactly how we feel about our Elm Street residents, our good residents. They don't want this either.
Male or female, the injured officer?
For either of you.
Male.
Male, and they were undercover when this all happened, you said?
They were conducting a firearms investigation. So they were in plain clothes. They were not in uniform. Most of the time they can be proactive when they have teams like this. And, you know, the rest of it, as we have more information, we'll let you know.
And just to be clear, the suspects, the shooter and the two other suspects, they were the targets of this operation, or they were incidental to the operation?
It's our understanding at this point they were the targets, but a lot of that is going to play out. You know, if you can just imagine how slowly we have to go here to make sure we're very methodical about this scene, that we cover, we leave no stone unturned.
That suspect's weapon recovered?
Just to clarify, Commissioner, everything happened inside the bodega, or the shooter shoot from inside to outside?
Inside the bodega. Everything occurred inside the bodega. And yes, that question, as far as the guns, we recovered 2 illegal guns. We can't tell you the make or the model at this point, but you know, after we went in and began the investigation, after everyone was taken to the hospital, we recovered 2 guns, 2 illegal guns.
Including the shooter's gun?
No, yes, 2 guns. That's correct.
And how many shots exactly were fired?
To the best of our knowledge, 2. But that could change. Right now, like I said, it's very, very preliminary. I may be wrong, but we think it was 2.
Was you detected wearing a vest?
That we don't know. He was rushed off to the hospital, and we don't know that.
When can we expect an update when you know if these guys have criminal backgrounds or anything, or changes in medical status?
We'll get, so the question was when we expect an update as far as the status and criminal histories of the suspects involved. As fast as we get the information, we'll get it out. Obviously, we want to just make sure that we're correct. So sometimes it takes a little bit more time, so we don't have to backtrack, but we just want to make sure we're correct.
The officer that was shot, nearing retirement?
At this point, we don't really want to go into his personal situation. I understand the question, but I think we may come out later with who he is and everything else, but we want to just focus on his health right now and his well-being.
And lastly, what's your reaction? Obviously, there was a police involved shooting on MLK Day, another incident on Main Street. Now you have this one. I don't know if both of those factor into the 3 shootings or not, but what's your reaction to 2 police involved shootings? We're talking about a span of 4 months, 5 months now.
My reaction is that this is why Yonkers had 21 shootings in a city of 210,000 this last year in 2021. That they're out there being proactive and trying to get guns off the street. If you're looking at other cities, we've been blessed because of the work the officers do, because the detectives do, because of what the mayor does for us, what the city council does for us, and our community, how great our community is. So, I think that there is a proliferation of guns. I think those guys that were working in this task force today were out there trying to get a couple more off the street, and they did. Unfortunately, we had the situation we had. But, this type of work is not, it's not predictable. And this is a perfect example of what these officers and detectives do every single day.
Yeah, and even you talk about the Main Street, and remember, this is a very, very close-knit urban center. It's a very diverse community, but it's a very tight-knit community. And you even look at what happened on Main Street, and I'm sure the commissioner can clarify, but the videos that were shown there, again, you have police officers here who are selfless, who are proactive, who are willing to go out there and do the jobs that they do. And listen, I'm not saying that the other departments aren't as good as ours. I'm just saying I am very confident in the department that we have. And I will tell you that is why we have been enjoying these numbers. But like I said, we still have to deal with the fact that we are an urban setting and there are shootings and there is an uptick across the country. And that's something that has to be dealt with, all of us. And I don't know that we're there yet.
So the question was the video what video do we have? Right now we have the video from the inside of the bodega, and that video was very fruitful in terms of showing us what happened. But there will be other video. There will be external video. There'll be video from other stores across the street. That's part of the investigative process now. They will look for all types of video, as many witnesses they can find, because we want to make sure we have an absolutely clear end-to-end picture of what took place. Mueller. It's okay though.
That's a great debate.
Go either way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, receiving that update there in Yonkers, in New York there, where a police officer, detective that has been working there for 27 years on the department was shot in the stomach and is currently being treated at the hospital. Suspect is dead as the investigation continues. The detectives were looking at a firearms investigation as they were entering that bodega. And as you heard there from the police, everything is on video and will continue to be looked at as part of this investigation. So if we get any more updates, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to go out right now live to the White House. Just moments ago, President Biden meeting with military leaders at the White House. Let's listen right here.
Into my 40s, I was chairman of the NATO subcommittee, the Foreign Relations Committee. Not because of me or any particular thing, but I've never seen NATO as united. And I'm confident in my view, this is Biden speaking, that I don't think that Putin counted on being able to hold us together. And I've spoken well over 150 times to our NATO allies, either like yesterday, there were how many on?
12.
How many?
12.
12. Yesterday for a couple hours. They're stepping up. And the same is true in the Indo-Pacific, where our allies are the foundation for the future we want to see in that vital region of the world. Your central, indispensable mission to deter aggression from all our enemies, if required, is on display. To fight to win wars remain critical to American power. As Commander-in-Chief, I rely on your advice and to maintain our military edge and remain the ultimate guarantor of America's security. But quite frankly, even though I've been Vice President for 8 years and the Senator for 36, I didn't fully appreciate that how the rest of the world literally looks to us as the leader of the free world. I mean, looks to us in very precise, specific ways, and something you all fully understand. I rely, as I said, on your advice and your ability to maintain our military edge. In return, I promise you, and I hope it's been demonstrated since I've been president, that we as a nation will uphold the sacred duty we have. We owe you, our military men and women, to prepare, properly equip you before we send you into harm's way, and when we do, to care for those in your family when you come home. And that's why we're doing so much at the Veterans Affairs as well. It's a sacred obligation. And so I want to thank you all again. I'm looking forward to our discussion, and I thank the press for coming in. Thank you.
Mr. President, how soon do you plan to approve the next round? Mr. President, how soon do you plan to approve the next round of military assistance to the Ukrainians?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
All right, President Biden has the poker face right there, not answering any questions from the media there as he was able to meet with his defense team. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll take you out back out to Virginia here as the Johnny Depp defamation trial continues. He is still on the stand. We'll have details coming up next here on Live Now from Fox. trial still going on. We are live with it right here on Live Now from Fox.
Cut ties to be safe. The Me Too movement was in full swing at that point.
Right, and to the extent they were trying to cut ties to be safe, that was as long as 2 months before you wrote the op-ed.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll allow it if you can answer it.
I'm sorry, the question?
To the extent that Disney was trying to cut ties with you, as you say, to be safe, that was as much as 2 months prior to you publish, or to Ms. Heard publishing the op-ed in the Washington Post, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation.
I'll allow it if you can answer it.
October is 2 months before December, that's correct. But it's odd that they were going to release me from my role as Captain Jack Sparrow, but yet kept me on every ride across the world. In the Pirates of the Caribbean rides, I'm in the Los Angeles, or the Hollywood one, or whatever it is, 3 or 4 times. Shanghai, I mean all over the world. So they didn't remove my character from the rides. They didn't stop selling merchandise of Captain Jack Sparrow. They didn't stop selling dolls of Captain Jack Sparrow. They didn't stop selling anything. They just didn't want there to be something trailing behind me that they'd find.
And you aren't aware, you said Pirate 6 in your view is dangling. You're not aware of if or when Pirate 6 will be made, correct?
No, sir. No.
And the fact is, Mr. Depp, if Disney came to you with $300 million and 1 million alpacas, nothing on this earth would get you to go back and work with Disney on a Pirates of the Caribbean film, correct?
That is true, Mr. Rottenborn.
And you couldn't identify a single movie that you did between the divorce and the op-ed in response to Ms. Meyer's questions just now. You said there was a small tour of your band between that, but you couldn't identify a single movie that you did in the year or two prior to the op-ed, correct?
I have to tell you that when I'm working on a film, I do my work, and when I'm wrapped on that film, I've done my work, and I move on to the next. So I haven't seen the majority of my films. I've seen a few only if I had to, but so it doesn't come right away to my head. Films are not the first thing that I think about.
And you spent a long time talking about the impact of the abuse allegations made in Ms. Heard's obtaining the temporary restraining order in, or the domestic violence restraining order in May 2016, right?
Sure.
And you testified that you wanted to fight it, right? But the fact is, you never fought the allegations in court in 2016. It was only after Ms. Heard published this op-ed in 2018 that you fought them. You never tried to fight them in 2016, did you?
I was advised by my attorneys not to fight.
In fact, you signed not only we read a statement, but let's pull up. Let's pull up. DX 1458, please. And Mr. Depp, you see that this says marriage of Depp, correct?
I see that.
It's a legal document. Can you scroll to the signature page, Michelle, please? This was a document that you signed as part of your divorce proceedings, correct?
That's my signature indeed, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, move for admission of this document.
Any objection to that document?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 1458 in evidence.
May we publish, please?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Depp, that is your signature on the right, correct?
Yes, it is.
Dated August 15th, 2016, right?
That's what it says, yes.
And this is, this is a document you signed, right?
For the third time, that is my signature, yes,
Can you
sir.
go to paragraph 27, please? Paragraph 27.
Okay.
And this paragraph is a joint statement that both sides agreed to release. And if you look in the block quote there, it contains the quote, or it contains the statement, neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. Neither party has made false accusations for financial gain. Did I read that right?
You did, Mr.
Let me take
Rottenborn.
that down, Michelle. And that was a document you signed in August of 2016, correct?
Is that the same one that I signed 3 times before? Yes,
Yeah.
that's the fourth.
Well, I wanted to make clear that you
You've
signed
made it
that in
clear.
the summer of 2016, 2 years before Ms. Hurd published her op-ed. I don't have anything else for the day, Your Honor.
Okay, you want to, okay, all right, we'll go ahead and take our evening.
If that's okay.
That works for me. I was going to stop you at 5 o'clock anyway, so that's fine. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that'll conclude our day-to-day. Again, don't do any outside research, do not talk to anybody, and we'll see you in the morning, okay? All right, have a good evening.
All right, there you go. So they are done for the day. Johnny Depp will be back on the stand tomorrow. And of course, right here on Live Now from Fox, we'll have full coverage starting tomorrow at around 10 a.m. Eastern. Right there for you on Live Now from Fox. Always in the mix here for you, giving you the latest details and updates. Let's go out to some breaking news right now in Jersey City, New Jersey, as we have fire crews on the scene here of some bus fires that were happening. And take a look there. You got about 6 or 7 of them impacted here. That they will be obviously a loss there, but investigation will happen afterward there to figure out just how this happened there with those buses that were parked, part of the New Jersey Transit Authority there. So we'll keep an eye on any developments that come from there. Let's take our final break here of the hour, and we'll get you all reset and set up for some other top stories on Live Now from Fox, including the search is on in Houston for a missing woman. We'll have the full details coming up in just moments here on Live Now from Fox. We take you to Houston now, as many are searching for this woman who went missing last week. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
California, hoping to gain employment at this nightclub. She came here, stayed for a minute, for a little while. She called the Uber. Uber was taking too long to really get here. So a gentleman here at the club offered to give her a ride to where she needed to go. Felicia has not been seen since. No cell phone activity, no credit card activity, no social media activity. She has absolutely just vanished off the face of the earth. The family was able to get the last ping of the location of where she was with the cell phone. That cell phone was found discarded on the side of the road at Bear Creek Park. On the side of the road right there at Bear Creek Park, and the phone was covered in blood. We believe that she is the victim of foul play. We believe that she's being held against her will. We believe that she, hopefully by God's grace, is still alive. But we want whoever's holding her to know that we will not rest. We will not stop looking. We will continue looking for her, and we will continue hunting you. No matter what takes place, we will continue hunting you, and we will not forget Felicia. We believe this young woman is the victim of foul play. She's been kidnapped, and that she's being held against her will. And law enforcement needs to do a better job of taking this case a lot more serious than they have. Once we found that cell phone covered in blood, law enforcement still took their time getting involved with the family. And then we were able to speak with law enforcement, myself in particular. Then they began to make some moves and get busy. But still, we believe had they responded quicker, more could have been done by just coming to this nightclub and getting the surveillance footage of who she got into the car with, getting surveillance footage of who the gentleman was inside the club. We understand that there's cameras on the inside also as well as the outside. And so they have footage of who this gentleman was and what car he was driving. I spoke with their lawyer yesterday. He said he would do all he can to help law enforcement with his video footage. We know law enforcement finally came to the nightclub yesterday to retrieve this footage, just yesterday. And they just received the cell phone back from the family that they discovered with the blood on the phone. And clearly the picture of the phone show it's blood on it. And they finally took it, and now they're processing it. But we want Felicia to know the community is looking for you. We're turning over every stone. We'll leave no door locked or unopened until we find where you are. Whoever has her, please release her. If you have her, let her go. It's not worth your life for spending the rest of your life behind bars doing something stupid to this young woman. But we do not believe she left of her own free will. We believe she's the victim of foul play. This is her father. He has a message for his daughter. Come on over here.
Felicia, we miss you. All the families, you're in all of our prayers. I'm trying to hold myself together and staying strong for the family and for you. And I won't rest for a day in my life until I have you back. It's a tragedy that you've been caught up in this net of whatever they got going on out here. But we working very, very hard to get you back. And I love you. Everybody in the family love you. And I just wanted to let you know, just stay strong and we're coming for you.
To our organization, Crime Stoppers, HPD, please do something to help us find Felicia. Texas EquiSearch did get on board as of this morning. They're currently at Bear Creek Park right now, searching where the cell phone was found for any possible leads or evidence to where Felicia may be. But we absolutely believe she's the victim of foul play. HPD has to take these cases more serious. This is the fourth one I've dealt with in 6 months of a missing African-American female. And in every one of those cases of a missing African-American female, HPD dragged its feet. And they did not do anything until I began to go public and demand that they get involved and do something. So we need HPD to take the cases of missing young black women seriously, like they take the cases of missing young white females. We need that same level of attention and priority like you give the young white females, then you give them young black females. We want equality from HPD and how you deal with these missing person cases, because it seems like when young black females go missing in this city, it's not a priority. We can't tolerate that. We cannot accept that. So we know that she's a victim of foul play. We need help in finding her. We don't know where she is right now, but we're going to work like hell to try to find her. So we have investigators involved, people on the ground, echo searchers involved. Hopefully we can get a lead to where she is. We'll take your questions.
What day specifically was she last seen?
It's been 5 days ago now.
That would be Saturday morning. Saturday morning at this establishment right here, about 2 in the morning, 2:30.
Is it Mr. Johnson?
Yes, sir.
Step over a little more, man. Come on.
Mr. Johnson, what are these last few days?
And he's traveling in from California.
Yeah.
He's here from California.
What have these last days been like for you and your family?
I can't put it into words. I'm trying to hold myself together and not just break down, and I don't know where my baby is or what's being done to her. And I can't put it into words, but it's like anguish. Just, I don't know.
This is the last place she was seen?
This is the last place she was seen, right here. Getting into a cart with some gentleman, and we haven't seen her since. The phone was found on the side of the freeway, about 6 feet off the freeway, in the grass. So.
And I have to be honest, the club has not been cooperative. They just started being cooperative when they heard that I was going to hold a press conference. They would not cooperate with us or the family until we threatened to go public. What they also don't know is when we send in the investigator, who's Hispanic, who looks white, they were speaking and he was recording the conversation. And we have them on tape in this club, the management, saying that we were not going to give her a job anyway. We don't hire black girls. We don't let black girls work here. So she already walked into a place that didn't care nothing for her and did not even want her presence to be here. And so I will see why, based on what I heard on that tape, out of their own mouths, that they don't give a damn what happened to that system. But we do. And this very young woman right here was trafficked out of that same nightclub, the same place. And so she knows the history of these owners and how they treat young women. But this is a problem. We need to find this young woman. We need to. Any more questions?
What's the latest with HPD? Where are they at with the investigation?
We don't know.
They're supposed to be here right now, but they're not here. They're supposed to be a part of this
They said
whole thing, and
they said they were going to come and join us. They're not here.
The police, he absent, he ain't make it.
So they did come and get surveillance video and everything like that?
Yesterday, yes. Finally.
It's too much time for it to be tampered with.
5 days.
Come on over here. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Go ahead.
I was trafficked through these chains of nightclubs from the owners of these nightclubs for over a decade, where I was sexually exploited, extorted to be rehired whenever I was fired because I was discriminated on, and put in dangerous positions time after time, day after day, week after week, and not paid for the hours that I was in those clubs as an employer. There's a lot of horrible things that happen in the chain of the Cover Girls organization, AHD Houston Incorporated, and the owners of these clubs. I really hope that they didn't alter any of the surveillance in the amount of time that should have been confiscated by police immediately within the first 48 hours, but it's hard. Felicia, you have a community out there that cares about you. Your skin color should not be the reason why there's lack of support in our community and law enforcement to help find you. You have to be found, and we're praying that you're found alive. And to the traffickers that might have enabled, or sex buyers that might have enabled the wrongdoing and foul play behind her, I really hope that you just release her, or give us any hope, any information that can give her the whereabouts to where she is.
Any more questions?
Williams, Angela Williams, Williams.
One LX.
Kevin Johnson, KEVINJOHNSON.
Just so people can, or the patient can personalize the story, can you talk to us about her, who she was, what kind of person she is?
She's a beautiful, loving person, just like my mom, rest in peace. She's like her twin. Very good heart, give anybody the shirt off her back. Just a sweet person and an intelligent young lady. And I just very good with hair and makeup, like a model. It's like I don't see why anybody would want to hurt her. She was very, very sweet. Just my oldest daughter, and just the love of my life. And I just want her back.
What brought her to Houston? What made her come to Houston?
She came out here just really to celebrate her birthday and to work to get some employment in the strip clubs. That's why she was here. We got some family in town. They live in all parts of the South, so she was just really out here just to celebrate and work.
And when was her birthday? I apologize.
April 10th.
But it's really sad that HPD took 5 days to even come to this club and ask questions and attempt to retrieve the video footage, especially after we had already alerted them that we found a cell phone with blood all over it. We got pictures for you. Come take this cell phone. Maybe like a day. It was like
we went the same day.
Cell phone?
Yeah, it was that same day. So we found the phone at 1:30 that afternoon. So it was that same, like 12, like within 12 hours. We took them the phone and they refused it.
And that's the part I want to talk about. When they told law enforcement, HPD, that they knew something bad had happened to her, they took them the phone and said, "Look, we found the phone. Here's the pictures. It's got blood on it. Look at the phone. There's blood on it." They said, "We don't want it." They said, "We don't want it." They still did not take the case as a priority, and that's a damn shame. But this is the 4th young black female in less than 6 months I've dealt with like this in Houston who've been missing.
Very sad case there all the way around when you think about it. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. We'll have some of the White House briefing that we didn't get to show earlier because of the Johnny Depp trial. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
on companies in Russia's virtual currency mining industry that operate vast server farms and provide revenue to the Russian government. And the Department of State imposed visa restrictions on more than 600 individuals in response to human rights abuses by Russia and Belarus. So this is part of our stepped-up effort to crack down on those attempting to evade our unprecedented sanctions. With that, Darlene, why don't you kick us off?
Thank you. A couple of questions on masking. The president said yesterday that people should decide for themselves whether to wear masks on airplanes, and wondering whether his comment was intended to signal a shift in thinking in the administration away from mandates toward more personal responsibility.
Well, the president was answering the question quite literally, which means right now, as you know, we are not implementing the mask mandate because of the court order, which we disagree with. While he is still abiding by CDC guidance, and we recommend Americans do that across the country, they're still recommending people wear masks on airplanes. On Air Force One, which of course is a federal, not a private plane, we all wore masks on the plane when we traveled to New Hampshire yesterday. But we are not, people are not legally bound to wear masks. So it is a point in time where it is up to people, it is their choice in that regard.
And then one other question, actually, on a different topic in the interest of time here today. Yeah. Are you able to confirm reports that the president is replacing the acting ATF director with another gentleman who will also be the acting ATF director until the person he nominated last week is confirmed by the Senate?
Yes, so I know there have been reports about this out there, and I will say that the president is making the designation under the Vacancies Reform Act, which of course says that any president and only the president may direct a person who serves in an office for which appointment is required to be made by the president, by and with the advice of consent of Senate, to perform the functions and duties of the vacant office temporarily. We, of course, are strongly advocating for and pushing for his eminently qualified nominee to be confirmed and have an ATF confirmed director for the first time in many years, which is something we would be eager to see happen.
Thank you. Go ahead. Thanks, Jen. On the long-range missile test today, Putin says that this is meant to provide food for thought for those who threaten Russia. Can you talk us through how the administration is interpreting this and whether you're viewing this as a warning or a threat in any way?
We are not. They notified under the START treaty, and so from our perspective, while they provided advance notice of this launch under its new START treaty obligations that it planned to test this missile, the Defense Department said today that we did not deem the test a threat to the United States or its allies, and the timing and the scope of Russia's missile tests do not influence our approach to countering Russia's further invasion of Ukraine. So it was noticed through the proper process, and the Department of Defense has spoken to this as well.
And on an expected announcement of another round of assistance to Ukraine, could you walk us through any specifics, if you have any, on that when that's happening? And just big picture on this, the U.S. has already given more than $2.5 billion since this war started. How long can the U.S. expect to continue to bankroll so much of this war?
Well, okay, there's a couple questions there, so let me do my best in answering them. First, we are working, of course, around the clock, as you know, to provide security assistance to Ukraine. And just to give you an example of how that assistance has flowed just in the last few days, and I think I gave an update the other day, but 5 flights with military assistance have arrived in the region over the last few days. More than half a dozen flights from the United States are scheduled to land in the region shortly with additional equipment. And as we look at providing this assistance, which I know I'll go back to the first part of your question, of course, but what we've tried to do, we made a strategic decision given we've seen Russia reposition their troops and their military to the eastern part of Ukraine to fight a different kind of war on the ground, which will be more, shooting back and forth through long range. And so we have been working with the Ukrainians and the Ukrainian military to determine exactly the kind of security assistance they need for this stage in the war. And that has included an increase, as you've seen, in artillery and ammunition and weapons like howitzers and others that can do these are effective in this long-range shooting and long-range fighting that we are seeing or we anticipate will happen in this stage of the war. So we have been expediting this assistance to the ground over the last couple of weeks to ensure they are prepared as this portion of the war is starting. Not because they are using all of it in 7 days, but because we want them to have all of of this equipment as quickly as possible as they prepare to fight this war on the ground. In terms of assistance and what we're preparing, are the reports that I know have been out there. I will say I expect we'll have more soon on this, but I have nothing to preview at this point in time. I would note that out of the $3.5 billion in drawdown authority Congress granted for this fiscal year, we have used over $2.4 billion so far to provide Ukraine the military equipment and capabilities they need to defend themselves. So obviously there's more of that approved drawdown assistance that we can provide, and we've been working to expedite and ensure, as I noted, it's meeting exactly the needs they have at this point in the war. Go ahead.
A couple quick ones on mask mandate. The DOJ said yesterday that they would decide essentially whether based on what the CDC says.
Following. I would note, I know this is often said, and maybe some of it is because there was the video of people on planes, on one plane taking off their masks. Public polling does not actually show that there is a universal view of people getting rid of masks. That's not actually what public polling shows. Now, it doesn't matter to us because we are making our decisions based on public health and data and what the CDC is recommending, but that is not the universal view of the public. Go ahead.
Jen, a Ukrainian commander in Mariupol is saying that his forces and civilians in the area may only have hours to make it out alive, and he has been making this direct plea to the president for the U.S. to somehow be involved in extracting people from the area. Do you know if that's a request that the president himself is aware of, and can you just walk us through, can the U.S. be directly involved at this point in making that happen, or helping to make that happen?
Sure. We have certainly seen these cries for help and these asks for help. We certainly urge the Russian government to do the right thing, guarantee safe passage for any civilians or others who wish to leave the city. We also encourage them to allow deliveries of humanitarian aid, such as food and medicine, and safe passage for volunteers to help people in need. But I don't have any additional updates from here.
And quickly on the president and whether he might visit Ukraine, you've obviously said a couple of times, currently there are no plans to do that. Yesterday, when he was asked, are you going, he said he wasn't sure. Is a trip completely off the table for now for him?
Nothing has changed in our assessment. I would also note, as I've said in here before, if anyone were to visit Ukraine from the United States, it's not something we would announce in advance, confirm in advance, give details on who, if, and when, because of security reasons. And that's something I think anyone who's traveled to a war zone with a president or a vice president or anyone is quite familiar with that policy.
So when he said he didn't know, was he trying to indicate that
nothing has changed on our plans?
I have one more question. There are obviously so many horrific images coming out of Ukraine. There are very readily available photographs, videos of civilian deaths. Yeah. As we enter the third month of this conflict, can you walk us through, give us a sense of how the president himself has been sort of processing these images? Who does he talk to? What does he lean on as he processes images that, coming from what he himself has called a genocide?
Yeah, look, I will say that the president is processing these images as many Americans are, with horror, with sadness, with fear for the people of Ukraine, for the families, for the children, for innocent civilians who are at risk. It is obviously this conflict is consuming a great deal of his time, as much as he is working on a range of other priorities here. But he is consuming them as many people are, as I am, as many of you are, as Americans out there watching all of your networks are. It's emotional. It is, watching some of these images is very raw for people, including the president, because you're seeing people suffering at the hands of a dictator who is brutally targeting civilians. Go ahead.
A few on Ukraine for you. The fact that the U.S. is committing heavier weapon systems than it did initially indicate that there's less, at least in the assessment of the United States, less risk of retaliation from Russia now?
The types of weapon systems we're providing are really a reflection of the conversations happening with the Ukrainian leadership and military about what they need in this stage of the war. And because this stage of the war is different, because it's going to be more on the ground and more more kind of back and forth long-range fighting, there's different kinds of weapons and systems they need. More artillery, more ammunition. It's a different war than it was when they were, in the western part of the country.
It said earlier that that the government's continuing to monitor that whatever is sent over is meeting the needs of the war. How exactly is that monitoring happening? Inevitably, there are going to be a lot of questions about how was the money spent, who did the equipment get in the hands of, how was it used? It may not be the next few weeks, but this could be over the next several months or years of, was this worth it? Was it worth the cost? How exactly is that being done now?
Well, look, I think that if you ask most Americans, if you ask members of Congress, if you ask most people in this country, what's important to do now is to equip and provide the type of support, assistance, including military equipment, to help them continue to fight and win in some cases, as they did in the Battle of Kyiv, this war. That is our focus. Obviously, we coordinate very closely with them, but we provide them the assistance to distribute amongst their military.
Because there was support in the beginning of the Iraq War and the Afghanistan War, and then there were years spent trying to retrace the spending on all that. I'm not saying that's necessarily going to be the case in this one, but there's no mechanism in place right now, at least.
I would point you to the Department of Defense to detail that further, but I would note, obviously, this is different given we don't have U.S. soldiers on the ground. Obviously, equipment, ensuring we're reducing waste, fraud, and abuse is important to the president, but it's a different kind of war for a range of reasons.
Given that Russia has conducted an ICBM test, is there any plan to reschedule the one that we canceled back on April 1st?
That's not something we would preview.
Okay. And what's the latest on the reported chemical weapons attack in Mariupol? Did the Russians use chemical weapons?
There's no new assessment from here.
Do we have any sense of when or how much longer that would take?
I don't. I mean, what we talked about at the time, and I know my colleagues at the Department of Defense and State also referenced, is we don't have a team on the ground. It is difficult to assess, so it is something certainly we continue to work to do, but we don't have any additional updates or confirmation. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I have a question about marijuana policy. President Biden, as a candidate, promised to decriminalize marijuana. When is that going to happen?
Well, the president continues to believe that no one should be in jail because of drug use. I don't have an update here. We are continuing to work with Congress. But what I can say on marijuana is we've made some progress on our promises. For instance, the DEA just issued its first licenses to companies to cultivate marijuana for research purposes after years of delay during the prior administration. This is a key step in promoting research because it broadens the amount and quality of cannabis available for research purposes. Additionally, the president's continuing to review his clemency powers, which is something he also talked about on the campaign and certainly remains committed to taking action on.
So he remains committed to what he said during the campaign, that people charged with marijuana-related offenses, number one, everybody gets out, record expunged.
Well, again, he's reviewing his clemency powers. That's exactly what that looks like. I don't have any updates or previews beyond that, though.
Okay, and a question about immigration. Does the president still have confidence that the vice president can get to the bottom of root causes of migration?
He absolutely does, and is grateful for her work in doing exactly that.
Why?
Why does he have confidence, or should I give you an update on a couple of the things we've done?
What gives the president confidence when he sees that March 2022 has 28% more migrant encounters at the border than March 2021 when she got this assignment?
Well, you asked me about root causes, right? So let me address that first, and what the vice president and other members of the administration who've been working with her have been doing. So we've been working with source and transit countries in the region to facilitate the quick return of individuals who previously resided in those countries, as well as to stem migration in its state. Some of that is getting agreements with partner countries on migration-related matters, and that's something that the vice president has been deeply engaged with. I'd also note that Secretary Mayorkas, who of course has worked with her on this, traveled to Costa Rica recently, where he joined the president of Costa Rica in announcing a bilateral migration agreement outlining our shared commitment to both manage migrant flows as well as promote economic growth in the region. And we also are maintaining a close partnership between the government of Mexico and the United States to stem irregular migration. So what addressing root causes means is working with countries in the region to take steps to have partnership, be able to have people sent back to the region as needed.
And then the last one on this, is the president, or are you guys having discussions with advisors about delaying the removal of Title 42?
Well, I would, again, remind everyone, because you gave me the opportunity, so thank you. Title 42 is not an immigration authority. I will get to your question, I promise, Peter. It is a public health authority. Congress gave the CDC authority to make determinations about when it should be lifted. So right now, we are planning and preparing for the end of Title 42 enforcement on May 23rd. But I would say that there are a range. The president agrees that immigration in our country is broken. It's a system that is broken. There are a range of ideas out there in Congress, Democrats, Republicans, others, some who support a delay of Title 42 implementation, some who strongly oppose it. And there are a range of other ideas of reforming our immigration system. This would all require congressional action. We're happy to have that conversation with them.
Go ahead. Along the Title 42, excuse me, sorry, it's allergies.
It's okay, we understand.
Good.
We understand.
We've been reporting that the administration is projecting a big budget shortfall for ICE and CBP should Title 42 be lifted. Is there a plan for how to get additional funding that's going to be needed to handle immigrants coming into the country? If that Title 42 is lifted, will you need funds for Congress? Can you divert funds from somewhere else? What's the thinking?
So what DHS said last month is that they expect the current funding levels will not be sufficient to meet operational needs, but they have a number of options available to secure the resources required to implement our comprehensive strategy. This includes reprioritizing and reallocating existing funds, requesting additional support from other federal agencies if necessary, engaging with Congress on that discussion. And I would note that as a part of this, as we prepare for the implementation of the end of Title 42, there are a range of steps that we've been taking to prepare for that, including surging resources, deploying resources to address increased volumes. That includes moving officers, agents, DHS volunteer force, personnel to rapidly decompress points along the border and more efficiently process migrants. It also entails the deployment of COVID-19 mitigation efforts, including the continued use of PPE, providing the COVID-19 vaccines. It also includes expanding these efforts to cover migrants in CBP custody. So point is, there are a range of steps in this comprehensive plan that I know Secretary Mayorkas is testifying today on the Hill, and I'm sure he'll be testifying more in the future. But what they said at the time when we announced this was that we expect current funding levels would not be sufficient. There are a range of ways to address that, and we're working on exactly that.
And if, because we're just about a month away from this being lifted, if the administration doesn't feel like that plan is in place yet, would that be a reason to delay lifting Title 42?
Well, we've proposed a plan. So that's a plan that is being implemented. In terms of any ideas to address immigration, including any delay of Title 42, that would require congressional action. So go ahead.
More than 3,000 Ukrainians were processed along the southern border. People who had flown to Mexico to try to get into the U.S. That's a big leap over February. That number is expected to increase. Does the administration have any plans to announce a program that would make it easier for Ukrainians who already have family ties in the U.S. to be expedited into the U.S.?
We are working. So we've obviously announced, the president has announced plans to accept 100,000 Ukrainians into the United States if they want to come, of course. We are working to finalize the details of that. Of course, right now, we are still, as you all know, as we've been talking about, implementing Title 42, no matter what country you are coming from, whether it's Ukraine or any other country in the world.
Sure, but nothing, is there anything immediately in the works for a plan, a program similar to that?
Well, no, the president announced a few weeks ago plans to welcome 100,000 Ukrainians, right? So it's just the details of how that program will work. I understand why you're asking. We just don't have the final details yet. But
and on supply chains, millions of people in China are on lockdown. Experts are sounding the alarm for what that could mean for further crippling supply chains, which already are already under strain. Is the administration concerned? How concerned is the administration about what that could mean for Americans waiting for goods here in the U.S.? Is there anything that the U.S. can do to mitigate that?
Sure. So this is a very fluid, and I think you're talking about the lockdown around Shanghai, right, and the impact. So it's a very fluid situation, obviously. There's some uncertainty surrounding the impacts of China's lockdown on our economy. We are in close contact with key actors in the supply chain, including the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach. We're not seeing currently, according to the Port of LA, any slowdown in ships coming from Asia, but we're going to continue to keep our eye on that. What we've seen happen within China is moving of the manufacturing of some of the goods, semiconductors, consumer electronics, et cetera, that are typically come from Shanghai to other hubs, moving them around to see if they can keep the manufacturing up. And they've also moved ports and moved around where the goods are going from in ports there, which may be why we haven't seen a reduction in goods coming from Asia. The last data in terms of Chinese exports we have is from March, because it's not yet the end of April, and that showed a 15% increase from last year, but we'll have to look at the April data when it comes out in May. Go ahead.
I might be being a little thick, but I still don't quite understand what the administration's position on how you're kind of approaching the mask issue is. So the Justice Department said that they would appeal the decision if the CDC wanted them to.
Yeah.
The CDC has said that they wanted masks. They still think masking is important and that they had that policy in place. So I don't understand why the Justice Department is not immediately appealing it, and especially seeking an emergency stay to potentially keep this in place while the CDC continues its sort of broader evaluation.
Sure. Well, I don't even play a lawyer on TV, so I won't get too much into legal strategy, but what I will tell you is the CDC, obviously, as you noted, called for this extension because they wanted to look at more data. So I think we can all expect they're going to continue to want it. The Department of Justice is just waiting for that kind of final comment to take action in appealing. They said they would appeal. In terms of when they will appeal, I'll leave that to them to speak to. Why not a stay or an emergency appeal? They can speak to that, but what I would note, the objective here is of course to appeal the 15-day extension, but also to preserve the CDC authority over the long term, because as we've noted from here, we expect there to be ups and downs in the pandemic, and we certainly want the CDC to continue to have this authority.
So, and I guess plain English, if the CDC determines at the end of that 15-day review period that they already had undergoing that they wouldn't continue the mask mandate, then the Justice Department will not pursue this appeal.
I would expect you'll hear from the CDC very soon, and I don't think it's at the end of 15 days in terms of their expectation and ask for an appeal.
On Title 42, you kind of floated congressional action out there, and this is pertinent because Title 42, I think, was a key part of the in scuttling the negotiations over COVID money. And so what I'm trying to, I think, the question I'm curious in is if you're signaling a sort of willingness by the administration to negotiate over the lifting of Title 42 as part of trying to get that COVID package across the line, and if not, if so, do you have any sort of update on the strategy there? Because you were certainly banging the drums about how important it was before Congress went away, and they're coming back soon.
We're still banging the drums about the COVID money, I promise you. I was just making clear, because I think there's been some confusion about this, that, well, the CDC has the authority, right, to determine when when the conditions exist to lift Title 42. That was given to them by Congress. If Congress were to want to extend that, they need to take action. It's not a executive authority from the White House.
So the president would be open to legislation that provided COVID funding, but also extended.
We're not in any way there, so I wasn't going there. I was just conveying that, as you know, there are strong views on a range of immigration issues and proposals in Congress, right? I'm not telling you something you don't know. There are some people who would like to see it extended. There are some people who definitely would not. And so I'm not making a prediction of the future, only conveying to you what authority would be required, what the process would require.
Would the White House support the bill that Senator Sinema is bringing forth, which is working to extend Title 42 until there's a plan in place, just to end the public health emergency?
emergency?
I don't have any prediction of that. The president has proposed, put forward, called for immigration reform, something he did on his first day in office. We're happy to have a range of conversations with members about a range of ideas, but I just wanted you to note what authority would be required or how the process would work. Go ahead.
Two things. South Korean media is reporting that President Biden will visit the country next month, May 20th through the 22nd. Can you confirm that?
I don't have anything to confirm yet on the trip beyond what the president himself has already confirmed, but we will have more to say soon, I'm sure.
All right. And on COVID aid, I'm wondering if the administration has sort of a drop-dead date by which Congress has to give them the additional funding. I know you've talked about it. The supply of monoclonal antibodies will run out in May, and the test capacity will ramp down by the end of June. So is June your deadline, or is it much earlier, or is it later if you can repurpose some of the existing money?
I would say it's as soon as possible because we have already had to take steps, right? Like ending our program for the uninsured. We haven't been able to make purchases that we would normally purchase to get ahead. I mean, even on monoclonal antibodies or some of these treatments, some of them take months to make. So it already puts us behind where we need to be and want to be in planning. So we don't have a long-term deadline, nor would I punt that out. We want to do it as quickly as possible when they return.
Go ahead. Thanks, Jim. Several senators, Democrats and Republican, have called on the president to appoint a coordinator or a czar, if you will, to oversee the transfer of military equipment from the U.S. to Ukraine. What does the administration think of this idea? Do you think it's needed, and is it something that's even being considered?
I don't have any personnel updates. Obviously, ensuring that it is, and this kind of goes back to Ed's earlier question, that it is done effectively, efficiently, quickly, is a priority for the president. But I don't have any personnel previews or updates at this point in time. Go ahead.
Jim, two questions. I wanted to ask you about the concept of athletic boycotts to deal with Russia, and if this is something that the administration supports. I actually saw some of the news that Wimbledon decided to ban athletes from Russia and Belarus from competing in the tournament, and I'm just curious if the administration believes the athletic boycotts are a good tactic to use.
We've seen 600, if not more, companies, private sector companies, pull out voluntarily, I think, their investments in Russia. I don't think we have a policy specifically on athletic events at this point in time. I'm happy to check.
And then also, there were reports that Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen and some other U.S. officials walked out of G20 meetings when Russian officials began speaking. Could you just explain a little bit more about why they took that move, and is it a move that we could anticipate President Biden making himself?
Well, the president and Secretary Yellen have both said that we can't have business as usual at the G20 or in a lot of these international forums as it relates to Russia. And she and the Treasury team made clear that she was planning to participate in some and not other meetings, which certainly is something we support. The president also has conveyed he doesn't believe that they should be that Russia should be a part of the G20. That's now 6 months away in terms of his participation. So I can't make a prediction of what actions he may or may not take, but certainly we support her steps, and it's an indication of the fact that President Putin and Russia has become a pariah on the global stage. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Just today, Russia issued another warning about consequences of Finland and Sweden joining NATO. Do you have a response?
Well, the decision of any country to join NATO is up to that country and NATO to make a determination about, and certainly that's the case here. We strongly support NATO's open door policy, and I'm not going to indulge Russia's saber rattling. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Just to zoom out a bit on the Ukraine aid and the policy towards this war. The President of the European Council, Charles Michel, was there today in Kyiv, and he said, quote, which was unusually clear, I thought, said, "You are not alone, we are with you, and we'll do everything which is possible to support you and to make sure that Ukraine will win the war." Is it the policy of the United States that Russia should not only lose, but be seen to lose this war? Is that like a strategic goal?
I think we've been pretty clear that we're going going to do everything possible to make sure President Putin and Russia recognize this is a strategic loss, that the president is a pariah on the global stage. Now, when you have a country that has lost as many people as Ukraine has, millions of people have been left homeless, I don't know if that feels like a win to them, but I think it's also true that the Ukrainians have clearly won the Battle of Kyiv. They have surpassed the expectations of the world in terms of their ability to fight back against Russia, and Russia has not only become a pariah on the world stage, but they have effectively united NATO, effectively driven countries to desire an interest in joining NATO, have united the West in a way that has never been their objective, while also their economy is crumbling. So, that is all a victory in terms of isolating Russia.
Okay, but is the concrete goal of the aid that's going there? Now we're talking about artillery and more. Is the goal a battlefield defeat for Russia, ultimately? Not a compromise, not no gray areas, just.
We're doing everything we can to equip the Ukrainian government, Ukrainian leaders to effectively fight back in this military battle.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Just to go back to the mask ruling, you mentioned some of the videos that we saw, but it certainly did prompt some very abrupt changes on Monday after it came down, passengers being told mid-flight to take their masks off. Can you share more about what the president's personal reaction was to the decision, to how it came down, and what unfolded over those couple of hours and the stories we're hearing about some of those flights?
I'm not sure we have a story here about some of those flights.
Stories that we're hearing now about parents talking about being on a flight with their kids and then being concerned because they were mid-flight. But just what was his reaction to the decision and what happened then over the next couple of hours on Monday?
Well, we obviously didn't expect the decision because we wouldn't have known in advance how a court would act. And we disagreed with the decision immediately. So the immediate steps were to determine what power we had to respond to that. Obviously, that came in the form of the Department of Justice, came in the form of the CDC acting and putting out the statements that they did. But we also don't take photos of flights as data about how the country reacts to issues, as whether they're ripping off their masks or not. I mean, our focus here was seeing what power we had to preserve what we felt was in the public health interest of the country.
And the president's COVID advisors concerned that there could be an increase in cases, a spike in cases in the coming weeks because specifically the mask mandate being lifted?
Well, I'm not going to make a projection of that because I'm not a doctor, and certainly I can check with our health team and see if they have any predictions of that. Obviously, they wanted more time because they've seen rising cases, and they feel it is in our interest to preserve the mask mandate, even for that short period of time, or have the authority moving forward in case cases go up, and we needed to take that step in the future. But I don't have a prediction of rising cases. I would point you to the CDC or other health officials. Go ahead.
Jen, there are reports that Mexico media is stating that the Mexican government has decided to dismantle a binational police group that was fighting Mexican cartels or drug cartel operations down there. I wonder if the administration is aware of that and if you have any reaction to that.
I'm happy to check with our NSC team and see if they have any specific reaction. Go ahead.
Thanks. First of all, on Israel, does the administration have a reaction to the recent deadly clashes in Israel with Palestinians? Does it change your stance on the Abraham Accord, or do you have a different view now on how to achieve peace in that region?
We are deeply concerned by the recent violence in Jerusalem, at the Temple Mount, on the Temple Mount, and across the West Bank. We also strongly condemn the recent rocket attack on Israel. We continue to call on all sides to exercise restraint, avoid provocative actions and rhetoric, and preserve the historic status quo of the Haram al-Sharif Temple Mount. We also continue to urge Israeli and Palestinian officials to work cooperatively to lower tensions and ensure the safety of everyone. And we, of course, continue to closely follow the situation on the ground and stay in touch through diplomatic channels.
Does it change your stance on the Abraham Accords, or
there is no change on our stance?
On Cuba, as you know, administration officials are meeting with Cuba to discuss maybe including them again in migration policy. What might that look like in the future, and is that a possibility?
Well, I would say that we see these talks as pretty standard. The migration talks provide an opportunity for discussions on migration issues between Cuba and the United States, and they're part of regular order meetings continuing over nearly 30 years of engagement on with Cuba on migration matters. We maintain these in order to discuss safe, orderly, and legal migration. That remains of primary U.S. interest. So beyond what they will look like, I mean, to us, this is just a standard operating process and discussions that have been happening over the course of many years. The last ones were, of course, in 2018.
And finally, just on some of the munitions being sent to Ukraine, how does the administration justify sending Claymore munitions, which critics say are quite dangerous and in their anti-personnel mine form have been banned by 160 countries, including Ukraine?
I'd point you to the Department of Defense to speak to any specifics of the military equipment or assistance we're providing. Obviously, we're providing this to a country that is facing an invasion by Russia that is targeting their civilians and their people, and this is meant to effectively help them fight that war. Thanks, everyone.
So once again, we've been listening in to the press secretary there, Jen Psaki, getting a number of questions about mask mandates because there's still a lot of confusion right now. Many of these travelers not knowing whether they can actually fully throw the masks away or if they still have to wear them. Fox's Jonathan Seri brings us the latest from reaction down on the ground about this.
Another possible vaccine breakthrough as Americans consider a fourth dose. Moderna announcing test results of a booster shot targeting both the original COVID strain and a variant, with the new doses resulting in higher protection against several strains, including Omicron. The company is now developing a shot specifically targeting Omicron, but doctors say not everyone will need it.
What we will determine in the future for who needs fourth, even more doses, are your susceptibility to severe breakthrough infections.
COVID cases are on the rise in the U.S., more than 41,000 per day on average, up almost 1/3 from just a month ago. And that's prompting the reinstatement of some mask mandates, including in Philadelphia, which brought back its mandate on Monday, and Milwaukee, where masking requirements for schools went back into effect on Wednesday. Officials say they're following the science, but some doctors claim the mandates are stopping a much-needed pivot from containment to mitigation.
The idea of mitigation is a choice to take a vaccine, which I think works, to wear a mask if you're at high risk in close quarters, not forced. That's the key distinction here.
Meanwhile, confusion continues over masking requirements on public transportation after a judge struck down a federal mandate on Monday.
Mr. President, should people continue to wear masks on planes?
That's up to them. The Justice Department says it will not appeal the judge's ruling unless the CDC requests it. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
And stay with us. In the next hour here, we'll be speaking with one of our reporters who's at the Orlando International Airport, getting reaction from travelers, seeing if they're deciding to take off their masks or go ahead and keep it on. Meanwhile, out in Shanghai, COVID-19 restrictions are now being eased because a lowering of cases here. Here's Fox's Alex Hogan with more.
An additional 4 million residents in Shanghai will now be allowed to leave their homes as officials ease COVID-19 restrictions. For the first time in weeks, the Chinese Ministry of Health says that in some parts of the city, the virus is, quote, under effective control. 12 million of the city's 25 million residents will now be able to return to some form of normalcy since the first round of easing began last week.
Over the last few days, we have focused on carrying out test and screenings in the closed-off management areas, restrictive control areas, and prevention areas. We reclassified those areas on Tuesday based on the results of phase screenings.
More than 14,000 people were discharged Tuesday from makeshift hospitals in Shanghai. Video from one facility shows droves of people getting onto buses at a convention center that was converted into a COVID-19 quarantine facility. At least 30,000 residents have left facilities like this one in the past several days, a sign the country is turning the corner on the current surge. Meanwhile, the strict lockdown left many factories and businesses closed for several weeks, posing an ongoing threat to the global economy. On Tuesday, the International Monetary Fund reduced its forecast of the Chinese growth this year, attributing it to the weeks-long lockdown of Shanghai.
To put it very simply, we are facing a major setback for the world economy because the pandemic's impact is not yet over.
The IMF says that Shanghai's lockdowns will have a ripple effect on the global economy, creating supply chain disruptions in the months to come. In London, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
And stay with us after the break. We're going out to New York City, hearing from Mayor Eric Adams as he is honoring the people who had to deal with that subway shooting this past week. We're also learning more about 62-year-old Frank James, who boarded that train at the height of the morning rush, set off smoke grenades, and shot up one of the cars there. So not only Mayor Adams speaking out, but the police commissioner, too. More to come in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Almost the top of the hour here in Phoenix, 3 o'clock, 6 o'clock out on the East Coast, which brings us into our next story. A live look from New York City here as authorities say 62-year-old Frank James boarded a train at the height of the morning rush, set off smoke grenades, and shot up one of the cars. You can see him walking in as he was taken into police custody here. Police say that he fired his gun 33 times, hitting 10 people, many others hurt in the chaos of trying to escape. After a 30-hour manhunt, James was eventually taken into custody in the East Village after tipping off police to his whereabouts and several calls from bystanders to Crime Stoppers. He's being held without bail as he awaits trial on a federal terror charge. Well, the mayor of New York City, Mayor Adams, holding a press conference today alongside the police commissioner about safety on that subway and for future passengers here, because a lot of New York residents are saying they're nervous about getting on public transportation. Following this, he also honored all of the people who were on the subway when those shots rang out. So let's listen into that event from earlier in New York City.
Police Commissioner of the City of New York, Keyshawn Sewell.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here. On behalf of our executive team and the entire New York City Police Department, thank you so much. We are joined here today by New York City Mayor Eric Adams, by our partners John DeVito, the Special Agent in charge of the New York Field Office of the ATF, Ralph Sozio, U.S. Marshal for the Southern District of New York, who is our partner in the Regional Fugitive Task Force, Jana Lieber, the Chair and CEO of the Metropolitan Transportation Authority, Isaac Rothbart, Chief Financial Officer of the New York City Police Foundation, and by several members of the NYPD and the public who are being recognized for their exceptional work they did together after the attack on rush hour commuters a week ago. The mayor will recognize them in a moment, but I want to say that each of these individuals exemplifies the determination and courage that makes us all proud to be New Yorkers. Their actions remind us every day, in every corner of our city, we are surrounded by heroes, some of whom wear the NYPD uniform and others who live and work in New York, but are often the strongest allies and our proudest partners in the NYPD. Behind each one of these officers, there are teams of other members who contributed to this effort. There just isn't a room big enough to hold them all. The work of these officers and civilians is further proof that public safety in New York City is truly a shared responsibility. Shortly before 8:30 a.m. last Tuesday, 911 calls streamed in. A northbound N train in Brooklyn was under attack. Innocent victims were harmed. From those first moments after the attack, as they do in every case, NYPD officers and investigators rushed toward danger, even amid reports that there were still live explosives on the train. As the Austin Bomb Squad secured the scene, officers helped rescue the wounded and continued working to gather evidence, identify a suspect, and build a case. Their meticulous work accomplished a tremendous amount in a very short period of time. To connect a key to a van, and that van to a name, and then a picture to a person of interest. We then connected the purchase of the gun recovered at the scene to the same person, who then became our suspect. As thousands of investigators and officers searched for that suspect throughout the day and night on Tuesday, a strategic decision was made to publicly identify the shooter, disseminate his photo, and engage the eyes and ears of millions of New Yorkers in tracking him down. The New York City Police Foundation stepped forward and contributed $25,000, half of the total $50,000 reward. The detective work was solid, and the decision to engage New Yorkers was working. It caused the assailant's world to close in around him, giving him nowhere left to run, and little option to call the tip line himself, because he was seeing his photograph everywhere. In truth, by the time his self-initiated tip came in, several everyday New Yorkers had already stepped up and done the same. Each saw something troubling and took action. One took photos and posted them to social media, which led him to detectives and then to Crime Stoppers. At the same time, resources were deployed to the area around Canal Street to intensify that search. 3 others then spotted the suspect and flagged down officers on patrol. These good Samaritans provided timely, accurate information that enhanced and sharpened the NYPD's efforts. This teamwork, police officers and the public joining forces, is what makes all of us proud. It was said nearly 200 years ago that the police are the public and the public are the police. As the mayor said well last week, we got him. Working together, we got a violent offender off the streets. Our success in this investigation highlights how the public is such an effective force multiplier in our public safety mission. So to all of you, our uniformed officers, our brave first responders, our detectives, the dogged investigators you are, and to our dedicated civilians, partners, and friends, please know how grateful I am to all of you. Last week, our city was once again on the world stage, and your civic mindedness and collaboration showed everyone why this is the best city with the best people anywhere. You should all be incredibly proud, and you should know how truly proud this city is of all of you. New York owes you a debt of gratitude, and we are honored to have you with us today. And now I'd like to introduce the mayor for the city of New York, Eric Adams.
Thank you so much for your powerful words. And, I also want to personally thank the police commissioner. On that day last week, when she texted me early in the morning. After our morning briefing, I started to get dressed and leave Gracie Mansion, and then I said, Donna, you have COVID, where are you going? And it was only after the first hour or so of her constant communication, knowing I was going through anxiety of not being there on the ground, that she kept me updated. And I watched the unfolding of the professionalism that comes with not only the police department, but this city. I saw the videos of the passengers helping their fellow New Yorkers as they left the trains. I saw the notifications of a dangerous truck in our community and the detectives and police officers going to do the grid search to identify that truck, placing us all at ease. I saw the FBI and the ATF and the governor. I saw this complete picture of what makes New York, New York. And I don't know if you're the one, the young man in the back, who sent out that first tweet. And when I read your story, when people state that young people are not engaged and not involved, you turn that question mark into an exclamation point of, you're damn right, this is your city too. Doesn't matter if you 8 or 80, we are New Yorkers. And poor chief of detectives, you're so darn good that they looked at 30 hours catching the bad guys and criticizing. That is unbelievable. 3 days to take to get the Boston bomber. Case after case after case you solve. No matter what it is, your detectives are doing the good old-fashioned work to get it done. And my brother, Lieber, your teams responded miraculously. Always there. The partnership between the NYPD and MTA is so impressive. You and I have.
Well, we've been listening in to Mayor Adams there out of New York City. We want to cut in briefly, though, as he is wearing his mask for this breaking news. The CDC is now asking the DOJ to appeal the federal mask mandate for all public transportation. I want to pull up a statement for you from the DOJ. They're saying to protect CDC's public health authority beyond the ongoing assessment announced last week, CDC has asked DOJ to proceed with an appeal. They're saying it's CDC's continuing assessment that at this time, an order requiring masking in the indoor transportation corridor remains necessary for the public's health. CDC will continue to monitor public health conditions to determine whether such an order remains necessary. CDC believes this is a lawful order well within CDC's legal authority to protect public health. So this is the statement that we have been waiting for. This assessment from the CDC, as the White House, including the press secretary, the Biden administration, has been dodging most mask mandate questions, kind of pointing towards the CDC on what their assessment would be. So next steps would be the official appeal from the DOJ. So just the latest update from the CDC on the mask mandate situation, as there has been mass confusion about this, on whether or not people need to wear masks on public transportation, on flights, on anything else here. Also, a portion of this statement, they're saying that they are continuing to recommend people wear masks at all indoor public transportation settings. They say their number one priority is protecting the public health of the nation. So a continuous recommendation to wear those masks there. We'll be speaking with our reporters at the Orlando International Airport. Now things are changing once again, and a lot of people are probably confused about this and just really not sure about what is required, what is not. Many of these airports have already made their own stances, saying that they are going to continue to require a mask, even if it is lifted federally here. So we're going to be following this alongside all of you here. We're just getting these details in within the past couple of minutes. Legal analysts have been trying to stay on top of it as well, so we'll be speaking with those experts through the rest of the evening here. We're going to go back into that update from New York, though, with Mayor Adams, as he is speaking out about public transportation safety, specifically on subways, after a mass shooting just last week.
Always there. The partnership between the NYPD and MTA is so impressive. You and I have the same mission, combined to that mission. And no matter what all your guys did, people tried to turn that story around. We're joined at the hip. We're going to make sure our system is safe. And I'm proud to serve with you every day as we do it together. And my men and women of the New York City Police Department, the subtext to this story are the names who called in the tips. I bet you if you were to ask them, they're probably first-generation New Yorkers. They're probably the first to really participate in this dream we call the American dream. But they loved this city so much that they went after the person that tried to destroy our way of life. And I hear some say, well, he called himself in. Listen, if a rat rolls in his own hole, it's because we closed around him and he had nowhere else to go. He was smart to turn himself in. That is why he turned himself in. Not because he was altruistic. Because of the job we did that gave him no other choice but to turn himself in. We did it right. And don't let naysayers tell you that as a city, we did not respond correctly. We saw the threat, we identified the threat, we arrested the threat, and our city is better because of that. Better because of that. And so those who wore uniforms, the blue uniforms or blue jeans, everyday New Yorkers came together. And today is one of the many acknowledgments that we are making. With our TA employees last week, the civilians and the law enforcement coming together today and saying thank you. Canvassing of areas to see video footage, interviewing witnesses, tracking down the gun, finding the van, identifying where the gun was purchased. All of our partners come together. We need to celebrate who we are. Not allow one person that created that act to believe we're not New Yorkers and the resiliency of our city. But his apprehension is a message to everyone that believes they can carry a gun and carve bullets of hate and destruction through our community. We will find you, we will arrest you, we will prosecute you. This city belongs to us. It belongs to that young man there that's aggravating his mom right now. That's the beauty of this city. The city belongs to you, young man. This is your city. And we're going to make sure you grow up in this city, free for hurt, harm, and danger. That's why we do this every day. That's the promise I'm giving you as your mayor. That's the promise the police commissioner is giving you. That's the promise these men and women up here are giving you. This city belongs to you and your family and the families of New Yorkers. Thank you.
And now the man who will be forever known as the poor chief of detectives, James Essig.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, everybody. You know, the NYPD does have some of the greatest detectives in the world. We have seen this time and time again as they have quickly arrested brutal and deranged criminals. But many of these incidents, high profile and non-media stories, we ask for the public's help. That's why we put out videos, the still shots to the media. In many cases, this one in particular, where a vicious and unprovoked attack on strap hangers occurred, the public answered that call. So first and foremost, I want to thank the members of the public for their numerous tips, the people being honored here today. I want to thank Joe Galata, the chief of Brooklyn South Detectives, who spearheaded this investigation with his team. The media for getting out those stills, that video that helped us solve this case. The ATF, the FBI, the Eastern District, the U.S. Marshals, the New York City Police Foundation, Sue Birnbaum, Isaac Rothberg, and can't speak highly enough of the cooperation in this case. It was great. So with that, I'd just like to turn it over to the chairman of the MTA, Jen Oliva.
do you follow this, Mayor? Wow. I just have a couple things I want to say. I want to say thank you, first of all, to Mayor Adams, to Police Commissioner Sewell for bringing us together here today. I know I speak for Governor Hochul when I say thank you for all you're doing. All of us at the MTA are incredibly grateful for the partnership, Mayor, that you talked about so movingly. Last week's shooting was a horrific moment for New York, but it showed us the best of our city, as tragedy often does. The mayor spoke about this again so movingly. From people on the platforms helping to triage victims to the MTA's own heroic workers who were honored at City Hall last week, and of course the dogged investigators and the alert tipsters who have helped to bring the suspect to justice. Today we're celebrating that last group, the NYPD, federal law enforcement partners, and the civilians who called in the tips. The transit system, I always say, is New York's most important and iconic public space. It doesn't feel like a church or a synagogue or a mosque, but I say it's sacred space. It's because it's the place we share where we prove every day that people of all varieties and backgrounds can come together, get along, and create something special. We rely on each other underground because this essential ecosystem only works if we have each other's backs. And the shooting last week proved again that we do. Now, I'm not going to disagree that cash incentives are obviously helpful, but we know that our fellow New Yorkers are always using their eyes and ears to help, irrespective of cash incentives, to help each other. Tipsters who help the police are usually anonymous, so it's special to be with you all today, to be able to acknowledge them in person on behalf of Governor Hochul and of all New York City commuters. Thank you. Thank you. And once again, thank you to our NYPD partners who come through for us every day, along with the ATF, the FBI, the marshals, and everybody in law enforcement who worked this case. Keeping the transit system safe is a 24/7 job, and we're going to keep working with Commissioner Sewell, with Chief Wilcox, and the entire team every day. I was out in Brooklyn early this morning to check out some of the joint city and state end-of-line operations at key stations, Flatbush, Brooklyn College, Stillwell. I got a chance to speak to some of the officers and to thank them for what they're doing every day, not just on days of incredible drama and heroism as we're celebrating today, but that kind of dedication that I see and that I speak with officers about starts at the top. So I cannot finish by thanking Mayor Adams for your incredible leadership, for making subway safety one of your top priorities, and to Commissioner Sewell for making it real. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
All right, so now we're going to get to the part we're all here for, which is we're going to present some proclamations. So our first goes to Deputy Inspector Ralph Clement, Commanding Officer of the 9th Precinct. And now to the team that effected the arrest, Sergeant James Keating of the 9th Precinct. Sergeant Keating's operator, Detective Specialist Sean Donahue from the 9th Precinct. "30 hours is a long time, especially if you work the whole 30 hours without sleeping." Deputy Chief Joseph Galata, Commanding Officer, Detective Bureau, Brooklyn South. Lieutenant, Commander of Detectives Sean Collins, Commanding Officer, Brooklyn South Homicide. Sergeant Jacqueline Catalano, Commanding Officer of the 72nd Precinct Detective Squad. Detective Anthony Biondolillo, common spelling, 72nd Precinct Detective Squad. He is the case detective. And we do all of this with our federal partners, and they are accepting for their agencies and their agents. John DeVito, Special Agent in Charge, New York Field Division of the Federal Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. Now, we would have here, and I should mention, Mike Driscoll from the FBI. Mike has been called to an emergency involving a shooting in Yonkers, so I will accept for the JTTF. And that brings us to Ralph Sozio, United States Marshal for the Southern District of New York. Ralph is in charge of the Regional Fugitive Task Force, which was on the hunt for the suspect in this case till he surrendered. Mr. Francisco Puebla. As you know, Francisco and two other individuals were involved in pointing out the suspect to the officers when they arrived on the scene. Mr. Sheikh Mohammed.
Hey. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, brother.
And Mr. Zach Tahan.
You could have done the rest yourself, man.
And the man who combines social media acumen with camera work and citizenry, Mr. Jack Griffin.
Thank you. Thank you.
So the theme today, obviously, is about partnership, about teamwork, and as the police commissioner said, that we are all in this together as police and citizens. That concludes our ceremony for today. What do we got? That concludes our ceremony for today. We're going to be doing photographs to the right of the podium with our awardees.
Actually, we're going to fill in both sides, behind the podium and in front. Otherwise, we're not going to fit. Yeah, that's what I meant.
So once again, we've been listening into this press conference out of New York City with Mayor Adams there as he is honoring all those first responders who helped out during the subway shooting, as well as understanding the fact that a lot of New Yorkers don't feel safe on public transportation amid this rise in violence. Again, Frank James, the suspect, that shooter, has since been arrested and is now still in jail. We also want to hit on some of the other breaking news of the day. This right here coming in, speaking of public transportation, the mask mandate. There's been a lot of confusion. Well, now an update from the CDC. They are asking the DOJ to appeal the mask mandate for public transit. They say to protect CDC's public health authority beyond the ongoing assessment announced last week. CDC has asked the DOJ to proceed